You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Priory School by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
Sherlock Holmes and I have had some dramatic entrances and exits upon our small stage at Baker Street, but I cannot recollect anything more startling than the first appearance of Dr. Thornycroft Huxtable. His first action, when the door had closed behind him, was to stagger against the table, whence he slipped down upon the floor and lay insensible.
Brandy, Watson, quickly.
Right.
I'll support him.
The man's absolutely exhausted by the look of him.
Return ticket from Mackleton in the north of England inside his waistcoat pocket. It's not 12 o'clock yet. He has certainly been an early starter.
Forgive this weakness, Mr. Holmes. I have been a little overwrought.
Sit.
Thank you. I came personally in order to ensure you would return with me. I feared that no telegram would convince you of the absolute urgency of the case.
When you are quite restored.
I am quite well. Mr. Holmes, I wish you to come to Mackleton with me by the next train.
I'm sorry, but as Dr. Watson can confirm, we are very busy at present.
Oh, yes.
Only a very important matter could call me from London.
Important? Have you heard nothing of the abduction of the only son of the Duke of Holderness?
Holiness, the former cabinet minister.
Exactly.
Oh, one of the greatest subjects of the crown.
The greatest. And perhaps the wealthiest. His Grace has already intimated that a cheque for £5,000 will be handed over to the person who can tell him where his son is.
Oh.
And another 1,000 to him who can name the man or men who have taken him.
Oh, a princely offer.
It is, yes. Well, I suppose with a little rearranging we could accompany Dr. Huxtable back to the north of England. Watson?
Oh, yes.
Excellent.
First, kindly tell me what has happened, when it happened, how it happened, and finally what Dr. Thornycroft Huxtable has to do with the matter, and why he comes 3 days after an event. Your unshaven chin reveals the date, to ask for my humble services.
Our visitor began with great vigour and lucidity to explain. He was the founder and principal of the Priory School near Mackleton, which had established itself as the most select preparatory school in England. This position had recently been confirmed when the Duke of Holderness sent his only son and heir, the 10-year-old Lord Saltire, to the school.
The boy arrived on May the 1st, that being the beginning of the summer term. In a fortnight he was quite at home with us, and apparently absolutely happy.
Why do you say apparently?
I trust I am not indiscreet. Half-confidences are absurd in such a case. Lord Saltire was not entirely happy at home.
Oh, for what reason?
It is an open secret that the Duke's married life was not a peaceful one, and the matter ended in a separation.
Ah.
The boy's sympathies are known to have been strongly with his mother.
Who is now where?
The Duchess has taken up residence in the south of France. And now we come to the night of last Monday, May the 13th. That was when the boy was last seen. The window of his room was open, and it is sure that this is the only possible exit.
Why not through the house?
He must have wakened other boys in the rooms through which he would have to pass.
Where is his room?
On the second floor.
Oh, but surely...
There is a stout ivy plant leading to the ground.
Ah, I see.
When was his absence discovered?
At 7 o'clock on Tuesday morning. He had dressed himself fully before going off.
Could someone else have entered the room?
There were no signs.
And a struggle would have wakened the other boys you mentioned.
Yes.
Go on.
When we checked the rest of the establishment, we learned that Lord Saltire was not alone in his flight. Heidegger, the German master, was missing. But he had apparently gone away partly dressed, since his shirt and socks were lying on the floor.
But had he let himself down by the ivy too?
Undoubtedly. We could see the marks of his feet where he had landed on the lawn. His bicycle was also gone.
Indeed. What sort of man is this German master?
He came to me 2 years ago with the best references. But he is a silent, morose man, not popular either with masters or boys.
And there has been no trace of either boy or master since then?
None. The Duke is greatly agitated.
As you are yourself.
The suspense and responsibility have reduced me to the state of nervous exhaustion in which you yourselves have seen me. Mr. Holmes, if ever you put forward your full powers, I implore you to do so now.
You have been very remiss in not coming to me sooner. It is inconceivable, for example, that the ivy and the lawn would have yielded nothing to an expert observer.
His Grace was extremely desirous to avoid all public scandal.
No, but there has been some official investigation.
Yes, but it has proved most disappointing.
The affair has been most deplorably handled. And yet the problem should be capable of ultimate solution. Had the boy a bicycle?
No.
Was any other bicycle missing?
No.
You do not mean to suggest that this German rode off upon a bicycle in the dead of night bearing the boy in his arms?
The bicycle may have been a blind. It may have been hidden somewhere and the pair gone off on foot.
Ah, but surely he would have hidden a couple of bicycles if he desired to give the idea that they had gone off upon them.
Of course he would. Your blind theory won't do. But the incident is an admirable starting point for our investigation.
Holmes ordered a four-wheeler, and we were soon headed for Euston. On the way, Holmes questioned Dr. Huxtable further.
Did anyone call to see the boy on the day he disappeared?
No.
Any letters?
One, from his father.
When had he a letter before that?
Not for several days.
Had he ever had one from France?
Never.
The point of Holmes's questions was clear. If the boy went of his own free will, we could expect some prompting from outside to make so young a lad do such a thing. And his father had written to him on the very day of his disappearance.
Was the Duke's last letter found in the boy's room?
No. He had taken it with him.
It was already dark by the time we reached the cold, bracing atmosphere of the Peak Country. When we arrived at Dr. Huxtable's school, the butler whispered something to his master, who turned to us in agitation.
The Duke and his private secretary, Mr. James Wilder, are in the study. Oh, come, gentlemen, and I will introduce you.
Thank you.
The famous statesman, familiar from his pictures, looked at us stonily as we entered. But it was James Wilder who opened the conversation.
His Grace is surprised, Dr. Huxtable, that you should have taken such a step as inviting Mr. Holmes here without consulting him.
When I learned the police had failed...
His Grace is by no means convinced that the police have failed.
But surely, Mr. Wilder...
You are well aware, Dr. Huxtable, that His Grace is anxious to take as few people as possible into his confidence.
Well, the matter can be easily remedied. Mr. Holmes can return to London by the morning train.
Hardly that, Doctor, hardly that. This northern air is invigorating and pleasant, so I propose to spend a few days upon your moors and occupy my mind as best I may.
Oh, but really, Mr. Holmes...
Mr. Holmes has already been taken into your confidence, it would indeed be absurd that we should not avail ourselves of his services.
I thank your Grace. Have you formed any explanation in your own mind as to the mysterious disappearance of your son?
No, sir, I have not.
Do you think the Duchess had anything to do with the matter?
I do not think so. But the lad had some wrong-headed opinions, and it's possible he may have fled to her, aided by this German. I have advised the police to turn their attention to the south of France.
One more question, Your Grace. You wrote to your son the day this incident occurred.
No. I wrote upon the day before.
Exactly. But he received it on that day. Was there anything in your letter that might have induced him to take such a step?
No, sir. Certainly not.
Did you post that letter yourself?
the post myself.
His Grace is not in the habit of posting letters himself. This letter was laid with others on the study table, and I put them in the post bag.
You are sure this one was among them?
Yes, I observed it.
I could see there were other questions which Holmes would have wished to put, but the nobleman brought the interview to an abrupt end. So my friend flung himself at once, with characteristic eagerness, into the investigation. The rooms of the boy and the master yielded nothing fresh, and the lawn below their windows also offered nothing. So Holmes left the house alone, and only returned after 11. He had obtained a large map of the neighbourhood, which he laid out on the table.
This cales upon me, Watson. There are decidedly some points of interest in connection with it. Now, consider the geographical features on the map. This dark square is the Priory School, and this line that runs east and west past the school is the road.
No side road for a mile either way, so if master and boy made away by road, it was this road.
Exactly. But by a happy chance we know they did not.
Oh, are there witnesses then?
There are. A country constable in one direction, a household waiting up for the arrival of a doctor in the other.
But the bicycle?
Yeah, quite so. We shall come to the bicycle presently.
But if these people did not go by the road, they must have traversed the country to the north of the house or to the south.
Yes. On the south is, as you perceive, a large district of arable land cut into small fields with stone walls between them. There, I admit, the idea of a bicycle is impossible.
But to the north, there's this grove of trees marked as the Ragged Shore, and beyond, a great rolling moor.
A peculiarly desolate plain, until you come to the Chesterfield High Road. But the moor is intersected with paths, and a good cyclist does not need a road, and the moon was at the full.
Now, the map shows a water course across the moor.
Which, with luck, will help us. It is vain to look elsewhere for tracks in this dry weather, but at that point there is certainly a chance of some record being left. Early tomorrow morning we will try and throw some light upon the mystery.
The day was just breaking when I woke to find Holmes by my bedside, fully dressed.
I have done the lawn and the bicycle shed and had a ramble through the Ragged Shore. Now, Watson, there is cocoa ready in the next room. Do hurry. We have a great day ahead of us.
Yet at first we had only the blackest disappointment. When we reached the morass on the moor, there were marks of sheep in profusion, and in one place the tracks of cows. But of the boy or the German there was no sign. Yet they could not have gone this way without leaving a trace.
Check number 1. But wait a moment. What have we here?
The bicycle track.
A bicycle, certainly, but not the bicycle.
Oh?
This, as you perceive, is a Dunlop tyre with a patch on the outer cover. Heidegger's tyres were Palmer's, which leave longitudinal stripes. The mathematical master was sure upon the point. But whoever it was, he was going from the direction of the school.
Yeah, or towards it.
Oh, no, my dear Watson. The more deeply sunk impression is the hind wheel, upon which the weight rests, and in several places it has passed across and obliterated the more shallow wheel mark. Let us trace this backwards.
We did so, and although it was intermittent, and once nearly lost beneath the hoofs of cows, it ran back as far as the Ragged Shore.
Well. It is, of course, possible that a cunning man might change the tyre of his bicycle in order to leave unfamiliar tracks. A criminal who is capable of such a thought is one I should be proud to do business with. We will leave this question undecided and hark back to the morass again.
This time, our systematic survey was rewarded. Down the centre of a path ran an impression like a fine bundle of telephone wires.
The Palmer tyre. Kindly walk clear of the path and let us see if we can follow its trail.
Although we frequently lost sight of the track, this portion of the moor had enough soft patches in it for us to pick it up once more.
Do you observe that the rider is undoubtedly forcing the pace?
Yes.
Both tyre impressions are as deep as each other. That can only mean he is throwing his weight forward as a man does when he is sprinting. Hello. Look, he's had a fall. And a bad one.
To my horror, Holmes held up a crumpled branch of flowering gorse. The yellow blossoms were all dabbled with crimson. On the path, too, and among the heather, were dark stains of blood.
Not an unnecessary footstep, Watson. Now, what have we here? He fell wounded, he stood up, he remounted, he proceeded. Cattle on the side path. He was surely not gored by a bull.
Hardly likely.
No, but I see no traces of anyone else. We must push on, Watson.
Right. Our search was not a very long one. Out of the thick gorse bushes ahead, we dragged a bicycle with Palmer tires, smeared all over with blood. Beyond the bushes lay the rider. He wore shoes, but no socks, and a nightshirt below his coat. It was undoubtedly the German master, with a frightful blow on his head, which had crushed half his skull. To save time, we called over a man whom we saw cutting peat, and sent him off, frightened by what he had seen, with a note to Dr. Huxtable to alert the police. Then, a little way from the body, we paused, while Holmes analysed our discoveries.
We have picked up 2 clues this morning, Watson.
The 2 different bicycles.
One has led here. But before we see where the other leads us, let us be certain of what we know already.
Well, the boy left of his own free will.
That is sure. He was fully dressed when he fled, so he foresaw what he would do. But the German went without his socks. He certainly acted on very short notice.
From his bedroom window, he saw the boy leave. He seized his bicycle, pursued the lad, and in pursuing him, met his death.
Which brings us to a critical part of the argument. A man could run and overtake a boy, but the German does not do so. He turns to his bicycle, because he can see that the boy has some swift means of escape.
The other bicycle?
I continue the reconstruction for a moment. The master meets his death not by a bullet, which even a lad might conceivably discharge, but by a savage blow from a vigorous arm.
So, the boy had a companion in his flight.
Which was swift, since it took 5 miles before an expert cyclist could overtake them. Yet we survey the ground round the scene of the tragedy. A few cattle tracks, nothing more. No cycle tracks, no human footmarks.
Holmes, this is impossible.
A most illuminating remark. It is impossible, as I stated, and therefore I must in some respect have stated it wrong. Come then, let us see what the Dunlop tire with the patched cover has to offer us.
We picked up the track again and followed it, until we lost it at a point where it might equally have led to Holderness Hall or the village on the Chesterfield Road. Holmes opted for the latter, but as we approached the village inn, where a man sat smoking a black clay pipe, Holmes gave a sudden groan and clutched my shoulder.
Thank you.
He had twisted his ankle.
Mr. Reuben Hayes?
Aye. Who are you? And how did you get me name, Sir Pat?
It's on the board above your head.
Ah.
It's easy to see a man who is master of his own house. Have you such a thing as a carriage in your stables?
I have not.
I can hardly put my foot to the ground.
Don't put it to the ground.
But I can't walk.
Well, then hop.
This is really rather an awkward fix for me. I don't mind how I get on.
Yeah, neither do I.
I would offer a sovereign for the use of a bicycle to Holderness Hall.
Pals of the Duke, are you?
We bring him news of his son.
What?
Heard of in Liverpool. They expect to get him any hour.
I've less reason to wish the Duke well than most. But I was his head coachman once, and cruel bad he treated me. But I'll help you to take the news to the hall.
Thank you. We'll have some food first, and then you can bring round the bicycle.
I haven't got a bicycle, I tell you.
Once inside the inn, it was astonishing how quickly Holmes's sprained ankle recovered. It was after we had eaten, and Holmes was looking out at the stables in the squalid courtyard, that a thought suddenly struck him.
By heavens, Watson, that's it. You remember seeing those cattle tracks today?
Well, yes, of course, they were everywhere.
Exactly. Well, now, Watson, how many cows did you see on the moor?
I don't remember seeing any.
Strange, eh?
Well, now you mention it, yes, it is.
But can you also recall how the tracks looked?
No, not particularly.
Yeah, but I can. What a blind beetle I'd been not to draw the conclusion earlier.
What conclusion?
Only that it is a remarkable cow which canters and gallops. Come on, the coast seems to be clear. Let's slip out.
In the tumble-down stable, we found two rough-haired, unkempt horses. Holmes raised the hind leg of one of them.
Old shoes, but new nails. This case deserves to be a classic. Let us go across to the smithy.
But before we could do so, we were confronted by the landlord.
You infernal spies! What are you doing here?
Why, Mr. Hayes, one might think you were afraid of our finding something out.
Now, well, you're welcome to all you can find out, but I don't care for folk poking about my place without my leave. So the sooner you pay your score and get out of here, the better I shall be pleased.
So we left. But no sooner had the curve of the road hidden us from the inn than Holmes stopped.
We were warm at that inn, Watson. I grow colder every step I take away from it.
A more self-evident villain than that Reuben Hayes I never saw.
Yes. The inn is an interesting place. There are the horses. There is the smithy. I think we shall have another look at it.
We turned off the road and were making our way up the hill when we saw, coming from the direction of Holderness Hall, a cyclist.
Get down, Watson.
The man flew past us amid a cloud of dust, in which we glimpsed the pale, agitated face of James Wilder.
Come, Watson. Let's see what he does.
By the time we reached the inn, Wilder's bicycle was leaning against the wall. There was no sight of anyone. Then, suddenly, a trap wheeled out of the yard and tore off at a furious pace in the direction of Chesterfield.
What do you make of it, Watson?
It looks like flight. But it was not James Wilder.
No. But there he is at the door.
The secretary stood peering out into the night. It was evident he was expecting someone. Eventually, a second figure appeared on the road and went in. But it was by now too dark for us to see more than the person's silhouette crossing the threshold.
It's a curious class of custom that is done by this inn. Come, Watson. We really must investigate this a little more closely. Have you a match, Watson?
Yes, here.
Let's have a look at this bicycle.
A Dunlop tire with a patch.
So, there just remains that window above us. If you will be good enough to bend your back and support yourself upon the wall, I think I can manage a peep through.
Yes, very well.
And it was no more than that. For he hardly had his feet on my shoulders than he was back down again, and without a word we set off down the road, first to Mackleton Station to send telegrams, and then back to the school to console Dr. Huxtable, and then to sleep after our busy day. The next morning, with Holmes promising the solution to the mystery, we went to Holderness Hall.
I must see the Duke, Mr. Wilder.
But he's in his room.
Then I must go to his room.
I believe he's in his bed.
I will see him there.
Very good, Mr. Holmes. I will tell him you're here.
Thank you.
After half an hour's delay, the great nobleman appeared. He seemed to me to be an altogether older man than he had been the morning before.
Well, Mr. Holmes?
I think, Your Grace, that I could speak more freely in Mr. Wilder's absence.
If your Grace wishes me to go,
Yes, you had better go. Now, Mr. Holmes, what do you have to say?
Dr. Huxtable mentioned that a reward totaling £6,000 had been offered in this case.
That is correct.
Then perhaps you will be good enough to make me out a cheque for that amount.
Is this some unpleasant joke, Mr. Holmes?
No, not at all. I know where your son is, and I know some, at least, of those who are holding him.
Where is he?
At the inn about 2 miles from your park gate, known as the Fighting Cock.
And whom do you accuse?
You.
How much do you know?
I saw you together last night.
Does anyone else besides your friend know?
I have spoken to no one.
Nor I.
Then I shall write you the cheque as you ask, and trust you are both men of discretion. This need go no further.
Matters can hardly be arranged so easily, Your Grace. There is the death of the schoolmaster to be accounted for.
But James knew nothing of that. It was the work of the brutal ruffian he had the misfortune to employ. He was not present at the murder, and abhors the fact that it occurred. The instant he heard of it, he made a complete confession to me. He lost not an hour in breaking entirely with the murderer who has escaped.
Reuben Hayes was arrested at Chesterfield on my information at 11 o'clock last night.
You seem to have powers that are hardly human. I'm glad to hear that Hayes is taken, as long as it will not react upon my son.
On Lord Saltire?
No, Mr. Holmes. On my son, James.
It was now Holmes's turn to be astonished by the revelation that James Wilder was the offspring of an earlier liaison, and that the Duke had cherished him for the sake of the now dead mother. But James had always hated his legitimate brother, and conceived a scheme to bargain the return of the abducted son for his own nomination as the Duke's heir.
He knew well I should never knowingly invoke the police against him. But he never made such a proposal to me, for your discovery of that man Heidegger's body wrecked his scheme.
But why did you leave Lord Saltire at the inn?
James begged me to leave him under the charge of Mrs. Hayes for 3 days. It was impossible to inform the police where he was without telling them also who was the murderer. And that must have ruined my unfortunate James.
I am bound to tell you, Your Grace, that you have placed yourself in a most serious position in the eyes of the law. But even if all that is resolved without the public scandal which you seek to avoid, the presence of Mr. James Wilder in your household can only lead to further misfortune.
I understand that, Mr. Holmes. It is already settled that he shall leave me forever and go to seek his fortune in Australia. Since much of the unhappiness in my married life was caused by his presence, I am also hopeful that the Duchess and I can make amends.
It was, of course, a note as if from the Duchess that Mr. Wilder added to your letter to entice Lord Saltire to leave.
Yes. He first cycled over and spoke to him and arranged for him to go with a man who would be waiting at midnight with a horse.
Hayes, of course, who had shod his horses with shoes which counterfeited the tracks of cows. Do you know where he learned so extraordinary a device?
Come this way, gentlemen.
The Duke opened a door and showed us into a large room furnished as a museum. He led the way to a glass case in a corner and pointed to the inscription.
These horseshoes were dug up in the moat of Holderness Hall.
Shaped with a cloven foot.
So as to throw pursuers off the track.
Exactly. They are supposed to have belonged to some of the marauding barons of Holderness in the Middle Ages.
Holmes opened the case, moistened his finger, and passed it along one of the shoes. A thin film of recent mud was left upon the skin.
The second most interesting object I have seen in the north.
Extraordinary.
And the first, Mr. Holmes?
The cheque Your Grace is about to write out.
In The Priory School by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Sean Barrett, Dr. Thornycroft Huxtable, Spencer Banks, James Wilder, Hugh Dixon, the Duke of Holderness, and Tony McEwen, Reuben Hayes. The music was written by Jos Sanglier and played by Jos Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The Priory School was dramatized by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. And directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. And directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions.
But now on BBC World Service we present the second of 6 adventures featuring the celebrated detective Sherlock Holmes.
The Second Stain by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
It was one Tuesday morning in autumn that Sherlock Holmes and I received two notable visitors within the walls of our humble room in Baker Street. One, austere, eagle-eyed and dominant, was the illustrious Lord Bellinger, Premier of Britain. The other, dark, handsome and elegant, was the Right Honourable Trelawney Hope, Secretary for European Affairs. The Premier's gaunt face looked gloomily from Holmes to me, and the European Secretary pulled nervously at his moustache as he spoke.
When I discovered my loss, Mr. Holmes, I at once informed the Prime Minister.
At what time did you make the discovery?
At 8 o'clock this morning. At Lord Bellinger's suggestion, we have both come to you.
Have you informed the police?
No, sir. We have not done so. Nor is it possible that we should do. That must, in the long run, mean to inform the public.
And why, sir, should you desire to avoid that?
Because the document in question is of such immense importance that its publication might very easily, I might almost say probably, lead to European complications of the utmost moment.
It is not too much to say that peace or war may hang upon the issue.
Yes, I understand. Now, Mr. Trelawney Hope, I should be much obliged if you would tell me exactly the circumstances under which this document disappeared.
That the European Secretary proceeded to do in a very few words. The letter from a foreign potentate, for such was the missing document, had been received 6 days before. It was of such importance that he had not left it in his safe, but had taken it home each evening and kept it there in a locked dispatch box.
It was there last night. This morning it was gone.
Where was the dispatch box?
It had stood upon my dressing table all night.
Are you a light sleeper?
I am, and so is my wife. We are both prepared to swear that no one could have entered the room during the night.
How long did the dispatch box lie unguarded?
Well, we dined at 7:30. I waited up for my wife, who had gone to the theatre. It was 11:30 before we went to our room.
So it was some 4 hours.
But no one, except my wife's maid or my valet, is permitted to enter that room, and they are both trusted servants.
Besides, neither of them could have known there was anything more valuable than ordinary departmental papers in that box.
Who did know of the existence of the letter?
No one in the house.
Oh, surely your wife knew.
Until this morning, I have never breathed one word upon the matter to my wife.
Who is there in England who did know of the existence of this letter?
Each member of the cabinet was informed of it yesterday.
And besides them?
There are 2, possibly 3 departmental officials who know of it. No one else in England, Mr. Holmes, I assure you.
And abroad?
I believe no one save the man who wrote it.
Now, sir, I must ask you more particularly what this document is.
The envelope is a long, thin one of pale blue. There is a seal of red wax stamped with a crouching lion. It is addressed.
Yes, look, I feel that essential as these details are, my inquiries must go to the heart of the matter. What was the letter?
That is a state secret of the utmost importance, and I fear I cannot tell you, nor do I see that it is necessary.
Well, you are 2 of the most busy men in the country, and in my own small way, I also have a good many calls upon me. Therefore, I regret exceedingly that I cannot help you.
Mr. Holmes.
Any continuation of this interview would, I'm afraid, be a waste of time.
For a minute or more, we all sat in silence. Then the old statesman shrugged his shoulders.
Well, we must accept your terms, Mr. Holmes. It is unreasonable for us to expect you to act unless we give you our entire confidence. But I rely entirely upon your honor and that of your colleague, Dr. Watson.
You may safely trust us.
Very well, then. The letter is from a certain foreign potentate who has been ruffled by some of Great Britain's recent colonial developments. It has been written hurriedly and upon his own responsibility entirely. It is couched in so unfortunate a manner, and certain phrases in it are so provocative, that its publication would lead to a most dangerous state of feeling in this country.
Holmes wrote a name upon a slip of paper and handed it to the Premier.
Exactly. It was he. And it is his letter that has become lost in this unaccountable fashion.
Perhaps the sender desires publication.
On the contrary, we have strong reason to believe that he already understands that he has acted in an indiscreet and a hot-headed manner, and regrets the fact.
Why should anyone desire to steal the letter? Or to publish it?
Well, there, Mr. Holmes, we enter regions of high international politics. But if you consider the European situation, you will have no difficulty in perceiving the motive. Great Britain holds the scales between two armed confederacies. If we were driven into war with one, it would assure the supremacy of the other.
So it is in the interest of the enemies of this potentate to secure and publish this letter so as to make a breach between his country and ours.
Yes, sir.
And if it fell into such hands, it would speed immediately to any of the great chancelleries of Europe.
It would. Now, Mr. Holmes, you are in full possession of the facts. What course do you recommend?
You think that unless this document is recovered, there will be war?
It is very probable.
Then prepare for war.
Oh, my...
That is a hard saying, Mr. Holmes.
Well, consider the facts, sir. On Mr. Trelawney Hope's evidence, it's inconceivable that the letter was taken after 11:30 last night. Once taken, no one has any reason to retain it. And so it is passed on at once to those who need it. What chance have we now to overtake it?
What you say is perfectly logical, Mr. Holmes. I feel the matter is indeed out of our hands.
Well, let us presume, for argument's sake, that the document was taken by the maid or the valet.
No, they are both old and tried servants.
Yes, well, if your room is, as you say, on the second floor, only someone within the house could have taken the letter unobserved. Now, to whom would the thief take it?
To an international spy.
There are 3 in London who may be said to be the heads of their profession. I will begin my research by going round and seeing if any of them is missing, and especially if he has disappeared since last night.
Why should he be missing? He would take the letter to an embassy in London.
No, I believe you are right, Mr. Holmes. He would take so valuable a prize to headquarters with his own hands. I think that your course of action is an excellent one. Meanwhile, we cannot neglect our other duties.
Thank you.
Good morning, Holmes.
Good morning.
The two statesmen left us after promising to communicate with us if there should be any fresh developments. Holmes lit his pipe and sat for some time lost in the deepest thought. I had opened the morning paper and had become immersed in a sensational crime which had occurred in London the night before, when my friend stood up and laid his pipe upon the mantelpiece.
The situation is desperate, but not hopeless. Even now, if we could be sure which of them has taken it, it is just possible that it has not yet passed out of his hands. After all, it's a question of money with these fellows.
Well, you have the British Treasury behind you.
Yes. If it's on the market, I'll buy it. Now, as I said, there are only 3 men capable of playing a game as bold as this. So I must see Oberstein, La Rotière, and Eduardo Lucas.
Is that Eduardo Lucas of Godolphin Street?
Yes.
You will not see him.
Why not?
He was murdered in his house last night.
What? Are you certain?
Holmes has so often astonished me in the course of our adventures that it was with a sense of exultation that I realized how completely I had astonished him.
You saw that in the paper?
Yes, I did.
Well, then please read out the article.
Well,
I did as Holmes had asked, telling him how a police constable had passed the door of number 16 Godolphin Street at midnight and noticed that it was ajar. He knocked but received no answer, so he went into the front room where he could see a light. Beside a chair in the room, still grasping one of its legs, lay Eduardo Lucas, stabbed to the heart. Although the room was in a state of wild disorder, with all the furniture bar that one chair swept to one side, robbery did not appear to be a motive for the crime. There had been no attempt to remove any of the valuable contents of the room.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it?
it's an amazing coincidence.
A coincidence? Here is one of the 3 men we have named as possible actors in this drama, and he meets a violent death during the very hours when we know that that drama was being enacted. The odds are enormous against it being coincidence. No figures could express them.
So, the 2 events are connected?
Well, they must be connected.
But now the official police must know all.
Not at all, no. They know all they see at Godolphin Street. They know, and shall know, nothing of Trelawney Hope's house in Whitehall Terrace. Only we know of both events and can trace the relations between them.
Godolphin Street is only a few minutes' walk from Whitehall Terrace.
Indeed, it had already turned my suspicion against Lucas.
Where do the other agents live, then?
In the extreme West End. It's a small thing, and yet where events are compressed into a few hours, it may prove significant. Hello, what have we here?
Mrs. Hudson had appeared with a lady's card upon her salver. Holmes glanced at it, raised his eyebrows, and handed it over to me.
Yes, ask Lady Hilda Trelawney Hope if she would be kind enough to step up.
A moment later, our modest apartment, already so distinguished that morning, was further honoured by the entrance of the most lovely woman in London. I had often heard of the beauty of the youngest daughter of the Duke of Belminster, but no description had prepared me for its exquisite reality. And yet, as we saw her that autumn morning, it was not her beauty, but her terror that sprang first to the eye.
Has my husband been here, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, madam, he has been here.
I implore you not to tell him I came here.
But your ladyship places me in a very delicate position. I beg that you will sit down and tell me why you have come, but I fear that I cannot make any unconditional promise.
Mr. Holmes, there is complete confidence between my husband and me on all matters save politics. On this, his lips are sealed. He tells me nothing.
He has already indicated as much.
Now, I know that a paper disappeared from our house last night, but because the matter is political, my husband refuses to take me into his complete confidence. Yet it is essential, I say, that I should thoroughly understand it. What was this paper that was stolen?
Madam, what you ask me is really impossible.
But Mr. Holmes...
you must see that it is so, madam. If your husband thinks fit to keep you in the dark over the matter, is it for me, who have only learned the facts under the pledge of professional secrecy, to tell what he has withheld?
Surely you must ask your husband.
I have asked him. I come to you as a last resource. But you would do me a great service if you would at least enlighten me on one point.
What is it, madam?
Is my husband's career likely to suffer through this incident?
Unless it is set to right, it may have a most unfortunate effect.
I see. From an expression which my husband used, I understood that terrible public consequences might arise from the loss of this document.
If he said so, I certainly cannot deny it.
Of what nature are they?
Well, nay, madam, there again you ask me more than I can possibly answer.
Then I will take up no more of your time. Once again, Mr. Holmes, I beg that you will say nothing of my visit.
Yes, madam. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, Watson, the fair sex is your department. What was the lady's game? What did she really want?
Well, surely her own statement is clear. Her anxiety is very natural.
Yes, but think of her manner, Watson, her suppressed excitement, her tenacity in asking questions.
She was certainly much moved.
And you must have observed how she manoeuvred to have the light at her back.
Well, she did not wish us to read her expression.
And yet, the motives of women are so inscrutable. You remember the woman at Margate whom I suspected on the same grounds?
Yes. No powder on her nose. That proved to be the reason.
Well, I mean, how can you build on such quicksand? Well, I must be off.
To Godolphin Street?
Yes, the solution lies with Eduardo Lucas, I'm sure.
Yeah. Have you any idea what has happened?
Oh, it's a capital mistake to theorize in advance of the facts. Now, do you stay on guard, my good Watson, and receive any fresh visitors?
All that day and the next, Holmes was in a mood which his friends would call taciturn and others morose. It was evident to me that things were not going well with him or his quest, although he would say nothing of the case. So it was from the papers that I learned that the coroner's jury brought in the obvious willful murder, but by whom remained as unknown as ever. A counsel of despair, as an alternative to absolute inaction, led the police to arrest the deceased's valet, but then to release him because no case could be sustained against him. Then, upon the fourth day, I came upon a report from Paris in the newspaper.
Really? Do you think it is pertinent?
I do. A lady, a Madame Henri Fournay, has been reported to the authorities by her servants as being insane. Upon investigation, it has been found from photographs that Monsieur Henri Fournet and Eduardo Lucas are one and the same person, and that there is considerable evidence to show that the lady was in London on the night of the murder. One witness even saw a lady of her description watching the house in Godolphin Street.
My dear Watson, you are most long-suffering. If I have told you nothing in the last 3 days, it is simply because there is nothing to tell.
But surely this is final as regards the man's death. I mean, the woman, in her madness, killed him when she discovered he was leading this double life in Paris and London.
Very possibly. But it does not help us much. The man's death is a mere incident in comparison with our real task.
To trace the document.
And prevent a European catastrophe.
Yes.
Only one important thing has happened in the last 3 days, and that is that nothing has happened. I get reports almost hourly from the government, and it is certain that nowhere in Europe is there any sign of trouble.
So the letter can't be loose.
Then where can it be? Was it indeed a coincidence that Lucas met his death on the night when the letter disappeared? Did the letter ever reach him?
Or perhaps this mad wife of his carried it off.
How could I search her house in Paris without the French police having their suspicions aroused?
Yes.
It is a case, my dear Watson, where the law is as dangerous to us as the criminals are.
At this point, we were interrupted by a note from Inspector Lestrade, who was in charge of the Lucas case.
He seems to have observed something of interest.
Oh, really?
Put on your hat, Watson, and we will stroll down together to Godolphin Street.
Right.
The scene of the crime was a high, dingy, narrow-chested house, prim, formal, and solid.
There's Lestrade at the front window.
Yes, looking more like a bulldog than ever.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Constable.
Well, the inspector's waiting for you in the front room.
Thank you.
No trace of the crime now remained in the room in which it had been committed, save an ugly, irregular stain on the carpet. This carpet was a small square in the center of the room, surrounded by a broad expanse of highly polished wood flooring. Over the fireplace was a magnificent trophy of weapons, one of which had been used that tragic night.
Seen the news from Paris?
Oh, yes, in this morning's papers.
Our French friends seem to have touched the spot this time with the dead man's wife. We've got it all as clear as if we'd seen it.
And yet you sent for me?
Ah, yes. That's another matter. A mere trifle. Nothing to do with the main fact. But the sort of thing you take an interest in, Mr. Holmes.
And what is it then?
Well, you know, after a crime, we are very careful to keep things in their position. Nothing has been moved. Officer in charge here, day and night.
Of course.
This morning, we thought we could tidy up a bit. We had occasion to raise this carpet. I'm sure you would never guess in 100 years what we found.
Well, what did you find?
You've seen the stain on the carpet, blood. Well, a great deal must have soaked through, mustn't it?
Oh, yes, undoubtedly.
Well, there is no stain on the woodwork to correspond.
Lestrade took the corner of the carpet in his hand and showed that it was indeed as he said.
But the underside is as stained as the upper. It must have left a mark.
Oh, there is a second stain, but it doesn't correspond with the first. Over this side. You see? Now, what do you make of that, Mr. Holmes?
Well, the two stains did correspond, but the carpet has been turned around.
Well, that's clear enough. For the stains lie above each other if you move the carpet, yes. What I want to know is who shifted it and why.
Has that constable outside been in charge of the place all the time?
Yes, he has.
Yes, well, take my advice, Lestrade. Examine him carefully. Don't do it before us. We'll wait here. Ask him how he dared to admit people and leave them alone in this room. Tell him you know someone has been here.
By George. If he knows it, I'll have it out of him.
And now, Watson, now.
Holmes burst into sudden action. He tore the carpet from the floor, and in an instant was down on his knees, clawing at the squares of wood beneath it. One turned sideways as he dug his nails into it, and hinged back to reveal a small black cavity. But when Holmes plunged his eager hand into it, he drew it out empty.
Quick, Watson, get it back again.
Right. The carpet had only just been drawn straight again when we heard Lestrade returning.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Holmes. Well, he has confessed, all right. Come in here, Macpherson.
I meant no harm, sir, I'm sure. The young woman came to the door last evening. Mistook the house, she did. And then we got talking. It's lonesome when you're on duty here all day.
Get on with it.
She'd read about the crime in the papers and wanted to see where it had happened.
So you showed her?
I saw no harm. She was a respectable young woman, sir.
Oh.
But when she saw that mark on the carpet, down she went in a dead faint. Water wouldn't bring her round, so I went round to the public house for some brandy.
And when you returned, she'd gone?
Yes, sir. Ashamed to face me, so I thought.
You're the one who should be ashamed.
But what about moving the carpet?
Well, sir, it was a bit rumpled, certainly, when I came back. I straightened it out afterwards.
It's a lesson to you that you cannot deceive me, Macpherson. It's lucky for you nothing is missing, or you would find yourself in queer strait.
Look, has this woman been here only once, Constable?
Yes, sir. She was answering an advertisement about typewriting, she said, and came to the wrong number.
Tall? Handsome?
Oh, yes, sir. A well-grown young woman, and very handsome, to be sure.
Very good. Come, Watson. I think we've more important work elsewhere.
As we left the house, Lestrade remained in the front room, while the repentant constable opened the front door to let us out. On the step, Holmes turned and held up something in his hand.
Constable? Good Lord, sir, that's not a word. Oh, excellent. Well, Watson, the curtain rings up for the last act. You will be relieved to hear that there will be no war, and with a little tact and management upon our part, nobody will be a penny the worse for what might have been a very ugly incident.
We made straight for the residence of the European Secretary. But when we arrived, it was for Lady Hilda Trelawney Hope that Holmes inquired.
Mr. Holmes, this is most ungenerous on your part. I explained to you that I desired to keep my visit to you a secret.
Unfortunately, madam, I had no possible alternative. I had been commissioned to recover this paper. I must therefore ask you to be kind enough to place it in my hands.
The lady sprang to her feet, with the colour all dashed from her beautiful face.
You insult me, Mr. Holmes.
Come, madam, it is useless.
The butler shall show you out.
Do not ring, Lady Hilda. If you will work with me, I can arrange everything. If you work against me, I must expose you.
You are mad.
Holmes drew a small piece of card from his pocket. It was the face of a woman, cut out of a portrait.
The policeman outside Eduardo Lucas's house has recognized this. Now be frank with me. It's your only chance.
I tell you again, Mr. Holmes, that you are under some absurd illusion.
I am sorry, Lady Hilda. I have done my best for you.
Holmes rang for the butler, and on learning that Trelawney Hope would be home in a quarter of an hour, decided to wait. The butler had hardly closed the door behind him before Lady Hilda was on her knees at Holmes's feet.
Spare me, Mr. Holmes. For heaven's sake, don't tell him. It would break his heart.
I'm thankful, madam, that you have come to your senses. There is not an instant to lose. Where is the letter?
Here, in this desk.
How can we return it? Where is the dispatch box?
Still in the bedroom.
Excellent. You have a duplicate key, of course. Use it then, Lady Hilda. Place the envelope deep down among the other papers.
Of course, Mr. Holmes.
When Lady Hilda returned, there were still 10 minutes before her husband was expected.
I'm going far to screen you. In return, tell me frankly the real meaning of this extraordinary affair.
It was a letter of mine, Mr. Holmes. An indiscreet letter written before my marriage. I meant no harm, but I fear my husband would have thought it criminal.
And this letter came into Lucas's possession?
He offered to exchange it for a certain document of my husband's, which he would describe to me, or lay my letter in front of my husband.
It was clear from the emotion in her voice that she valued her husband's love above all else, so she had followed the instructions Eduardo Lucas gave her to obtain the document and delivered it to Godolphin Street. When she was let in, she left the door ajar behind her, for she feared to be alone with the man.
The instant I gave him the document, there was a sound at the door and steps in the hall. Lucas pulled back the carpet and put the document in a hiding place in the floor.
Did you see the other person?
It was a woman, screaming in French, who rushed in and began to struggle with Lucas. I fled from the house, and only next morning in the paper did I learn what had happened.
But you had your own letter?
Yes, and so I was happy, until I saw my husband's anguish at the loss of his paper. The enormity of my offence was confirmed when I visited you, so I turned my whole mind to recovering the paper from its hiding place. As you have discovered, I finally succeeded in finding a way last night.
There was no further time for discussion, for Trelawney Hope arrived, accompanied by the Prime Minister, and Lady Hilda withdrew.
Gentlemen, I have inquired at every point where the letter might be, and I am sure there is no danger to be apprehended.
That is not enough, Mr. Holmes. We must have something definite.
I am in hopes of getting it. That is why I'm here. I am not convinced that anyone took the letter.
Oh, my dear sir.
Mr. Holmes, this joking is very ill-timed.
You have my assurance that it is missing from the box.
Have you examined the box since Tuesday morning?
No, it was not necessary.
You may conceivably have overlooked it.
Oh, impossible.
But I'm not convinced of it. I have known such things happen. They're mixed up with the other papers, perhaps.
No, I have had everything out.
Well, surely it is easily decided. Let us have the dispatch box brought in.
Trelawney Hope rang for his valet to fetch the box. Once he had it, he unlocked it and took out each paper one by one.
A letter from Lord Morrow, report from Sir Charles Hardy, letter from... Oh, good heavens. Lord Bellinger, look.
The letter, and intact.
Oh, what a weight from my heart. But this is inconceivable, impossible. Mr. Holmes, you are a sorcerer. How did you know it was there?
Well, because I knew it was nowhere else.
I must tell my wife that all is well. Hilda! Hilda!
Come, sir. There is more in this than meets the eye. How came the letter back in the box?
Watson and I also have our diplomatic secrets. Prime Minister?
Oh, yes.
Indeed, Mr. Holmes. Indeed.
In The Second Stain, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Timothy Bateson, Lord Bellinger, Lawrence Payne, Trelawney Hope, Rosalind Ayres, Lady Hilda Trelawney Hope, Steve Hodson, Inspector Lestrade, and Andrew Wincott, the naive police constable Macpherson. The music was written by Joss Sanglier and played by Joss Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The Second Stain was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions.
Sherlock Holmes will be back next week to investigate the mystery of the Copper Beeches, a delightful old house deep in the English countryside, where there's something funny going on. The Copper Beeches next week.
Charles Augustus Milverton by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
When Sherlock Holmes and I returned to Baker Street late one winter afternoon, we were pleased to be back in front of our sitting-room fire.
Oh, that's better, Watson. Frost is particularly sharp tonight.
Someone has called in our absence.
So I see. Who's the call from?
Charles Augustus Milverton, it says.
Oh.
What, do you know him then, Holmes?
I certainly do. The worst man in London.
Good Lord.
Is there anything on the back of the card?
We'll call at 6:30.
He's about due. Do you feel a creeping, shrinking sensation, Watson, when you stand before the serpents in the zoo and see the slithery, gliding, venomous creatures with their deadly eyes and wicked, flattened faces?
Is that how Milverton impresses you?
It is. I've had to do with 50 murderers in my career, but the worst of them never gave me the repulsion which I have for this fellow.
Then what does he want from you?
I regret he is here at my invitation.
Oh? Well, who is he?
The king of all the blackmailers, Watson. Heaven help the man, and still more the woman, whose secret or reputation come into the power of Milverton. With a smiling face and a heart of marble, he will squeeze and squeeze until he has drained them dry.
But how does he work?
He pays very high sums for letters which compromise people of wealth and position. He receives them from treacherous valets or maids, and genteel ruffians who've gained the confidence of trusting women. Everything which is in the market goes to Milverton, and there are hundreds in this great city who turn white in his name.
But surely the fellow must be within the grasp of the law?
Technically, no doubt, but practically not. His victims dare not hit back. No, we must find other ways to fight him.
And why is he here?
Because Lady Eva Brackwell, the most beautiful debutante of last season, has placed her piteous case in my hands.
Lady Eva Brackwell? Haven't I read that she is to be married soon to the Earl of Dovercourt?
In a fortnight.
And Milverton has letters of hers?
Imprudent, Watson, nothing worse. Written to an impecunious squire in the country.
But sufficient to break off the match.
If Milverton sends them to the Earl, as he threatens. I have been commissioned to make the best terms with him I can to prevent that.
Soon afterwards, a clatter and a rattle in the street below heralded Milverton's arrival. A minute later, he was in our sitting-room. Milverton was a man of 50, with something of Mr. Pickwick's benevolence in his appearance, marred only by the insincerity of the fixed smile and by the hard glitter of restless and penetrating eyes. Holmes disregarded Milverton's outstretched hand. The man shrugged, removed his overcoat with great deliberation, and then took a seat.
This gentleman, is it discreet? Is it right?
Dr. Watson is my friend and partner.
Very good, Mr. Holmes. It's only in your client's interest that I protested. The matter is so very delicate.
Dr. Watson has already heard of it.
Then we can proceed to business. Has Lady Eva empowered you to accept my terms?
What are your terms?
£7,000.
And the alternative?
Oh, my dear sir, it is painful for me to discuss it. But if the money is not paid on the 14th, there certainly will be no marriage on the 18th.
I am, of course, familiar with the contents of these letters. I shall counsel my client to tell her future husband the whole story and to trust to his generosity.
You evidently do not know the Earl. I assure you he will fail to appreciate them. However, if you think that it is in the best interests of your client that these letters be placed in the hands of the Earl, then you would indeed be foolish to pay so large a sum of money to regain them.
Wait a little. We are too fast. We would certainly make every effort to avoid scandal in so delicate a matter.
I'm sure you would see it in that light.
At the same time, I assure you that £2,000 will be a drain upon Lady Eva's resources, and that the sum you name is utterly beyond her power. I beg, therefore, that you will moderate your demands.
I am aware that what you say is true about the lady's resources. At the same time, you must admit that the occasion of a lady's marriage is a very suitable time for her friends and relatives to make some little effort on her behalf.
It is impossible.
Dear me, dear me. How unfortunate. I cannot help thinking that ladies are ill-advised in not making an effort. Look at this letter.
That crest on the envelope looks very familiar.
Oh, it is. And tomorrow morning this will be in the hands of the lady's husband. And all because she will not find the beggarly sum which she could get in an hour by turning her diamonds into paste. Oh, it is such a pity. And yet I find you, a man of sense, boggling about terms when your client's future and honour are at stake. You do surprise me, Mr. Holmes.
Surely it is better for you to take the substantial sum which I offer than to ruin this woman's career. which can profit you in no way.
Oh, there you make a mistake, Mr. Holmes. I have 8 or 10 similar cases maturing. If it was circulated among them that I had made a severe example of the Lady Eva, I should find all of them much more open to reason. You see my point?
Watson, get behind him.
Yes.
Close the door. Don't let him get out. Now, sir, let us see the contents of that notebook.
Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, I've been expecting you to do something original. This has been done so often that I have been forced to carry a revolver, you see.
But would you use it?
Most certainly, since I know the law will support me. Besides, I would do nothing so foolish as bring the letters here. And now, gentlemen, I have 1 or 2 more little interviews this evening, so I will bid you... Watson! I meant what I said.
Put the chair down, Watson. We shall have to find another way around this particular problem.
Don't waste your energy, Mr. Holmes. There's no other way.
Without a word, Holmes moved to his chair by the fire. He sat there motionless, hands buried deep in his trouser pockets, eyes fixed upon the glowing embers. For half an hour he was silent and still. Then he sprang to his feet and passed into his bedroom. And it was as a rakish young workman that he reappeared.
I'll be back sometime, Watson.
For some days, Holmes came and went at all hours in this attire, but beyond a remark that his time was spent at Hampstead, where I knew from the calling card that Milverton lived, I knew nothing of what he was doing. At last, however, on a wild, tempestuous evening, he returned and removed his disguise before sitting before the fire.
You would not call me a marrying man, Watson.
What? Oh, no, indeed.
You will be interested to hear that I am engaged.
My dear fellow, well, I congratulate you.
Milverton's housemaid.
Hey, good heavens, Holmes.
I wanted information, Watson.
Well, surely you've gone too far.
It was a necessary step. I am a plumber with a rising business. Escort by name. I have walked out with her each evening, and I have talked with her. Good heavens, those talks. However, I've got all I wanted. I know Milverton's house as I know the palm of my hand.
Yes, but the girl, Holmes.
Well, you can't help it, my dear Watson. You must play your cards as best you can when such a stake is on the table. However, I rejoice to say that I have a hated rival who will certainly cut me out the instant that my back is turned. What a splendid night it is.
Will you like this weather?
Oh, it suits my purpose. Watson, I mean to burgle Milverton's house tonight.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Holmes, now think what you're doing.
My dear fellow, I have given it every consideration. I suppose that you will admit that the action is morally justifiable, though technically criminal. To burgle his house is no more than to forcibly take his pocketbook, an action in which you were prepared to aid me.
Yes, it is morally justifiable, as long as your object is to take no articles save those which are used for an illegal purpose.
Exactly. So I have only to consider the question of personal risk. Surely a gentleman should not lay too much stress upon this when a lady is in most desperate need of his help.
Yes, but you will be in a very false position if you're discovered.
Well, that's part of the risk. There is no other possible way of regaining those papers. Tomorrow is the last day of grace. I must therefore abandon my client to her fate, or I must play this last card.
And I don't like it. But I suppose it must be. All right, when do we start?
We start? Oh, you're not coming.
Oh, then you're not going. I give you my word of honour that I will take a cab straight to the police station and give you away, unless you let me share this adventure with you.
You can't help me.
How do you know that? Can't tell what may happen. Anyway, my resolution is taken.
Well, well, my dear fellow, be it so. We have shared the same room for some years, and it would be amusing if we ended by sharing the same cell.
Oh, I trust you've made enough plans to prevent such an eventuality.
I believe so. You know, Watson, I've always had an idea that I would have made a highly efficient criminal. This is my chance of a lifetime in that direction.
And what is that?
A first-class, up-to-date burgling kit, with every modern improvement which the march of civilization demands. Have you a pair of silent shoes?
Yes, I have rubber-soled tennis shoes.
Excellent. And a mask?
Mask? Well, I can make a couple out of black silk.
I can see that you have a strong natural turn for this sort of thing. Now, what's the time?
9:30.
Then we shall have some cold supper before we start. At 11 we shall drive as far as Church Row. It's a quarter of an hour's walk from there to Milverton's house. We shall be at work before midnight.
And what time does Milverton retire?
Punctually at 10:30, and he's a heavy sleeper. With any luck, we shall be back here by 2 with the Lady Eva's letters in my pocket.
Holmes and I put on our dress clothes, so that we might appear to be two theatre-goers homeward bound. In Oxford Street, we picked up a hansom and drove to an address in Hampstead. Here we paid off our cab, and with our greatcoats buttoned up against the cold and the wind, we walked along the edge of the heath.
It's a business that needs delicate treatment. The documents are in a safe in the fellow's study, and the study is the anteroom of his bedchamber. On the other hand, Agatha...
Who's Agatha?
That's my fiancée.
Oh, yes. Well,
she says it is a joke in the servants' hall that it's impossible to wake the master.
is there no one else likely to be about?
Milverton has a secretary who is devoted to his interest and never budges from the study all day. That's why we're going at night.
Was there no dog that might give us away?
There is a beast of a one who might contrive to do more than that if we came within its reach.
Oh, then I fear we are risking too much.
If we did not have an unwitting ally within the house, I would agree with you.
Oh, this girl Agatha again.
I met her late the last 2 evenings, and she locks the brute up so as to give me a clear run.
Well, I sincerely hope she remembered to do so again.
Right, look. This is the house. This big one in its own grounds. Close the gate again, Watson.
Sorry.
We want nothing disturbed from its usual pattern. Now, over to the right among the laurels. We might put our masks on here, I think.
Right.
You see, there is not a glimmer of light in any of the windows, and everything is working splendidly.
With our black silk face coverings, which turned us into two of the most truculent figures in London, we stole up to the silent, gloomy house.
That's his bedroom. This door opens straight into the study. It would suit us best, but it is bolted as well as locked, and we should make too much noise getting in. Come round here. There's a greenhouse which opens into the drawing room.
The place was locked, but Holmes removed a circle of glass and turned the key on the inside. An instant afterwards, he had closed the door behind us, and we had become felons in the eyes of the law. We moved through first one door and then a second. I felt several coats hanging from the wall, and understood that we were in a passage. We passed along it, and then Holmes very gently opened a further door upon the right-hand side.
Holmes, I swear I saw something move.
Yes, you did.
Oh, is that all?
Most quietly from now on.
Yes.
This is his study.
The room was well illuminated by a good fire. In the corner, between the bookcase and the wall, there stood a tall green safe, the firelight flashing back from the polished brass knobs upon its face. Holmes stole across and looked at it. Then he crept to the door of the bedroom and stood listening intently. Then he came back into the centre of the room.
You make ready our retreat through the door to the veranda, Watson.
Right.
Holmes, what is it?
This door is neither locked nor bolted.
Something's not quite right, but I can't make it out. I don't like it. Anyhow, we have no time to lose.
Can I do anything?
Yes, stand by the door. If you hear anyone come, bolt it on the inside and we can get away as we came.
Right.
If they come the other way, we can get through the door if our job is done. Or hide behind these window curtains if it is not.
I understand.
My first feeling of fear had passed away, and I thrilled now as keenly as I had ever done when we were the defenders of the law, rather than its defiers. I watched Holmes unrolling his case of instruments and choosing his tools with the calm scientific accuracy of a surgeon who performs a delicate operation. I knew that the opening of safes was a particular hobby with him, and I understood the joy which it gave him to be confronted with this green and gold monster, the dragon which held in its maw the reputation of many fair ladies. For half an hour he worked with concentrated energy, laying down one tool, picking up another, handling each with the strength and the delicacy of the trained mechanic. Finally, the broad green door swung open, and inside I had a glimpse of a number of paper packets. No sooner had Holmes begun to examine them, however, than we heard someone approaching. Holmes swung the door of the safe to, picked up his tools, and darted behind the curtain, motioning me to do the same. Only when it seemed certain that whoever had come in was sitting at the desk did I dare to part the curtains and peek through. Right in front of us was the broad, rounded back of Milverton. It was evident that we had entirely miscalculated his movements, that he had never been to his bedroom, but that he had been sitting up in some smoking room in the farther wing of the house, the windows of which we had not seen. Now, from his composed bearing and his comfortable attitude, there was no promise of a speedy departure. I was not sure if, from Holmes's position, he could see what was only too obvious from mine, that the door of the safe was imperfectly closed, and that Milverton might at any moment observe it. I determined in my own mind that if the safe did catch his eye, I would spring out, throw my greatcoat over his head, pinion him, and leave the rest to Holmes. But Milverton never looked up. And then there came a remarkable development, which turned our thoughts into quite another channel.
You're very nearly half an hour late.
I'm sorry.
Now, don't stand over in a dark corner so I have to shout at you. There. That's better. Now you've made me lose some of my night's rest, my dear. I hope you'll prove worth it. If you couldn't come any other time,
No.
Well, if you couldn't. If the Countess is a hard mistress, you have your chance to get level with her now. Bless the girl, what are you shivering about? Pull yourself together. Now, you say that you have 5 letters which compromise the Countess d'Albert. You want to sell them. I want to buy them. So far, so good. It only remains to fix the price. I should want to inspect the letters, of course. If they're really good specimens, Good heavens.
For the first time, the woman had raised her veil. Holmes and I exchanged glances, and I saw he was as amazed as I was, for it was a face that we knew from pictures, usually showing her with a high diamond tiara upon her head. The name of her noble family was one of the most time-honoured in the land.
Yes, it is I, a woman whose life you have ruined.
You were so very obstinate. Why did you drive me to such extremities? I assure you I wouldn't have to fly of my own accord, but every man has his business. So what was I to do? I put the price well within your means. You wouldn't pay.
So you sent the letter to my husband. And he, the noblest gentleman that ever lived, a man whose boots I was never worthy to lace, he broke his gallant heart and died.
I gave you fair warning.
How dare you speak of fairness? When I last came through that door, I begged and prayed you for mercy, and you laughed in my face, as you are trying to laugh now, only your coward heart cannot keep your lips from twitching. But at least that night taught me how I could meet you face to face and alone.
I don't imagine you can bully me. I'm going to raise my voice, and I could call my servants and have you arrested. But I would make allowance for your natural anger. Leave this room as you came, and I will say no more.
You will ruin no more lives as you ruined mine. You will wring no more hearts as you wrung mine. I will free the world of a poisonous thing.
Now, be reasonable. Put that revolver away. We can talk about this little thing further.
The time for reason is long past.
No interference on our part could have saved the man. But as the woman poured bullet after bullet into Milverton's body, I would have sprung out had I not been restrained by Holmes's strong grasp on my wrist. I understood the message of that firm grip. It was no affair of ours. Justice had overtaken a villain, and we had our own duties, which were not to be lost sight of. But once the woman had rushed from the room, we came quickly from behind the curtains.
Lock that inner door, Watson.
Right. Right.
Then come over here and help me with these papers. Yes, sir. Come in. Everything from the safe must go on the fire.
Yes.
Don't stop to wonder what it is. Just get it all into the flames. Quickly, break that door and hoover off.
Yeah, there. That's the last of it.
Right. Now through the other door. I'll lock it from the outside.
I could not have believed that an alarm could have spread so swiftly. As we emerged onto the lawn, figures were already streaming out of the front door and down the drive.
Head in that direction, Watson. Yes. We can scale the door over there. Right, I'm coming.
I'll get you!
As I sprang to follow Holmes over the wall, I felt the hand of the man behind me grab at my ankle. But I kicked myself free, and we were both over and dashing away across the expanse of Hampstead Heath. We'd run 2 miles, I suppose, before we halted and listened intently. There was absolute silence behind us. We were safe. We had just finished breakfast the following morning when Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard was ushered into our sitting room.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning.
May I ask if you were very busy just now?
We're not too busy to listen to you.
Oh. Well, I thought that if you had nothing particular on hand, you might care to assist us in a most remarkable case which occurred only last night in Hampstead.
Oh, really?
What sort of case?
A most dramatic murder, Mr. Holmes. It is no ordinary crime. We have had our eyes on Mr. Milverton for some time, and between ourselves, he was a bit of a villain. He is known to have held papers which he used for blackmailing purposes. These papers have all been burned by the murderers.
Murderers? Plural?
Oh, yes. There were 2 of them. They were, as nearly as possible, captured red-handed. We have their footmarks, we have their descriptions. It's 10 to 1 that we can trace them. The first fellow was a bit too active, but the second only just got away from the under-gardener. A middle-sized, strongly built man, square jaw, thick neck, moustache, a mask over his eyes.
Oh, that's a bit vague.
Yes, why, it might even be a description of Watson.
Oh, it's true, it might very well be a description of you, Doctor.
Well, I am afraid I can't help you, Lestrade. The fact is that I knew this fellow Milverton and considered him one of the most dangerous men in London.
But there has been murder done, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I appreciate that. But there are certain crimes which the law does not touch, and which therefore, at least to some extent, justify private revenge.
Mr. Holmes.
No, in this case I find my sympathies are with the criminals rather than the victim. What do you say, Watson?
Huh? I agree with you wholeheartedly, Holmes.
In Charles Augustus Milverton by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Roger Hammond, Milverton, Steve Hodson, Inspector Lestrade, and Heather Bell, the lady. Charles Augustus Milverton was dramatized by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. The Six Napoleons by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
It was no very unusual thing for Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard to look in upon us. His visits were welcome to Sherlock Holmes, for they enabled him to keep in touch with all that was going on at the police headquarters. In return for the news which Lestrade would bring, Holmes was always ready to listen to any case upon which the detective was engaged, and was able occasionally to give some hint or suggestion. On this particular occasion, however, Lestrade had spoken to us of the weather and the newspapers, and then had fallen silent.
Well, Lestrade? Anything remarkable on hand?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. Nothing very particular.
Ah. Then tell us about it.
Ah, yes. Well, there is no use denying that there is something on my mind. And yet it's such an absurd business that I hesitated to bother you about it. On the other hand, it is undoubtedly odd. Although more in Dr. Watson's line than yours, I fancy.
Oh, disease, then, or illness?
Madness, anyhow.
Oh.
And you wouldn't think there was anyone living now who had such a hatred of Napoleon that he would break any image of him that he could see.
Oh. Well, that's no business of mine.
Exactly. But when a man commits burglary to break images which are not his own...
that brings it away from the doctor and onto the policeman.
Burglary is more interesting. Well, let me hear the details.
The first case was reported 4 days ago. There's a shop in the Kennington Road that sells pictures and statues, owned by a Mr. Morse Hudson.
Well, Inspector, my assistant had left the front of the shop for just an instant when he heard a crash. He hurried back and found a plaster bust of Napoleon Bonaparte lying smashed into fragments on the floor.
Was any other damage done?
None at all.
Well, what then?
The lad rushed into the street. Several passers-by had seen a man leave the shop, but there was no means of identifying the rascal.
How much was this bust worth?
A few shillings, that's all.
A senseless act of hooliganism too childish to investigate, Mr. Holmes. Or so I thought at first.
But this was not an isolated case?
No. And the second, which only occurred last night, was more serious.
Not only that, but as Lestrade's narrative demongular as well. A doctor, who was an enthusiastic admirer of Napoleon, had some little time before purchased 2 duplicate casts of the French Emperor from Mr. Hudson's shop. One of these he placed in the hall of his house in Kennington, and the other on the mantelpiece of his surgery in Brixton.
Imagine his astonishment then, Mr. Holmes, to find when he came down this morning that he had been burgled, but nothing had been taken save the plaster head.
Well, this is certainly very novel.
I thought it would please you. The head had only been carried as far as the garden, where it had been dashed savagely against the wall.
Better still.
But what of the second bust?
I was coming to that. When the doctor got to his surgery, he found that the window had been opened during the night and the broken pieces of the bust were strewn all over the room.
Well, the facts are certainly unusual, not to say grotesque. Were the doctor's 2 busts exact duplicates of the one destroyed in the shop?
They were taken from the same mould.
Oh, well, that must tell against the theory that the man who breaks them is influenced by any general hatred of Napoleon. Considering how many hundreds of statues must exist in London, it is too much of a coincidence that this promiscuous iconoclast should chance to begin on 3 identical ones.
Well, on the other hand, Morse Hudson is the only purveyor of busts in that part of London, and these are the only 3 which had been in his shop for many years. A local fanatic might begin with them.
What do you think, Watson?
Well, there are no limits to the possibilities of monomania. The man could conceivably form a fixation about something trifling, but be completely sane in every other way.
He would certainly seem to be sensible enough to find out where these busts are situated.
Yes, and there is a certain method in the proceedings. For example, in the doctor's home, where a sound might rouse the household, the bust was taken outside before being broken.
Ah, yes. Whereas in the surgery, where there was less danger of alarm, it was smashed where it stood.
Still, the affair seems absurdly trifling.
But I dare call nothing trivial when I reflect that some classic cases have had the least promising commencement.
Yes. Remember the dreadful business of the Abernethy family? That was first brought to your notice by the depth which the parsley had sunk into the butter on a hot day.
That's hardly very much.
So you see, Lestrade, I can't afford to smile at your 3 broken busts. I shall be very much obliged if you will let me hear of any fresh developments.
They were quick in coming. I was still dressing next morning when there was a tap on the door and Holmes entered, a telegram in his hand.
Watson. From Lestrade.
Come instantly. 131 Pitt Street, Kensington.
Oh, the image breaker seems to have begun operations in another quarter of London.
Indeed. Now, there's coffee on the table, and I have a cab at the door.
Right. Coming.
In half an hour we had reached Pitt Street, a quiet little backwater beside one of the briskest currents of London life, where a curious crowd had gathered.
By George, it's attempted murder at the least. For nothing less will hold the London message, boy.
Oh.
Now, what's this? The top steps will down and the other one's dry? Footsteps enough, anyhow.
Lestrade received us in the sitting-room of the house, where an agitated elderly man paced up and down. The owner of the house, Mr. Horace Harker, of the Central Press Syndicate.
It's the Napoleon bust business again, Mr. Holmes. But now it's taken a very much graver turn.
Yes, indeed.
Now, what does it turn to, then?
Murder. Mr. Harker, will you tell these gentlemen exactly what has occurred?
Oh, very well.
The journalist began by regretting the fact that he was so confused and bothered that he was unable to write about what had occurred. Slowly, however, he began to tell us the events of a few hours before. They once again centred around a bust of Napoleon, which Harker had bought 4 months previously from Harding Brothers near the High Street station.
I often write until the early morning, and so it was today. I was sitting at the top of the house when I was convinced I heard some sounds downstairs.
What time was that?
About 3 o'clock. I listened, but they were not repeated, and I concluded they came from outside. Then, suddenly, about 5 minutes later, there came a most horrible yell. It will ring in my ears as long as I live. I sat frozen with horror for a minute or two. Then I seized the poker and went downstairs.
To this room?
Yes. The window was wide open, and the bust was gone from the mantelpiece.
Anything else?
No. Then I went to the front door to see if the burglar was anywhere in sight. Stepping out, I nearly fell over a dead man who was lying there. There was a great gash in his throat, and the whole place swimming in blood. He lay on his back, with his mouth horribly open. I shall see him in my dreams.
Who was the murdered man?
You can see the body at the mortuary, Mr. Holmes. But there's nothing to show who he was.
What sort of man?
Tall, sunburnt, very powerful, not more than 30. A horn-handled clasp knife was lying in the blood beside him.
No name on his clothing?
No, nothing at all.
What about his pockets?
Oh, an apple, some string, a shilling map of London, and this photograph.
It represented an alert, ape-like man with thick eyebrows.
And what became of the bust?
It's been found in the front garden of an empty house in Camden Hill Road. Broken into fragments.
Well, then let's go to see it. Once I've had a look round here. Well, the fellow had either very long legs or was most active. It was no mean feat to reach this window ledge and open the window.
Are you coming with us, Mr. Harker?
Oh, no. I must try and make something of this murder on my own doorstep. Though I have no doubt the first editions of the evening papers are out already, with full details, just like my luck.
The spot where the fragments of the bust had been found was only a few hundred yards away. Holmes picked up several of the pieces and examined them carefully. I was convinced from his intent face that at last he was upon a clue.
Well, Mr. Holmes?
We have a long way to go, and yet there are some suggestive facts.
Such as?
The possession of this trifling bust was worth more in the eyes of this strange criminal than a human life. That's one point. And then I would call your attention very particularly to the position of this house in the garden of which the bust was destroyed.
It is an empty house, and so he knew he would not be disturbed.
But there is another empty house further up the street which he must have passed. Why not break it there?
Well, the reason is the street lamp under which we're standing. Here he could see what he was doing.
Ah, that's true. And now I come to think of it, the doctor's bust was broken close to his surgery lamp. But what are we to do with that fact, Mr. Holmes?
To remember it. To docket it.
What steps do you propose to take, Inspector?
The most practical way of getting at it, in my opinion, is to identify the dead man.
No doubt. And yet it is not quite the way in which I would approach it.
No.
I suggest you go on your line and I on mine, and we can compare notes afterwards.
Very good.
If you're going back to Pitt Street, you might tell Mr. Harker that I've quite made up my mind that a dangerous homicidal lunatic with Napoleonic delusions was in his house last night.
Really? Oh, Holmes, you don't seriously believe that?
Don't I? Perhaps I don't. But I'm sure it will be useful for his article. Oh, and Lestrade, I should be glad if you would make it convenient to meet us at Baker Street at 6 o'clock this evening.
6 o'clock. What about the photograph from the dead man's pocket?
I should like to keep it for today.
Until this evening, then.
Now, Watson, we have a long and complex day's work before us.
Yes.
As you've no doubt surmised, we must endeavour to trace these busts to their source, in order to find if there is not something peculiar which may account for their remarkable fate.
Quite.
But our first call at the shop of Harding Brothers in the High Street, where the bust had been purchased, yielded little. We learned that Mr. Harding would be absent until the afternoon, so we decided to come back then, and made our way to the Kennington Road to talk to Mr. Morse Hudson.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, smashed on this very counter, sir. What we pay rates and taxes for, I don't know, when any ruffian can come in and break one's goods.
You sold the 2 statues to the doctor, I understand.
Yes, it was I, sir. Disgraceful business that was, too.
Where do you get the statues from?
I don't see what that has to do with it. And if you really want to know, I got them from Gilder and Company in Church Street, Stepney.
How many did you have?
3. 2 of the doctor's and 1 smashed in broad daylight on my own counter.
Do you know the man in this photograph?
No, I don't. Yes, I do, though. That's Beppo.
Who is he?
Italian. Made himself useful in the shop. Left me last week, and I've heard nothing from him since.
Do you know where he came from, or where he went to?
No, sir, I do not. And now, a good day to you, sir. I must be about my work.
Well, thank you for your help, Mr. Hudson. Well, that's all we could reasonably expect from him.
We have this Beppo as a common factor?
Yes, that was worth a 10-mile drive. Now, Watson, for Gelder and Company of Stepney.
When we found the sculpture works we were seeking, we passed through a yard full of monumental masonry into a large room in which 50 workers were carving or moulding, and from thence to the manager's office.
We make hundreds of casts of Napoleon, Mr. Holmes.
But do your records tell you anything of the 3 that went to Mr. Morse Hudson a year or so ago?
Of course. Yes, here we are. There was a batch of 6. 3 went to him and 3 to Harding Brothers of Kensington.
Now, how are these busts made?
We make 2 moulds of plaster of Paris of each side of the face, join them together and leave them to dry.
And that work is done in the workshop here?
Yes, by the people you see, mostly Italians.
Do you know the man on this photograph?
That rascal, yes, I know him. The only time we have ever had the police here was over this fellow.
Oh? What happened?
He knifed another Italian in the street. He ran into the works with the police at his heels and was taken here.
Do you know where he is now?
The man he attacked lived, so he got off with a year, and must be out of prison now. We have a cousin of his here, and I dare say he could tell you where he is.
No, not a word to the cousin, I beg you. Your ledger says these 6 casts were sold on June the 3rd last year. Could you give me the date Beppo was arrested?
I could tell you roughly by the pay list. Yes, he was last paid on May the 20th.
The afternoon was far advanced, so we snatched a hasty luncheon at a restaurant while Holmes glanced at a newspaper he had bought.
Mr. Horace Harker has got his account into print after all. Here, see for yourself.
Thank you. Murder by a madman. Really?
Quite so. Look towards the end of the article.
It is satisfactory to know that Mr. Lestrade, one of the most experienced members of the official force, and Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the well-known consulting expert, have each come to the conclusion that the grotesque series of incidents arise from lunacy rather than deliberate crime.
The press, Watson, is a most valuable institution, if you only know how to use it. And now, if you've finished, we will hark back to Kensington.
Right.
The manager of Harding Brothers proved to be a crisp little man, very dapper and brisk.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I supplied Mr. Harker with the bust some months ago. One of 3 we ordered from Gelder and Company.
Could you tell me to whom the other 2 were sold?
Well, let us consult the sales book. Yes. Here we are.
Perhaps you will be good enough to note down the details, Watson.
Yes, of course. Josiah Brown of Laburnum Lodge, Laburnum Vale, Chiswick.
And Mr. Sandford?
Yes, of Lower Grove Road, Reading.
Reading, yes.
Good.
Have you ever seen the man on this photograph before?
Oh, no. You would hardly forget him, would you, sir? I have seldom seen an uglier.
Do you have any Italians on your staff?
Yes, sir, several.
Could they have glanced at the sales book if they wanted to?
I dare say. There's no particular reason for keeping a watch on it.
I could see Holmes was thoroughly satisfied by the turn which affairs were taking, and we hurried back to Baker Street for our appointment with Lestrade, who was already waiting impatiently for us.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I have identified the dead man.
You don't say?
And found a cause for the crime.
Splendid.
We have an Inspector Hill on the force who makes a speciality of the Italian quarter. He knew the dead man the moment he caught sight of him.
And who was he?
Pietro Venucci, from Naples, and one of the greatest cutthroats in London.
And the motive you spoke of?
Venucci was connected with the Mafia, which enforces its decrees by murder. The other fellow is also probably Italian and a member of the Mafia, who has broken the rules in some way.
And why is Pietro carrying the photograph of the other man?
So that he does not knife the wrong person. But in the event, having followed his victim, he receives his own death wound in the struggle.
Excellent, Lestrade. But I don't quite follow your explanation of the destruction of the busts.
The busts are nothing. Petty larceny, 6 months at most. It is the murder we are really investigating.
And what is the next stage?
We go down with Inspector Hill to the Italian quarter, find the man on the photograph, and arrest him. Will you come with us?
I think not. I fancy we can lay him by the heels in a simpler way.
In the Italian quarter?
No. I fancy Chiswick is more likely to find him. If you will come with me to Chiswick tonight, Lestrade, I'll promise to go to the Italian quarter with you tomorrow, and no harm will be done by the delay.
I suppose not.
Good. You'll dine with us, of course, Lestrade, but I do not propose to leave before 11. And Watson,
yes?
I should be glad if you would ring for an express messenger. I've a letter to send.
Very well.
Holmes spent the evening rummaging among the files of old papers in one of our lumber rooms, and although he said nothing as a result of his researches, there was triumph in his eyes. I could not yet perceive the goal we would reach, save that the object of our journey was to catch the man in the very act of making an attempt on one of the 2 remaining busts. I could not but admire the cunning with which my friend had inserted a false clue in the paper, so as to give the fellow the idea he could continue his scheme with impunity.
Right, gentlemen, there is a 4-wheeler at the door.
Right.
Do you have your revolver, Watson?
I do.
Then let's be on our way.
When we reached Laburnum Villa, Chiswick, the occupants had evidently retired, for all was dark.
We may thank our stars it's not raining. I fear we may have a long time to wait.
It proved otherwise, however. No sooner had we positioned ourselves in the shadow cast by the garden fence than, without the least sound to warn us, the gate swung open, and a dark figure, as swift and active as an ape, rushed up the path and made for a window.
We could nab him now.
We can as easily wait until he comes out.
We saw the man's lantern move from room to room inside the house, and then suddenly he came back through the window. Under his arm was a bust of Napoleon.
If we don't move now, he'll get away.
Lestrade, look. No, he hasn't finished yet.
The silence of the deserted street reassured the man, and he turned his back on us and laid down his burden.
Now we can move.
Right.
All 3 of us laid hands on the man together, and in an instant Lestrade had fastened handcuffs on him. As we turned round, his furious features glared at us.
The man from the photograph, all right, Mr. Holmes. Just as you said.
But it was not our prisoner to whom Holmes was giving his attention. He was carefully examining the fragments of the bust, but in no way did they differ from any other shattered piece of plaster.
Well, it was a 2-to-1 chance. Let us reassure Mr. Josiah Brown that all is now well.
Mr. Brown proved to be the jovial owner of the house to whom Holmes had sent his letter earlier in the evening, instructing him to lock all his doors on the inside. Now that the burglar had been caught, Mr. Brown would willingly have given us some refreshment, but Lestrade was anxious to get his man to safe quarters, especially as a quick search of his clothing had revealed a long sheath knife, the handle of which bore copious traces of recent blood.
I'm sure I'm exceedingly obliged to you, Mr. Holmes, for the workmanlike way in which you laid hands on him. But I don't quite understand it all yet.
It's rather too late now for explanations. Yes. Besides, there are 1 or 2 details which are not finished off.
Huh?
And it is one of those cases which are worth working out to the very end. If you'll come round to our rooms once more at, say, 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, I think I shall be able to show you that this business is absolutely original in the history of crime.
When we met again next evening, Lestrade was furnished with much information concerning our prisoner. Most of this we already knew, and Holmes listened with polite attention. But I, who knew him so well, could clearly see that his thoughts were elsewhere. It took a ring on our doorbell for his eyes to brighten. A minute later, an elderly, red-faced man was ushered in.
Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes here?
Mr. Sandiford of Reading, I suppose?
Yes, sir. I fear I'm a little late, but the trains were awkward. You wrote to me about a bust of Napoleon that is in my possession.
Exactly.
You are prepared to pay me £10 for it, you say in your letter. Is that right?
Certainly.
Oh, I was very much surprised that you knew I owned such a thing.
I was given your address by Harding Brothers.
Oh, that was it, was it? Were you also told what I paid for it?
No, I was not.
Oh, well, I'm an honest man, though not a very rich one. I only gave 15 shillings for the bust, and I think you ought to know that before I take £10 from you.
The scruple as you honour, Mr. Sandiford, but I have named that price, and I intend to stick to it.
Well, that's very handsome of you, Mr. Holmes. I've brought the bust with me, as you asked. There.
He opened his bag, and at last we saw, placed upon our table, a complete specimen of what we had already seen more than once in fragments.
Excellent. And here is your £10.
Thank you.
Now, if you will be good enough just to sign this paper.
What is it?
Oh, it's simply to transfer every possible right that you ever had in the bust to me. You never know what turn events might take afterwards.
You're a methodical man, sir.
I try to be.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sandiford. And I wish you a very good evening.
And good night to you, sir.
Now, what was that all about?
You'll see in just a moment, Lestrade. Be so good, Watson, as to put this cloth underneath the bust.
Yes.
Thank you. And now, the poker.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, let me see.
Suddenly, Holmes held up one splinter, in which a round, dark object was fixed, like a plum in a pudding.
Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the famous black pearl of the Borgias.
Extraordinary. But how in the world did it get there? Don't I remember that being stolen from that, the Prince of Colonna out of a bedroom at the Dacre Hotel?
You have the case exactly, Lestrade.
Yeah.
Can you also recall on whom suspicion fell?
The maid of the princess. And she had a brother in London. But we failed to trace a connection.
The maid's name was Lucretia Vanucci.
So the Pietro who was murdered 2 nights ago was her brother?
There's no doubt in my mind.
So yesterday you were looking up the details of the case in the papers?
Yes, I found the disappearance of the pearl was exactly 2 days before the arrest of Beppo for some crime of violence in the factory of Gelder and Company.
So, are you saying Beppo was Pietro's confederate?
Oh, he may have been, or he may have stolen the pearl from Pietro. It's of no consequence. I mean, the main fact is that he had the pearl on his person when he was pursued by the police into the factory.
Where he found the 6 casts of Napoleon drying.
Precisely. It was the matter of a moment to conceal the pearl within the wet plaster.
But then Beppo was sent down for a year.
And meanwhile, the 6 busts were scattered over London.
He could not tell which contained his treasure.
Except by breaking each and every one.
That's right. Through a cousin who works for Gelder, he found out the 2 retail firms who had bought the busts.
And he managed to find employment with one of them, Morse Hudson.
In that way, he was able to track down 3 of the busts.
But still no pearl.
Yeah. Through an employee at Harding Brothers, he managed to locate the other 3. But at the first of these, Horace Harker's, his confederate caught up with him and was killed in the subsequent scuffle.
But now, if he was his confederate, why should he carry his photograph?
As a means of tracing him if he wished to inquire about him from any third person, just as we've done.
But did you know all along that it was this pearl?
No, but it was evident that he was looking for something, because he chose to break the bust in a garden which had a lamp overlooking it. The name Vernucci linked these events with the past.
And there were then only the 2 busts left, Josiah Brown's and Mr. Sandford's.
And ultimately, only one. And there it lies. And among its fragments, this pearl, which I feel you might put in the safe, Watson.
Yes, of course.
I have seen you handle a good many cases, Mr. Holmes. But I don't know that I ever knew a more workmanlike one than this. If you come down to Scotland Yard tomorrow, there is not a man, from the oldest inspector to the youngest constable, that wouldn't be glad to shake you by the hand.
Thank you, Lestrade. Thank you.
As Holmes turned away, it seemed to me just for a moment that he was more nearly moved by the softer human emotions than I had ever seen him.
If any other little problem comes your way, I shall be happy, if I can, to give you a hint or two as to its solution.
In The 6 Napoleons by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Timothy Bateson, Horace Harker and Morse Hudson, Lawrence Payne, Harding and Sandiford, Andrew Wincott, the German manager, and Steve Hodson, the congratulatory Inspector Lestrade. The music was written by Jos Sanglier and played by Jos Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The 6 Napoleons was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. The Abbey Grange by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
It was on a bitterly cold and frosty morning during the winter of 1897 that I was wakened by a tugging at my shoulder.
Come, Watson, come.
What?
The game is afoot.
Huh?
But not a word. Just into your clothes, quickly.
Oh, yes, very well, Holmes. 10 minutes later, we were in a cab and rattling through the silent streets on our way to Charing Cross Station. Holmes nestled in silence into his heavy coat, and I was glad to do the same, for the air was most bitter. Only after we had consumed some tea at the station and taken our places on a train for Kent were we sufficiently thawed to discuss the case on which we had so precipitately embarked.
I received this earlier this morning.
Abbey Grange, Marsham, Kent, 3:30 a.m. My dear Mr. Holmes, I should be
very glad of your immediate assistance in what promises to be a most remarkable case. Except for releasing the lady, I will see that everything is kept exactly as I have found it. But I beg you not to lose an instant, as it is difficult to leave Sir Eustace there. Yours faithfully, Stanley Hopkins.
Stanley Hopkins.
Hopkins has called me in 7 times, and on each occasion his summons has been entirely justified.
Yes, I believe I've documented every one.
Yes. So your powers of selection atone for much which I deplore in your narratives.
Well, I believe the readers enjoy them.
But your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of as a scientific exercise has ruined what might have been an instructive and even classical series of demonstrations.
Well, why do you not write them yourself?
I will, my dear Watson, I will. I propose to devote my declining years to a textbook which shall focus the whole art of detection into one volume. However, let us focus for a moment on just this present case.
This note suggests murder.
Yes. There has been violence, and the body left for our inspection. A mere suicide would not have caused Hopkins to send for me. So, a crime, and committed before 12 last night.
How can you possibly tell that?
By inspection of the trains and by reckoning the time. The local police had to be called, they had to communicate with Scotland Yard, Hopkins had to go out, and he in turn had to send for me. All that makes a fair night's work. Here we are.
From Chislehurst Station, it was a drive of a couple of miles to a park gate which opened onto an avenue through a noble park. At the end of it was a low, widespread house where Inspector Stanley Hopkins met us at the doorway.
I'm very glad you've come, Mr. Holmes, and you too, Doctor.
Good morning.
But I should not have troubled you, for since the lady has come to herself, she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
The Randalls?
Exactly. Father and 2 sons. It's their work, I have not a doubt of it.
They were seen and described in Sydenham a fortnight ago.
Yes. It's rather cool to do another so soon and so near, but it is they, beyond all doubt. And this time it's a hanging matter.
Oh, then this Sir Eustace is dead.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall? Yes, he's dead.
Ah.
His head knocked in with his own poker.
Good Lord.
Lady Brackenstall is in the morning room. Poor lady, she has had a most dreadful experience. I think you had best see her and hear her account of the facts first.
Lady Brackenstall was no ordinary person. Seldom have I seen so graceful a figure, so womanly a presence, and so beautiful a face. But now she was drawn and haggard, and her sufferings were physical as well as mental. For over one eye rose a hideous plum-coloured swelling, which her maid was bathing assiduously.
That will do, Teresa. Thank you. Very well, madam. I have told you all that happened, Mr. Hopkins. Could you not repeat it for me?
I would rather Mr. Holmes heard your ladyship's story direct.
Madam, have these gentlemen been in the dining room yet?
We came in here first.
I shall be glad when you can arrange matters. It is horrible to think of him still lying there.
Yes.
She shuddered and buried her face for a moment in her hands. As she did so, the loose gown fell back from her forearm. You have other injuries, madam.
What are these red marks?
It is nothing. It has no connection with the hideous business of last night. If you and your friend will sit down, I will tell you all I can.
Mr. Holmes, Doctor.
Thank you.
I have been married to Sir Eustace Brackenstall for about a year. It is of no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one.
We have already seen some evidence of that.
Perhaps the fault may be partly mine. I was brought up in the freer, less conventional atmosphere of South Australia. This English life, with its proprieties and its primness, is not congenial to me.
But that is not the main reason.
No. It lies in a fact which is notorious to everyone, that Sir Eustace was a confirmed drunkard. To be with such a man for an hour is unpleasant. Can you imagine what it means to be tied to him day and night? It is a villainy to say that such a marriage is binding.
You had been going to tell us of last night.
I am sorry. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. The servants had already gone to their quarters.
Which are where?
In the modern wing. We sleep in this central block.
And your maid?
I have a room above her ladyship's.
Thank you. Please go on, madam.
I sat up until after 11 with a book.
Where?
In this room. Then I walked round to see that all was right before I went upstairs.
Was that your usual custom?
Yes. As I have explained, Sir Eustace was not always to be trusted.
Lady Brackenstall paused, as if the events of the night were still too painful to recall. Then she related how she had been confronted in the dining room by an elderly man stepping in through an open French window.
Behind him were two others. I stepped back, but the first fellow was on me in an instant. I opened my mouth to scream, but he struck me a savage blow. I must have lost consciousness for several minutes, but when I came to myself, they had secured me tightly to a chair.
That's right.
By what means?
They had torn down the bell rope, and a handkerchief round my mouth prevented me from uttering any sound.
Go on.
At this instant, my husband entered the room. He had evidently heard some suspicious sound, for he came prepared with a cudgel in his hand. But when he rushed, one of the burglars, the elderly man, picked up the poker from the grate and struck him a terrible blow. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes again, they had collected the silver and drawn a bottle of wine. Each of them had a glass in his hand.
Cool indeed.
Then they came over to make sure I was still securely bound, and finally they withdrew, closing the window after them.
Oh, how was the alarm raised?
After a quarter of an hour, I got my mouth free. My screams brought Teresa to my assistance.
Yes, that's right.
Any other questions, Mr. Holmes?
No, I will not impose any further tax upon Lady Brackenstall's patience and time. But before we go into the dining room, I should be glad to hear your maid's experience.
I saw the men before ever they came into the house.
Where?
Down by the lodge gate yonder. I saw them as I sat by my bedroom window, but I thought nothing of it at the time.
How long after that did you hear your mistress scream?
About an hour. So down I ran to find her, poor lamb, just as she says. And now you've questioned her long enough, you gentleman. And now she's coming to her room to get that rest she badly needs.
She has been with her all her life. Nursed her as a baby and came with her to England when they first left Australia 18 months ago.
The kind of maid you don't find nowadays.
Right. This way, Mr. Holmes, if you please.
Thank you.
The keen interest had passed out of Holmes's expression, and I knew that with the mystery all the charm of the case had departed. Yet the scene that awaited us in the dining room of the Abbey Grange was sufficiently strange to arrest his attention. A glance took in the details of the rest of the room before our thoughts were entirely absorbed by the horribly injured body which lay spread upon the tiger-skin hearthrug in front of the fire.
Oh, dear, dear, dear.
Bare feet and trousers thrown on over his nightshirt. He had evidently been in his bed when the alarm broke out.
So it would seem. This is the cudgel Lady Brackenstall mentioned?
Yes, and the poker is over here.
Good Lord. Bent into a curve by the force of the blow.
He must be a powerful man, this elder Randall.
Yes, I have some record of him, and he is a rough customer. But we'll get him, and all of them. We have the news at every seaport already, and a reward will be offered tonight. What beats me is how they could have done so mad a thing, knowing that the lady would describe them, and that we could not fail to recognise the description.
Exactly. One would have expected that they would silence Lady Brackenstall as well.
They may not have realised that she had recovered from her faint.
That's likely enough. If she seemed to be senseless, they would not take her life.
Yes.
Hopkins, what about this poor fellow?
A good-hearted man when he was sober, but a perfect fiend when he was drunk. From what I hear, he very nearly came our way once or twice. On the whole, and between ourselves, it will be a brighter house without him.
As Hopkins was speaking, Holmes moved over to examine with great attention the knots upon the red cord with which the lady had been secured. Then he carefully scrutinized the broken and frayed end.
When this was pulled down, the bell must have rung loudly.
No one could hear it. It rings in the kitchen, right at the back of the house.
How did the burglar know that no one could hear it? How dare he pull at a bell rope in that reckless fashion?
Mr. Holmes, you put the very question I have asked myself again and again.
There can be no doubt that this fellow must have known the house and its habits.
He must have been in league with one of the servants.
But all 8 of them are of good character.
Well, the point is a minor one. And when you have Randall, you will probably find no difficulty in securing his accomplice.
Yes.
The lady's story certainly seems to be corroborated, if it needed corroboration, by every detail which we see before us.
Well, what did they take?
Not much. Only half a dozen articles of plate off the sideboard. Lady Brackenstall thinks they were themselves so disturbed by the death of Sir Eustace that they did not ransack the house as they would otherwise have done.
And yet they drank some wine.
To steady their nerves.
Exactly. These 3 glasses on the sideboard, have you touched them?
No, Mr. Holmes. And the bottle stands as they left it.
Hello. Now what is this?
Holmes had lost his listless expression, and again I saw an alert light of interest in his eyes. The bottle standing beside the glasses showed that it was no common vintage which the murderers had enjoyed. Holmes raised the cork and examined it.
This bottle was not opened by a corkscrew, but a pocket screw, probably contained in a knife, and not more than 1.5 inches long. Well, when you catch this fellow, you will find that he has one of these multiplex knives in his possession.
Excellent.
But these glasses do puzzle me, I confess. Lady Brackenstall actually saw the 3 men drinking, did she not?
Yes, she was clear about that.
And there is an end of it. It must be a mere chance about the glasses. Well, good morning, Hopkins. I don't see that I can be of any use to you.
During our return journey, I could see by Holmes's face that he was much puzzled by something which he had observed. At last, by a sudden impulse, just as our train was crawling out of a suburban station, he sprang onto the platform and pulled me out after him.
Excuse me, my dear fellow, but on my life I simply can't leave that case in this condition. Every instinct that I possess cries out against it.
Yes, but the lady's story was complete. I mean, the maid's corroboration was sufficient. What have you to put against that?
3 wine glasses, that is all. Sit down on this bench, Watson.
Yes.
Until a train for Chislehurst arrives. And allow me to lay the evidence before you, imploring you in the first instance to dismiss from your mind the idea that anything which the maid or mistress said must necessarily be true.
Holmes proceeded to list all the details that had excited his suspicion. Some account of the burglars and their appearance had been in the papers, and would naturally occur to anyone who wished to invent a story. Burglars are, in any case, only too glad as a rule to enjoy the proceeds of one undertaking before embarking on another only 2 weeks later. It was an unusually early hour for burglars. It was unusual for them to commit murder when they had the numbers to overpower 1 man. It was unusual for them to be content with a limited plunder. And finally, it was unusual for such men to leave a bottle half full.
How do all these unusuals strike you?
Well, their cumulative effect is certainly considerable, and yet each of them is quite possible in itself.
But at any rate, I have shown that there is a certain element of improbability about the lady's story.
Yes, you have.
And then there are the wine glasses. Can you see them in your mind's eye?
Yes, I see them clearly.
We are told 3 men drank from them. Does that strike you as likely?
There was wine in each glass.
And there was beeswing only in 1 glass.
The last glass filled would be most likely to contain beeswing.
The bottle was full of it. It is inconceivable that 2 glasses were clear and the 3rd heavily charged. There are only 2 possible explanations.
If, after the 2nd glass was filled, the bottle was violently agitated, then the 3rd glass would receive the beeswing.
Correct. But that does not appear probable.
Well, what then do you suppose?
That only 2 glasses were used, and the dregs of both were poured into a 3rd glass, so as to give the false impression that 3 people had been there.
But that can only mean that Lady Brackenstall and her maid have deliberately lied to us.
Yes. So they must have some very strong reason for covering the real criminal. And we must construct our case without any help from them.
Good. We'll not have to wait long for a train.
Oh. The household of the Abbey Grange was much surprised at our return. Holmes, finding that Stanley Hopkins had gone off to report to headquarters, took possession of the dining room, locked the door upon the inside, and devoted himself for 2 hours to one of those minute and laborious investigations which formed the solid basis on which his brilliant edifices of deduction were built. The window, the curtains, the carpet, the chair, the rope, each in turn was minutely examined and duly pondered. Then, to my astonishment, he climbed up on the massive mantelpiece, above which hung the few remaining inches of the bell rope.
It's all right, Watson. We have got our case. One of the most remarkable in the collection. But dear me, how slow-witted I have been.
But you have got your men?
Man, Watson. Only one, but a very formidable person. Witnessed the blow that bent the poker. 6'3", active as a squirrel, dexterous with his fingers, and remarkably quick-witted. For this whole ingenious story is of his concoction. And yet in that bell rope he has given a clue which should not have left us a doubt.
Where was the clue?
If you were to pull down a bell rope, where would you expect it to break?
Well, normally where it's attached to the wire, but this one is frayed.
Exactly. The end we can examine is frayed. He was cunning enough to do that with his knife.
But the other end is not frayed?
Cut clean off. But you can only observe that on the mantelpiece. I could not reach the point it had been cut by at least 3 inches, from which I infer that he is that much taller than I am.
Oh, anything else?
The mark on the seat of the oaken chair.
Yeah, it could be blood.
Undoubtedly it is blood. This alone puts the lady's story out of court. If she was seated on the chair when the crime was done, how comes the mark?
But then she was placed on the chair after the death of her husband.
Precisely. Now I should like a few words with the maid Teresa.
She was stern and ungracious, this taciturn Australian nurse, and it took some time before Holmes's pleasant manner overcame her suspicious nature. But then she did not attempt to conceal her hatred for her late employer, and the cruel manner in which he had treated her mistress.
Of course it was all honey when first we met him. Only 18 months ago. We both feel as if it were 18 years. She'd only just arrived in London. First voyage, she'd never been from home before. He won her with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she's paid for it if ever a woman did.
Is Lady Brackenstall down in the morning room again?
Yes. But you mustn't ask too much of her, for she's gone through all that flesh and blood will stand.
The lady was reclining on the same couch, but looked brighter than before.
I hope you have not come to cross-examine me again.
No. My whole desire is to make things easy for you, for I am convinced that you are a much-tried woman. If you will treat me as a friend and trust me, you may find that I will justify your trust.
What do you want me to do?
To tell me the truth.
Mr. Holmes!
No, Lady Brackenstall, it is no use. You may have heard of any little reputation I possess. I will stake it all on the fact that your story is an absolute fabrication.
You are an impudent fellow.
Have you nothing to tell me?
I have told you all I know.
I am sorry.
Without another word, we left the room and the house. There was a pond in the park, and to this my friend led the way.
Frozen over. But with a hole left?
Yes, for the convenience of that swan, I suppose.
I'll leave a note for Hopkins at the lodge. It may be a hit or it may be a miss, but we are bound to do something to justify this second visit. I think our next scene of operations must be the office of the Adelaide-Southampton shipping line, which, if I remember right, stands at the end of Pall Mall.
Once we reached the office of the shipping line, Holmes's card sent in to the manager ensured instant attention, and he was not long in acquiring all the information which he needed. He found the voyage on which Mary Fraser, as Lady Brackenstall then was, had travelled to England, and learned that all the officers on that voyage were again at sea, all bar one. Jack Croker, who, according to the manager, had not an equal in the fleet for loyalty and honesty, had recently been promoted from first officer to captain. In 2 days' time, he was sailing from Southampton in command of a ship. We then drove to Scotland Yard, but instead of entering, Holmes sat in the cab, lost in profound thought.
No, I can't.
Cabby! Drive to Charing Cross!
At the telephone office there, Holmes sent off a message. Finally, he directed the driver to Baker Street.
I couldn't do it, Watson. What? Once that warrant was made out, nothing on earth would save him. I had rather play tricks with the law of England than with my own conscience.
Before evening, we had a visit from Inspector Stanley Hopkins.
I believe you are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. How on earth could you know that stolen silver was at the bottom of the pond?
I didn't know.
But you told me to examine it.
I was merely going on the idea that, as they came out through the French windows, there was the pond with one tempting little hole in the ice right in front of their noses. Could there be a better hiding place?
Well, I'm grateful to you for that, Mr. Holmes. But I have had a bad setback. The Randall gang were arrested in New York this morning.
Oh, dear me.
Now, that is certainly rather against your theory that they committed a murder in Kent last night.
It is fatal, Mr. Holmes. Absolutely fatal. Still, there are other gangs of 3 beside the Randalls. Or it may be some new gang of which the police have never heard.
Quite so. It is perfectly possible.
What?
You off?
No rest for me until I've got to the bottom of this business.
Dinner was over and the table cleared before Holmes alluded to the matter again. Suddenly he looked at his watch.
I expect developments, Watson.
When?
Within a few minutes.
It was, in fact, only seconds later that our door was opened to admit a very tall, sunburned young man with a springy step, despite his huge frame.
Come in, Captain Croker.
You got my telegram?
I got it, and I came at the hour you said. Let's hear the worst. Speak out, man. Don't sit there and play with me like a cat with a mouse.
Have a cigar, Captain, and don't let your nerves run away with you. Now, be frank with me, and we may do some good. Play tricks with me, and I'll crush you.
What do you want me to do?
Give me a true account of all that happened at the Abbey Grange last night. A true account, mind you, with nothing added and nothing taken off.
I'll chance it. I believe you're a man of your word.
The story that unfolded was clearly much as Holmes expected, although most of it was entirely new to me. Croker had been first officer of the ship in which Mary Fraser sailed to England, and had fallen in love with her, although there had been only friendship on her side.
When we parted, she was a free woman, but I could never again be a free man. But when I heard about our marriage, I didn't grieve. I just rejoiced that good luck had come her way and that she'd not thrown herself away on a penniless sailor. That's how I loved Mary Fraser.
Did you see her again?
No, not for a year or more. But then I was between ships, staying with my folks in Sydenham, and I met Teresa, her maid.
And she told you about the husband?
Yes. It made my blood run cold. I determined to see Mary herself, especially when I had notice I was to sail in a few days. I learned from Teresa the ways of the house and went round there. At first, Mary wouldn't let me in, but eventually she did. And I heard from her own lips things which made my blood boil.
And her husband discovered you?
Yes. He rushed like a madman into the room, called her the vilest names that a man could use to a woman, and welted her across the face with his stick. Then he turned on me.
And you responded with the poker?
By then it was his life or mine.
But where did the wine come into it?
Well, that was Teresa's idea. Mary's scream had brought her down. I had opened a bottle to get a little between Mary's lips, but she was half dead with the shock, and I took a drop myself. Teresa said with 3 glasses we could make it appear that burglars had done it. I cut down the bell rope and tied Mary up.
With knots that only a sailor could have made.
Yes.
And you gathered up some silver to make it look like robbery.
Yes. Although I dropped that in the pond.
I know. Just as I know all the rest is true.
I thought the police never could have seen through our dodge.
The police haven't.
Now, Captain, self-defense may not be enough to save you. But I have so much sympathy for you that if you choose to disappear in the next 24 hours, no one will hinder you.
And then it will all come out?
Certainly.
What sort of proposal is that? I know enough of law to understand that Mary would be had as an accomplice. No, sir. Let them do their worst upon me, but find some way of keeping my poor Mary out of the courts.
I was only testing you, Captain. And you ring true every time. Well, it's a great responsibility I take upon myself. But if Hopkins cannot take a hint, I can do no more. But we'll do this in due form of law. You are the prisoner. Watson, you are a British jury, and I never met a man who was more eminently fitted to represent one. I am the judge. Now, gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the evidence. Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, my lord.
You're acquitted, Captain Croker. So long as the law does not find some other victim, you are safe from me. Come back to this lady in a year, and may her future and yours justify us in the judgment we have pronounced this night.
In The Abbey Grange by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Sean Barrett, Inspector Stanley Hopkins, Rosalind Ayres, Lady Brackenstall, Mattie Head, Teresa, and Tony McEwen, Captain Croker. Music was written by Joss Sanglier and played by Joss Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The Abbey Grange was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions.
But now on the BBC World Service we present the fourth of 6 adventures featuring the celebrated detective, Sherlock Holmes.
The Norwood Builder by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
As my friend Sherlock Holmes and I sat after breakfast in our sitting room, he began to protest, as he was prone to do, that his powers as a detective were not being sufficiently taxed.
From the point of view of the criminal expert, Watson, London has become a singularly uninteresting city since the death of Professor Moriarty.
Well, I could hardly think that you would find many decent citizens to agree with you.
Well, I must not be selfish. But with that man in the field, one's morning paper presented infinite possibilities. Often it was only the smallest trace, the faintest indication. And yet it was enough to tell me that the great malignant brain was there, as the gentlest tremors of the edges of the web remind one of the spider which lurks in the centre. But now...
He shrugged his shoulders in humorous deprecation of the state of things which he himself had done so much to produce. But as he unfolded his newspaper, our attention was arrested by a ring at the bell, followed by a drumming on the outer door. As it was opened, there came a tumultuous rush into the hall, rapid feet clattered up the stair, and an instant later, a wild-eyed and frantic young man burst into the room.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. You mustn't blame me. I'm nearly bad. Sir, I am the unhappy John Hector MacFarlane.
Mr. MacFarlane, I should be glad if you would sit down in that chair and tell us very slowly and quietly what it is that you want.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Now, you mentioned your name as if I should recognize it. But I assure you that beyond the obvious facts that you are a bachelor, a solicitor, a Freemason, and an asthmatic, I know nothing whatever about you.
Familiar as I was with my friend's methods, it was not difficult for me to observe the untidiness of attire, the sheaf of legal papers, the watch charm, and the breathing which had prompted his deductions.
And in addition, I am the most unfortunate man at this moment in London. If they come to arrest me, Mr. Holmes, make them give me time so that I may tell you the whole truth.
Arrest you? This is really most gratifying. Most interesting.
I could go to jail happy if I knew that you were working for me outside.
Yes, but on what charge do you expect to be arrested?
The murder of Mr. Jonas Oldacre of Lower Norwood.
Jimmy, it was only a moment ago that I was saying to Dr. Watson here that sensational cases had disappeared out of our papers.
If you had looked at this morning, sir, you would have seen at a glance the errand on which I have come to you.
Would you be so kind, Watson?
Yes. Here we are. Mysterious affair at Lower Norwood. Disappearance of well-known builder. Suspicion of murder and arson.
Oh.
Police have clue to criminal.
That is the clue which they are already following, Mr. Holmes. And I know that it leads infallibly to me. Oh, it'll break my mother's heart.
We must use what time we have. Watson, would you have the goodness to read me the rest of the report?
The newspaper, as usual, was full of embellishments. But the story in its essentials concerned a wealthy retired builder, Jonas Oldacre. At midnight, a small timber yard at the back of his house had caught fire and burned fiercely. Once it had been put out, it was learned that Mr. Oldacre was nowhere to be found. His bed had not been slept in, a safe in his room stood open, and papers were scattered about, and there was evidence of a struggle. Slight traces of blood were found in the room, and on the handle of an oaken walking stick.
The stick is mine, Mr. Holmes.
Indeed.
The report goes on to say, it is known that Mr. Oldacre received a late visitor, a young London solicitor named John Hector MacFarlane.
The case certainly has some points of interest. Is there anything else of note, Watson?
Well, marks have been found as if some bulky object had been dragged across the wood pile, and charred remains found among the ashes of the fire. Yes. Well, according to the paper, the police theory is that Oldacre was clubbed to death, his papers rifled, and his body incinerated on the wood stack.
There appears to be enough evidence to justify your arrest, Mr. MacFarlane. May I ask how it is that you're still at liberty?
I live in Blackheath with my parents, Mr. Holmes. But last night, having to do business very late with Mr. Oldacre, I stayed at an hotel in Norwood and came straight to my business from there. I knew nothing of this affair until I was in the train when I read what you have just heard.
You say you came directly to Baker Street to put the case in my hands?
I had no doubt I should have been arrested either at my city office or at my home. A man followed me from London Bridge Station, and I have no doubt... Great heaven, what's that?
After the front door had been opened, there were heavy footsteps upon the stair, and our old friend Inspector Lestrade came in.
Good morning. Excuse me, Mr. Holmes. Mr. John Hector MacFarlane.
Yes?
I arrest you for the willful murder of Mr. Jonas Oldacre of Lower Norwood.
One moment, Lestrade. Well, this gentleman was about to give us his account of this very intriguing affair, which may aid us in clearing it up.
Oh, I think there will be no difficulty in clearing it up.
Well, nonetheless, with your permission, I should be very much interested to hear his account.
Well, Mr. Holmes, it's difficult for me to refuse you anything. At the same time, I must remain with my prisoner.
Oh, of course.
So I am bound to warn him that anything he may say will appear in evidence against him.
All I ask is that you should hear and recognize the absolute truth.
Very well. I'll give you half an hour. No more.
The young solicitor began by explaining that he knew nothing of Jonas Oldacre, save that many years before, his parents had been acquainted with the builder.
I was very much surprised, therefore, when yesterday, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he walked into my office in the city.
These scribbled notes, Mr. MacFarlane, are my will. I want you to cast it into proper legal shape. I'll stay here while you do so.
Oh, please sit down then, Mr. Oldacre, and I'll... Good Lord.
What is it?
Mr. Oldacre, you wish to leave the best part of your property to me.
That is correct.
But you scarcely know me.
I knew your parents long ago. I'm a bachelor with no living relation. In any case, I've always heard of you as a very deserving young man. I'm sure the money will be in worthy hands.
Well, I really don't know how to thank you.
Just write it all down for me.
The will was duly finished, signed, and witnessed by my clerk.
And this is it?
On the blue paper. These slips are the original draft.
That still doesn't explain how you came to be in Norwood.
My mind won't be easy, Mr. MacFarlane, until the whole thing is settled. But could you come out to my house tonight?
If you feel it is essential.
Yes, there are, in any case, a number of documents that I should like you to see, to understand. But remember, my boy, not one word to your parents until everything is settled.
Huh? Of course.
We'll keep it as a surprise.
You could hardly refuse someone who was your benefactor.
No, indeed. So I sent a telegram home that I had important business on hand and could not say how late I might be.
What time was your meeting?
Mr. Oldacre had told me to come to supper at 9, but I had some difficulty finding the house, so it was nearly past before I reached it. I found him...
One moment. Who opened the door?
A middle-aged woman who was, I suppose, the housekeeper.
Mr. MacFarlane?
Yes.
Come in. You're expected.
And she used your name?
She did.
Pray proceed.
I was shown by this woman into a sitting room where a frugal supper was laid out. Afterwards, Mr. Oldacre led me into his bedroom, in which stood a large safe. This he opened and took out a mass of documents, which we went over together.
When did all this finish?
Between 11 and 12.
And you left immediately afterwards?
Yes. He showed me out through his own French window, which had been open all the time.
Why should he do that?
He said we must not disturb the housekeeper.
But what about your stick?
I couldn't find it.
Never mind, my boy. I shall see a good deal of you now, I hope.
Yes.
When I find your stick, I'll keep it, and you can come back to claim it.
So you left him with the safe still open and the packets of documents upon the table?
Yes, and I spent the night at the Annally Arms.
Anything more you would like to ask, Mr. Holmes?
Not until I've been to Blackheath.
You mean to Norwood?
Oh, yes. Yes, no doubt that is what I must have meant.
I think I should like to have a word with you presently, Mr. Holmes. Now, Mr. MacFarlane, 2 of my constables are outside. Take him down to the station.
Yes, sir.
This rough draft of the will is a very scrappy document.
Yes. You can read it clearly in several places, but in between, the writing's very bad. There are 3 places where I cannot read it at all.
What do you make of that?
Well, what do you make of it?
Well, that it was written in a train. Well, the good writing represents stations, the bad writing movement, and the very bad writing passing over points. This was therefore drawn up on a suburban line, since nowhere save in the immediate vicinity of a great city could there be so quick a succession of points. Granting that Oldacre's whole journey was occupied in drawing up the will, the train was an express, stopping only once between Norwood and London Bridge.
Oh, you're too many for me when you get onto your theories, Mr. Holmes. How does this bear on the case?
Well, it corroborates the young man's story to the extent that the will was drawn up by Jonas Oldacre on his journey yesterday.
But it is curious, is it not, that a man should draw up so important a document in so haphazard a fashion, as if, in fact, he attached little importance to it.
Well, he drew up his own death warrant at the same time.
It is possible, but the case is not clear to me yet.
What could be clearer? MacFarlane had motive. He could succeed to a fortune. He had opportunity. The only other person in the house was in bed. He had a weapon, his stick.
Yeah, but why burn the body?
Well, the bloodstains are very slight. It is probable that he thought the crime completely bloodless, and that he could hide all traces of the method of death. Is all that not obvious?
Yes, but it strikes me, my good Lestrade, as being just a trifle too obvious.
You do not add imagination to your other great qualities. But if you could for a moment put yourself in the place of this young man, would you choose the very night after the will had been made to commit your crime?
If I was greedy enough, I might.
And choose an occasion when you are known to be in the house.
Yes, and take great pains to conceal the body, and yet leave your own stick as a sign that you were the criminal.
Oh, you know as well as I do that a criminal is often flurried and does things a cool man would avoid. And just notice this point, Mr. Holmes. So far as we know, none of the papers were removed. And the prisoner is the one man in the world who had no reason for removing them, since he would come into them in any case.
Yes, as I don't deny the evidence is in some ways very strongly in your favour. I only wish to point out that there are other theories possible.
The future will show which is right.
Indeed. Well, I dare say that in the course of the day I shall drop in at Norwood and see how you're getting on.
When Lestrade had left, Holmes rose and made his preparations for the day's work with the alert air of a man who has a congenial task before him.
My first movement, Watson, must be, as I said, in the direction of Blackheath.
And why not Norwood?
Because in this case we have one singular incident at Norwood, coming close upon the heels of another singular incident.
The curious will.
You see, the police are making the mistake of concentrating on the second of them because it happens to be the one which is actually criminal.
Yes.
But the logical way to approach the case is to throw some light on the first.
Can I be of any help?
No, my dear fellow. If there is no prospect of danger, I should not dream of stirring without you.
It was late when my friend returned, and I could see by a glance at his anxious face that his high hopes had not been fulfilled.
It's all going as wrong as it can, Watson. All my instincts are one way and all the facts are the other. And I much fear that British juries have not yet attained that pitch of intelligence when they will give the preference to my theories over Lestrade's facts.
Did you go to Blackheath?
I did.
And that was to see his family?
The father was away in search of the son, but the mother was at home. And she spoke with such bitterness of Oldacre that she was unconsciously strengthening the case for the police. If her son had heard us speak of the man in that fashion, it would predispose him towards hatred.
What had Oldacre done to make Mrs. McFarlane so angry?
She had been engaged to him, but had broken it off when she heard how he had let a cat loose in an aviary.
Miss Oldacre sounds very unpleasant.
And he bore a grudge. For example, he sent Mrs. McFarlane a mutilated picture of herself on her wedding day.
It's disgraceful. And yet he left all his property to her son.
Which she wanted nothing to do with. So I gave up Blackheath and went off to Norwood.
With any more success?
Scarcely. The police had spent the morning raking the embers, and besides some charred organic remains, they'd secured several discoloured metal discs. They were clearly trouser buttons, and one even bore the name of Oldacre's tailor.
You examined the ground, of course.
For an hour, with the August sun on my back, and got up no wiser than before.
Was it the same inside the house?
Only one little gleam of hope did I get. It seemed to me that the contents of the safe were not all there. There were allusions to some deeds, possibly the more valuable, which I could not find.
But if you could prove that, it would turn Lestrade's argument against himself.
Indeed. Who would steal a thing if he knew he would shortly inherit it?
And what of the housekeeper?
Mrs. Lexington. Yes, I'm convinced she could tell us something if she would. But she was as close as wax.
Yes. I let Mr. McFarlane in at 9:30. Oh, I wish my hand had withered before I'd done so.
When did you go up to bed?
At 10:30. Trouble is, my room is at the other end of the house, and I heard nothing of what passed. I was only woken by the alarm of fire.
Had Mr. Oldacre any enemies?
Well, every man has enemies, sir. But Mr. Oldacre kept himself very much to himself and only met people in the way of business.
Have you seen the buttons the police found in the fire?
Yes, sir. They belong to the clothes poor Mr. Oldacre was wearing last night.
And she knew nothing about the papers?
Nothing. So, my dear Watson, there's my report of a failure. And yet...
And yet you know it's all wrong.
I can feel it in my bones that there is something that has not come out, and that housekeeper knows it. There was a sulky defiance in her eyes, which only goes with guilty knowledge. But unless we succeed in establishing an alternative theory, this man MacFarlane is lost.
Yeah. Was there nothing else of interest in the papers?
One oddity which may serve as a starting point, the low state of the balance in his bank book was principally due to several large cheques which had been made out in the last year to a Mr. Cornelius. I confess I should be interested to know who this Mr. Cornelius may be, with whom a retired builder has such very large transactions.
The following morning, we received a telegram from Norwood.
Important fresh evidence to hand. MacFarlane's guilt definitely established. Advise you to abandon case. Lestrade.
This sounds serious.
It's Lestrade's little cock-a-doodle of victory. And yet, fresh evidence is a two-edged thing, and may cut in a very different direction to that which Lestrade imagines.
We started out at once for Norwood. Within the gates of the house, Lestrade met us, his face flushed with victory.
You must acknowledge that we have been a little in front of you this time, Mr. Holmes.
Well, you certainly have the air of something unusual having occurred.
Step this way, gentlemen, if you please. And I think I can convince you, once and for all, that it was John MacFarlane who did this crime.
He led us through the passage and out into a dark hall beyond.
Now, look at this.
Oh, a stain of blood.
Much more than a stain.
A thumbprint.
You are aware that no two thumb marks are alike?
Yes, I have heard something of the kind.
Well then, will you please compare that print with this wax impression of young MacFarlane's thumb taken by my orders this morning?
Yes, they are undoubtedly the same, Holmes.
And that is final.
Yes, it is.
Well, Mr. Holmes?
An extraordinary change had come over Holmes's face. His two eyes were shining like stars. It seemed to me that he was making desperate efforts to restrain a convulsive attack of laughter.
Well, who would have thought it? It's a lesson to us not to trust to our own judgment. And what a providential thing that this young man should press his thumb against the wall in... well, what do you think he was doing, Lestrade?
Taking his hat from the peg.
Oh, yeah, of course. That would be it.
Who made this remarkable discovery?
It was the housekeeper, Mrs. Lexington, who drew our attention to it.
But why didn't the police see this mark yesterday?
Well, we had no particular reason to make a careful examination of the hall.
I suppose there is no doubt that the mark was there yesterday.
I don't know whether you think MacFarlane came out of jail in the dead of night in order to strengthen the evidence against himself. If you have anything practical to say, you'll find me writing my report in the sitting room.
Well, this is a very sad development, Holmes.
And yet there are singular points about it which hold out some hopes for our client.
I'm delighted to hear it. I was afraid it was all up with him.
I will hardly go so far as to say that, Watson. The fact is, there is one really serious flaw in this evidence to which Lestrade attaches such importance.
Indeed? What is it?
Only that I know that mark was not on the wall when I examined the hall yesterday.
Oh.
And now, let's have a little stroll in the sunshine.
With a confused brain, I accompanied my friend in a walk round the garden. Holmes took each face of the house in turn and examined it with great interest. He then led the way inside and went over the building from basement to attics, examining every room minutely. Finally, on the top corridor, outside 3 untenanted bedrooms, he was again seized with a spasm of merriment.
Do you know, there are really some unique features about this case, Watson. I think it is time to take our friend Lestrade into our confidence. He's had his little smile at our expense, and perhaps we may do as much by him.
The Scotland Yard inspector was still writing in the parlour when we interrupted him.
Lestrade?
Oh, no.
Don't you think your report may be a little premature?
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
Only that there is an important witness whom you've not seen.
And can you produce him or her?
I think I can.
Then please do so.
I'll do my best. How many constables have you?
Well, there are 3 within call.
May I ask if they're all men with powerful voices?
What? Well, I have no doubt they are, though I fail to see what their voices have to do with it.
Perhaps I can help you to see that, and 1 or 2 other things as well. Kindly ask your men to bring a couple of buckets of water and some of the straw they'll find in the outhouse. They can join us on the top landing.
There was a broad corridor there, which ran outside the 3 empty bedrooms. We were all marshalled at one end by Holmes, the constables grinning, and Lestrade staring at my friend in amazement.
Put the straw on the floor here, free from the wall on either side. Now, I think we're all ready.
I don't know whether you're playing a game with us, Mr. Holmes. If you know anything, you can surely say it without all this tomfoolery.
I assure you, my good Lestrade, that I have an excellent reason for everything that I do. You may possibly remember that you chaffed me a little when the sun seemed on your side of the hedge, so you must not grudge me a little pomp and ceremony now. Might I ask you, Watson, to open that window? Yes. Good. Now be so good as to put a match to the straw. Match, yes. Now we must see if we can find this witness for you, Lestrade. Might I ask you to all join in the cry of fire? Right. Right. 1, 2, 3. Fire! Trouble you to call again, gentlemen.
The shout had hardly died away when a door suddenly flew open out of what appeared to be solid wall at the end of the corridor.
Capital. Watson, a bucket over the straw, please.
And a little wizened man darted out of it.
Lestrade, allow me to present you with your principal missing witness, Mr. Jonas Oldacre.
What? You mean What have you been doing all this time, then?
I've done no harm.
No harm? You have done your best to get an innocent man hanged.
I'm sure, sir. It was only my practical joke.
Oh, a joke, was it? Well, you won't find the laugh on your side, I promise you. Take him down to the sitting room, lads.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't speak in front of the constables, Mr. Holmes. But I don't mind saying in the presence of Dr. Watson that this is the brightest thing that you have done yet. Although it's a mystery to me how you did it. You have saved an innocent man's life and prevented a very grave scandal, which would have ruined my reputation in the force.
Instead of being ruined, you will find that your reputation has been enormously enhanced.
Yes, well, it's extremely good of you.
Now, let's see where this rat has been lurking.
Yes.
A lath and plaster partition had been run across the passage 6 feet from the end to create a small room lit by slits under the eaves.
There's the advantage of being a builder. He was able to fix up his own hiding place with only that precious housekeeper of his as a confederate. I would lose no time in adding her to your bag, Lestrade.
But how did you know of this place, Mr. Holmes?
I made up my mind that the fellow was hiding in the house. When I paced one corridor and found it 6 feet shorter than the corresponding one below, it was pretty clear where he was.
But how did you know he was in the house at all?
The thumb mark.
Ah, which you knew had not been there yesterday.
Therefore, it had been put on during the night.
But how?
I imagine when Oldacre and McFarlane were sealing packets of papers, McFarlane secured one of the seals by putting his thumb upon the soft wax. It is then the simplest thing in the world to take a wax impression from the seal and add as much blood as he could get from a pinprick in his own finger.
And Oldacre did that in order to make the evidence against McFarlane absolutely damning.
But what is the object of this deep deception?
The gentleman downstairs is a very malicious, vindictive person. He was once refused by McFarlane's mother.
I didn't know that.
I told you to go to Blackheath first, Lestrade. Well, this injury, as he will consider it, has rankled all his life. Then things start to go against him, speculation, I assume. He determines to swindle his creditors, first by paying money to himself under another name.
The cheques made out to Mr. Cornelius.
An identity which he would assume once he disappeared.
Oh, I see. It struck him that he might not only throw pursuit off his track, but also have a crushing revenge on his old sweetheart, if he could give the impression that he had been murdered by her only child.
Oh, appalling.
It was
was a masterpiece of villainy, and he carried it out like a master.
Until he wished to improve what was already perfect by using the thumb mark.
He had not that supreme gift of the artist, the knowledge when to stop.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly enough for a charge of conspiracy, if not for attempted murder. But there were remains in the fire.
An admirable touch. But a dead dog Lestrade or a couple of rabbits. Yes, Watson. If you ever write an account of this, I should let rabbits serve your turn.
Rabbits, eh?
In The Norwood Builder by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Steve Hodson, Inspector Lestrade, Bill Monks, Jonas Oldacre, Pauline Letts, Mrs. Lexington, and Andrew Branch, the unhappy John Hector MacFarlane. The music was written by Joss Sanglier and played by Joss Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The Norwood Builder was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions.
Next week, Sherlock Holmes investigates the extraordinary case of the Red-Headed League.
The Naval Treaty by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
Holmes, I think you might find this letter interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It arrived in this morning's post.
Yeah, just a moment, Watson. You've come at a crisis.
Despite a heavy cold, Holmes was working hard over a chemical investigation. A large retort was boiling furiously, and the distilled drops were condensing into a 2-litre measure.
If this paper remains blue, all is well. If it turns red, it means a man's life.
Red.
Yes, I thought as much. I shall need to send some telegrams shortly.
A man's life, you said. Has that to do with murder?
Yes, but a very commonplace little one. You come with something better, I fancy. What is it?
This letter is from someone I knew at school, Percy Phelps. His uncle is Lord Holdhurst.
I have no doubt you will say that such an eminent politician has used his influence to further his nephew's prospects.
Yes, he has a good appointment at the Foreign Office, except that, as he writes here, a horrible misfortune has suddenly blasted his career.
Be so good as to read what he says.
Yes, of course. There is no use writing the details of that dreadful event. I have only just recovered from weeks of brain fever, and am still exceedingly weak. Do you think that you could bring your friend Mr. Holmes down to see me here in Woking? I should like to have his opinion of the case, though the authorities tell me that nothing more can be done.
That has an all too familiar ring to it.
Yes. Assure him that if I have not asked his advice sooner, it was not because I did not appreciate his talents, but because I have been off my head since the blow fell. Indeed, I am still so weak that I have to write as you see, by dictating. Do try and bring him.
It does not tell us very much, does it?
Well, hardly anything.
A message?
Yes, of course.
The writing's of interest.
But the writing is not his own.
Precisely. Look, it is a woman's.
Oh, no, a man's, surely.
No, a woman's. And a woman of rare character. At the commencement of an investigation, it is something to know that your client is in close contact with someone who, for good or evil, has an exceptional nature. Once I have sent these other telegrams, we will start at once for Woking and see this diplomatist who is in such evil case, and the lady to whom he dictates his letters.
We were fortunate enough to catch an early train at Waterloo. In a little under an hour, we were at Woking, and the house proved to be within a few minutes' walk of the station. We first met a rather stout man
who received us with much hospitality.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I am so glad you have come. Percy has been inquiring for you all the morning. Joseph Harrison is my name. Percy is to marry my sister Annie. You will find my sister in his room, for she has nursed him hand and foot these 2 months back. We had better go in at once, for I know how impatient he is.
The chamber into which we were shown was on the same floor as the drawing-room. A young man, very pale and worn, was lying upon a sofa near the open window. A woman was sitting beside him, and rose as we entered.
In here, thank you, gentlemen.
Shall I leave, Bertie?
Oh, no, Annie. How are you, Watson?
Very well.
I should never have known you under that moustache. I dare say you would not be prepared to swear to me. This, I presume, is your celebrated friend.
Indeed, I shall see to some refreshments.
Harrison left us, but his sister remained, with her hand in that of the invalid. She was a striking-looking woman, with a beautiful olive complexion, large dark eyes, and a wealth of deep black hair.
I won't waste your time. I'll plunge into the matter without further preamble. Through the influence of my uncle, Lord Holdhurst, I have risen rapidly to a responsible position in the Foreign Office. When my uncle became Foreign Minister in this administration, he gave me several missions of trust, and he came to have the utmost confidence in my ability and tact. Then, nearly 10 weeks ago, I think, to be accurate...
The 23rd of May.
Ah, thank you, my dear. On the 23rd of May, he called me into his private room. My uncle handed me a document.
This document, Percy, is the original of a secret treaty between England and Italy. It is of enormous importance that nothing about it should leak out. French or Russian embassies will pay an immense sum to learn its contents. It should not leave my bureau were it not absolutely necessary to have it copied. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Then take the treaty and lock it in the desk in your office. I shall give directions that you may remain behind when the others go, so that you may copy it at your leisure without fear of being overlooked. When you've finished, relock both original and copy in the desk, and hand them over to me personally tomorrow morning.
I took the papers, and I began
Excuse me an instant. Were you alone during this conversation?
Absolutely.
In a large room?
30 feet each way.
In the centre?
About the centre, yes.
Thank you. Pray go on.
I did exactly what he had indicated, and waited until the other clerks had departed. One of them in my room had some arrears of work to make up, so I left him there and went out to dine. When I returned, he was gone. I was anxious to hurry my work, for I knew that Joseph was in town.
Oh, he means my brother, whom you saw just now.
Quite so.
Yes. He would travel down to Woking by the 11 o'clock train, and I wanted, if possible, to catch it.
Without breaching the confidentiality of your office, is it possible to give me some notion of the nature of this treaty?
Well, broadly, it foreshadowed the policy which this country would pursue in the event of the French fleet gaining a complete ascendancy over that of Italy in the Mediterranean. The questions treated in it were purely naval.
Thank you.
It was a long document, 26 separate articles. I copied as quickly as I could, but at 9 o'clock I had only done 9 articles, and it seemed hopeless for me to attempt to catch my train. I felt drowsy. A cup of coffee would clear my brain. I rang the bell, and to summon the commissionaire, who remains all night in a little lodge at the foot of the stairs.
This amount of talking was obviously tiring Phelps, so he paused before continuing his story. Then he explained that, to his surprise, it was a woman who answered his summons. She explained that she was the commissionnaire's wife and took the order for the coffee. After 2 more articles, however, the coffee had still not come. So he started down the corridor to see what the cause of the delay could be.
Would you explain the layout of the offices?
A straight passage leads from the room in which I was working, and is the only exit from it. It ends in a curving staircase with the commissionaire's lodge at the bottom. But halfway down the staircase is a small landing. Another passage runs from it at right angles. It leads by means of a second small stair to a side door.
Thank you. The picture is entirely clear.
I found the commissionaire fast asleep with the kettle boiling furiously. I was about to shake the man when a bell over his head rang loudly, and he woke with a start. Then a cold hand seemed to close round my heart. It was the bell of the room I was working in.
To which you immediately returned?
Yes, but there was no one in the corridor, Mr. Holmes, and no one in the room. And the copy of the treaty was there, but the original was gone.
A most intriguing problem.
The thief must have come up the stairs from the side door. I would have met him if he had come the other way.
You are satisfied that he could not have been concealed in the room all the time? Or in the corridor?
It is absolutely impossible. A rat could not conceal himself either in the room or the corridor.
Thank you. Pray proceed.
The commissionaire and I rushed down to the side door. I can distinctly remember that as we did so, there came 3 chimes from a neighbouring church. It was 10:15.
That is of importance. Phelps was only summoning the strength to carry on talking with difficulty. Despite the rain that was falling, he and the commissionaire went out into the street. They found it empty, but at the far corner they found a policeman. Only one person had passed him in the last quarter of an hour, and that turned out to be the commissionaire's wife. The man protested his wife's innocence and ran back to the other end of the street to look further. Phelps followed with the policeman, but the street was busy, with no lounger to tell them who had passed.
I was at a loss to know what to do next. We returned to the office and searched the stairs and passage without result. There was not even the outline of a footmark.
Had it been raining all the evening?
Yes, since about 7.
How is it then that the woman who came to the room about 9 left no traces?
The charwomen are in the habit of taking off their boots at the commissionnaire's office and putting on slippers.
So there were no marks, though the night was a wet one. The chain of events is certainly one of extraordinary interest. Well, what did you do next?
We examined the room also. There was no possibility of a secret door. The windows are quite 30 feet from the ground. I will pledge my life that whoever stole my papers could only have come through the door.
And the bell rope?
It hangs from a wire, just to the right of the desk. But why should any criminal wish to ring the bell?
Well, certainly the incident was unusual. You examined the room, I presume, to see if the intruder had left any traces?
Yes. There were none.
No smell?
We never thought of that.
No. But the scent of tobacco would have been worth a great deal to us.
Well, I never smoked myself, so I think I should have observed it if there had been any smell of tobacco. The only tangible fact was that the commissionnaire's wife had hurried out of the place.
Phelps paused again to gather his strength a little. Then he went on to explain that by now the alarm had reached Scotland Yard, and Mr. Forbes, the detective, came round and took up the case. He and Phelps went to the commissionnaire's home and waited there for his wife to return. When she did, she was taken back to Scotland Yard to be searched. There was no sign of the papers.
Then, for the first time, the horror of my situation came in its full force upon me. Watson there would tell you that I was a nervous, sensitive boy at school.
Yes.
It's just my nature. I have only a bare recollection of what followed.
Perhaps I could explain the rest.
Oh, my darling, please do.
He arrived here very ill. He had been put on the train in London, accompanied by a doctor who lives near here and was travelling on the same train. It was evident that he was going to be unwell for a long time, so we got Joseph to vacate this room so that it could be a sick room for Percy.
Oh, if it had not been for Annie here and the doctor's care, I should not be speaking to you now. It's only in the last 3 days that my memory has quite returned. Sometimes I wish it never had.
Your letter to Watson suggested that you had been in recent contact with Scotland Yard.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Forbes. Mr. Forbes assured me that no trace of a clue has been discovered. The commissioner and his wife have been examined in every way without any light being thrown upon the matter. I turn to you, Mr. Holmes, as absolutely my last hope. If you fail me, then my honour as well as my position are forever forfeited.
Your statement has been so explicit that you have really left me very few questions to ask. There is one of the very utmost importance, however. Did you tell anyone that you had this special task to perform?
No one.
Well, not Miss Harrison here, for example?
No, I had not been back to Woking between getting the order and executing the commission.
And none of your people had by chance been to see you?
None.
Did any of them know their way about in the office?
Oh, yes, all of them had been shown over it.
Thank you. I have no doubt I can get the other details from Forbes. The authorities are excellent at amassing facts, though they do not always use them to advantage.
Do you see any prospect of solving this mystery, Mr. Holmes?
Well, it would be absurd to deny that the case is a very abstruse and complicated one. But I can promise you I will look into it.
Do you see any clue?
Well, you furnished me with 7, but of course I must test them before I can pronounce on their value.
You suspect them?
I suspect myself.
Good.
Oh, coming to conclusions too rapidly.
Then go to London and test your conclusions.
Your advice is very excellent, Miss Harrison. Yeah, I think, Watson, we cannot do better. No, I agree. Do not allow yourself to indulge in false hopes, Mr. Phelps. The affair is a very tangled one. I'll come out by the same train tomorrow.
We were soon whirling up to London, but with Holmes sunk in profound thought. He hardly opened his mouth until we had passed Clapham Junction.
I suppose that man Phelps does not drink.
Oh, I should not think so.
Nor should I. But we are bound to take every possibility into account. What did you think of Miss Harrison?
A girl of strong character.
Yes, but she is a good sort, I'm mistaken. She and her brother are the only children of an ironmaster somewhere up Northumberland way.
What?
Phelps got engaged to her when travelling last winter, and she came down to be introduced to his people with her brother as an escort. Then came the smash, and she stayed on to nurse Phelps. And Brother Joseph, finding himself pretty stark, stayed on.
Oh, you've been making a few independent inquiries, I see.
It is almost always valuable.
I can still see no meaning in any of it.
Well, one thing is clear. The most difficult crime to track is the one which is purposeless, and this is not purposeless. Who is it that profits by it?
French ambassador, and the Russian, and whoever might sell it to either of those.
And there is Lord Holdhurst.
Yeah, Lord Holdhurst?
Well, it is just conceivable that a statesman might find himself in a position where he was not sorry to have such a document accidentally destroyed. We shall see the noble lord later today. But meanwhile, I have set inquiries on foot.
Already?
I sent wires from Woking. This advertisement will appear in all the evening papers.
£10 reward for the number of the cab which dropped a fare at or about the Foreign Office at 9:45 in the evening of May 23rd. Applied 221B Baker Street. Oh, you're confident the thief came in a cab?
If the person came from outside on so wet a night and yet left no trace of damp, I think we may safely deduce a cab.
It sounds plausible.
Yes, well, it may lead to something. And then, of course, there is the bell, which is the most distinctive feature of the case. Why should the bell ring? Was it bravado or an accident? What was it?
Some new possibility had obviously dawned upon Holmes, and he sank back into thought. Our first call in London was to Scotland Yard, where we met Forbes.
I've heard of your methods before now, Mr. Holmes. You're ready enough to use all the information that the police can lay at your disposal, and then you try to finish the case yourself and bring discredit upon them.
On the contrary, out of my last 53 cases, my name has appeared in 4, and the police have had credit in 49.
I see. Well, I'd be very glad of a hint or two.
What of the commissionaire and his wife?
Nothing against him. Left the guards with a good character. But she's a bad lot. Drinks a lot. Too much, usually. But we can get nothing out of her.
Why does she say she hurried away that night?
Well, she was later than usual and wanted to get home.
doubt that you and Mr. Phelps started after her and got there before.
She explains that by the difference between a bus and a hansom.
Have you formed any theory about how the bell rang?
Well, I must confess that it beats me. It was a cool hand, whoever it was, to go and give the alarm like that.
Yes, it was a queer thing to do. Well, if I can put the man into your hands, you shall hear from me.
Having learned what little Forbes had to tell us, our next call was on Lord Holdhurst.
I cannot pretend to be ignorant of the object of your visit, Mr. Holmes, but you must understand that my kinship with my nephew makes it the more impossible for me to screen him in any way.
But if the document were found...
There would probably be no prejudicial effect on his career.
Was it in this room that you gave your instructions for copying the document?
It was.
And then you could hardly have been overheard.
Oh, out of the question.
Did you ever mention to anyone that you intended to have the treaty copied?
Never.
Well, since you never said so, and Mr. Phelps never said so, the thief's presence in the room was purely accidental. He saw his chance and took it.
Well, you take me out of my province there.
Yeah. You feared, as I understand, that very grave results might follow from the details of this treaty becoming known.
Yes, that is correct.
And have they occurred?
Not yet.
Since nearly 10 weeks have elapsed, it is not unfair to think that for some reason the treaty has not reached the French or the Russians.
But we can hardly suppose, Mr. Holmes, that the thief took the treaty in order to frame it and hang it up.
Perhaps he's waiting for a better price.
If he waits a little longer, he'll get no price at all. In a few months, the treaty will cease to be a secret.
And that is most important, Watson. Of course, the thief could have had a sudden illness.
An attack of brain fever, for example?
Oh, I do not say so. Thank you for your valuable time, Lord Holdhurst.
There were no new developments before we travelled down to Woking again the next morning. Our client was still under the charge of his devoted nurse, but looking considerably better. And he had surprising news for us.
I begin to believe that I am the unconscious centre of some monstrous conspiracy, and that my life is aimed at as well as my honour.
Pray let us hear of it.
I felt much
Phelps had felt so much better the night before that he had slept without a nurse in his room. It was the first time he had done so since his illness. At about 2 a.m, he had been woken by a noise. It was an intruder forcing open the sash window of his room. Phelps flung open the shutters and found there a man in a cloak which covered his face and carrying a knife. Not being strong enough to follow when the man ran off, he shouted until he had woken Joseph, who roused the rest of the house.
I have said nothing to the local police yet, for I wanted your opinion first.
Do you think you could walk round the garden with me?
Oh, yes, I should like a little sunshine.
And I also.
I am afraid not. I think I must ask you to remain sitting exactly where you are.
The young lady resumed her seat with an air of displeasure. Her brother Joseph, however, joined us, and we set off all four together. We found marks on the flower bed below the window, but they were hopelessly blurred and vague.
I don't think anyone could make much of these. I should have thought those larger windows of the drawing-room would have had more attractions for a burglar.
These are more visible from the road.
Of course. Do you keep plate in the house, or anything to attract burglars?
Nothing of value. Joseph found the place where the fellow scaled the fence.
Yes, I did.
Well, then let's have a look at that.
But that did not help us either. So we returned to the house. Phelps was walking very slowly, leaning on the arm of his future brother-in-law, whereas I was keeping up with Holmes, who strode swiftly across the lawn. So we were at the open window of the bedroom long before the others.
Miss Harrison.
Yes?
You must stay where you are all day. Let nothing prevent you. It is of the most vital importance.
Certainly, if you wish it, Mr. Holmes.
When you go to bed, lock the door of this room and keep the key. Promise to do this.
But Percy...
You will come to London with us.
And I am to remain here?
It is for his sake. You can serve him. Quick.
Very well, I promise.
Excellent. Thank you.
Why don't you come out into the sunshine, Annie?
Oh, no, thank you, Joseph. I have a slight headache, and this room is delightfully cool.
As you please. But you will miss the best part of the day.
What do you propose now, Mr. Holmes?
It will be a very great help to me if you will come up to London with us.
If I can really be of help.
The greatest possible.
Perhaps you would like me to stay there tonight.
I was just going to propose it.
Then, if if my friend of the night comes to revisit me, he will find the bird flown.
And Watson can give you whatever medical care is necessary.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Holmes had a further surprise in store when he, Phelps, and I reached Woking Station. He calmly announced he had no intention of leaving with us.
There are one or two small points which I desire to clear up before I go. Your absence, Mr. Phelps, will in some ways rather assist me.
I see.
Watson, when you reach London, you would oblige me by driving at once to Baker Street with our friend here, and remaining with him until I see you again. And Mr. Phelps can have the spare bedroom tonight, and I shall be with you in time for breakfast tomorrow morning.
Sure enough, shortly after 8 o'clock the next day, Holmes entered the house. But it was some little time before he came upstairs. When he did, we saw that his left hand was swathed in a bandage.
You're wounded, Mr. Holmes.
Only a scratch due to my own blunders.
Ah, but it tells of adventures. Won't you say what has happened?
After breakfast, Watson.
Mrs. Hudson entered with the food, and we all drew up to the table.
What have you there, Watson?
Ham and eggs.
Excellent. And in the dish before you, Mr. Phelps?
Oh, the treaty. It's the treaty.
Oh, brandy, Watson, quickly.
Yes, no. I'm all right.
Oh, it was too bad to spring it on you. But Watson will tell you that I never can resist a touch of the dramatic.
God bless you. You have saved my honour.
Well, my own was at stake too, you know.
We finished our breakfast in fine spirits, and Holmes lit himself a pipe before he told us of the night's events. With complete disregard for his cold, he had walked the Surrey countryside until dark, and then made his way back to the house unseen. He took up a position under cover of a bush, where he could see into Phelps's sick room. At 10:15, Miss Harrison left the room and locked the door, just as Holmes had directed.
I may say, Mr. Phelps, that without her cooperation, you would not have that paper in your pocket. And then I settled down to wait. It was a very weary vigil. It was after 2 when the servants' door opened, and out into the moonlight stepped Mr. Joseph Harrison.
Joseph?
Yes. He prized open the window, went to his hiding place, and took out the treaty.
You mean all the time that the paper was in the room with me?
It was. And then what happened? Well, he came out of the window straight into my arms. He had rather more viciousness than I gave him credit for, so I got a cut over the knuckles before I had the upper hand of him. He looked murder out of the only eye he could see with. But he was persuaded to give up the paper.
Has he been arrested?
I let him go. But I have wired the particulars to Forbes. Well, he must do something for the credit.
So, Joseph called into the office that night to see me?
Yes. When he found the room empty, he rang the bell to attract attention, and only then saw what prize lay within his grasp on the table.
Was he planning to sell it?
Oh, he has great need. He is badly in debt.
So, he made his escape before I could get back up the stairs?
Yes. Once back at Woking, he concealed it in what he assumed was a safe place, until he was bundled out of his room by your return. That was why I was certain it was him when the first night you were alone an attempt was made to enter your room.
But that night, you don't think he had any murderous intention? The knife was only meant as a tool.
Well, it may be so. I can only say for certain that Mr. Joseph Harrison is a gentleman to whose mercy I should be extremely unwilling to trust.
In The Naval Treaty by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Hayden Wood, Percy Phelps, Felicity Hayes McCoy, Annie, Roger Hammond, Lord Holdhurst, Douglas Fielding, Joseph Harrison, and Sean Barrett, Inspector Forbes. The Naval Treaty was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions.
But now, on the BBC World Service, we present the 5th of 6 adventures featuring the celebrated detective, Sherlock Holmes.
The Red-Headed League by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
One autumn day in 1890, finding myself less busy than usual, I resolved to call upon my friend Sherlock Holmes. When I arrived at Baker Street, he was deep in conversation with a very florid-faced gentleman with fiery red hair.
My dear Watson, how good to see you. You could not possibly have come at a better time.
I was afraid you were engaged.
So I am.
Then I can wait in the next room.
Not at all, not at all. This gentleman, Mr. Wilson, has been my partner and helper in many of my most successful cases.
Oh, I see.
I have no doubt that he will be of the utmost use to me and yours also.
Good day to you, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Jabez Wilson here had just begun to relate the course of events, which is certainly among the most singular that I've ever listened to.
Has some crime been committed?
Well, as far as I've heard, it is impossible to say. But the facts are unique. Perhaps, Mr. Wilson, you would have the great kindness to recommence your narrative.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
As the man pulled a dirty and wrinkled newspaper from the inside pocket of his greatcoat, I took a good look at him and endeavoured, after the fashion of my companion, to read the indications which might be presented by his dress or appearance. I did not gain very much, however, by my inspection. Our visitor bore every mark of being a commonplace tradesman, obese, pompous, and slow. Look as I would, there was nothing remarkable about the man, save his blazing red head. But Holmes's quick eye had taken in my occupation.
There is little to deduce, Watson, beyond the obvious fact that Mr. Wilson has at some time done manual labour, that he takes snuff, that he is a Freemason, that he has been in China, and that he has done a considerable amount of writing lately.
How in the name of good fortune do you know all that, Mr. Holmes? Well, that I did manual labour, for example.
Is it true?
Yes. Well, I began as a ship's carpenter, but...
Your hands, my dear sir. Your right hand is quite a size larger than your left. You've worked with it, and the muscles are more developed.
Well, the snuff, then, and the Freemasonry.
I won't insult your intelligence by telling you how I read the first. And as for the second, you use, rather against the rules of your order, an arc and compass breastpin.
Oh, yes, of course. With the writing.
What else can be indicated by that right cuff so very shiny for 5 inches, and the left one with the smooth patch near the elbow where you rest it upon the desk?
But, China, Holmes.
Yes. Well, you see, this fish tattooed immediately above the right wrist. That trick of staining the fish's scales a delicate pink is quite peculiar to China.
Well, I never. I thought at first you'd done something clever, but I see there was nothing in it at all.
I begin to think, Watson, my poor little reputation will suffer shipwreck if I continue to be so candid. Now, Mr. Wilson, the advertisement in the newspaper.
Yeah, I have it here. This is what began it all. You just read it for yourself, sir.
Watson?
Halfway down this column.
That's the one.
To the Red-Headed League. There is now another vacancy open, which entitles a member to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street. What on earth can this be about?
A little off the beaten track, isn't it? You note the date?
Yes, 2 months ago.
Very good. Now, Mr. Wilson.
As I was saying before, Mr. Holmes, I have a small pawnbroker's business at Coburg Square. It's not a very large affair, and of late has done no more than just give me a living. I would have a job even to pay my one assistant, except that he is willing to come for half wages.
Why should he do that?
So as to learn the business.
What is the name of this obliging youth?
His name is Vincent Spaulding, and he's not such a youth either. But I could not wish for a smarter assistant, Mr. Holmes. I know very well he could better himself and earn twice what I'm able to give him. But after all, if he's satisfied, why should I put ideas into his head?
Why, indeed. You seem most fortunate in having an employee who comes under the full market price.
Not at all a common experience among employers.
Oh, indeed. I do know that your assistant is not as remarkable as your advertisement.
Oh, he has his faults too. There never was such a fellow for photography. Snapping away with a camera when he ought to be improving his mind, and then diving down into the cellar to develop his pictures. That is his main fault. But on the whole, he's a good worker.
He is still with you, I presume?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes. So now we come to the advertisement you've just read, Doctor.
Just this day, 8 weeks ago, Spaulding came down into the office with this very paper in his hand.
Oh, I wish to the Lord, Mr. Wilson, that I was a red-headed man.
Why is that?
Well, it's worth quite a little fortune to any man who gets a place. If only my hair would change colour.
Place? What place is this?
Oh, have you never heard of the League of the Red-Headed Men?
Never.
Well, I wonder at that. For you are eligible yourself for one of the vacancies that the trustees have to fill.
What are they worth?
Oh, merely a couple of $100 a year. But the work is slight. So I hear.
Well, Mr. Holmes, that made me prick up my ears, for the business has not been over good for some years.
So an extra couple of £100 would have been very handy.
Certainly. So I asked Spaulding to tell me about it.
And he showed you this newspaper?
That's right.
See for yourself, Mr. Wilson. Right here. This is the address where you should apply.
Extraordinary.
Now, as far as I can make out, the League was founded by an American millionaire who was himself red-headed and had a great sympathy for all red-headed men. So when he died, he left his fortune in the hands of trustees with instructions to apply the interest to providing for men whose hair is that colour.
But there would be millions of red-headed men who would apply.
Not so many as you might think. It is confined to Londoners.
But you said this man was American?
Ah, but he started in London when he was young, and he wanted to do the old town a good turn. Then again, I have heard that there's no use applying unless your hair is real blazing fiery red, rather like yours. But perhaps it would hardly be worth your while to put yourself out for the sake of a few £100.
No, let's not be too hasty. After all, if there is any competition in the matter of colour, I dare say I stand as good a chance with my hair as any man.
You would just walk in, Mr. Wilson.
Then I will go around to this address right away. And since you know so much about this, you might be useful, so you'd better come too.
But what about your shop, sir?
We'll shut it up for the morning. Come along.
Very well, sir.
Your experience has been a most entertaining one. Don't you think, Watson?
The whole affair seems most bizarre to me.
I warrant there is better to come. Pray continue with your very interesting statement, Mr. Wilson.
We went to Pope's Court, as the advertisement said. And I hope never to see such a sight as that again, Mr. Holmes. From north, south, east and west, every man who had a shade of red in his hair had tramped into the city and collected there.
This way, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, it's useless, Spaulding. Look how many there are.
Ah, but none with real vivid flame-coloured tint like yours.
This queue up the stairs.
Never mind then. You stick close to me. Excuse me. Just let me through, would you? To one side, if you would. Thank you.
At the top of the stair was an office with nothing in it save a couple of wooden chairs and a deal table. Behind it sat a small man with a head of hair that was even redder than mine.
Aha! Come in, gentlemen, come in. And close the door.
This is Mr. Jabez Wilson, and he is willing to fill a vacancy in the League.
And he is admirably suited for it. Let me congratulate you, sir. I cannot recall when I have seen a head of hair so fine. However, I'm sure you will excuse me for taking an obvious precaution. Excellent, excellent. It is real. Well, we have to be careful, for we have twice been deceived by wigs. Excuse me a moment. The vacancy has been filled. Now, my name is Duncan Ross, and I am myself one of the pensioners upon the fund left by our noble benefactor. Now, Mr.
Wilson.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Wilson, do forgive me. When shall you be able to enter upon your new duties?
Well, it is a little awkward, for I have a business already.
Oh, never mind about that, Mr. Wilson. I shall be able to look after the shop for you.
What would be the hours?
10 until 2.
Well, most of my business is in the evenings, so that would suit me very well. And the pay?
£4 a week.
Ah, yes. And the work?
Purely nominal.
Oh, what do you call purely nominal?
You have to be in the office the whole time. If you leave, you forfeit your whole position forever. The will is very clear upon that point.
It's only 4 hours a day. I should not think of leaving.
No excuse will avail.
And the work?
Is to copy out the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Just that?
Just that. And I know you must find your own ink, pens and blotting paper, but the rest will be provided. Will you be ready tomorrow?
If you wish.
Then goodbye, Mr. Wilson, and let me congratulate you once more on the important position which you have been fortunate enough to gain.
Yes. Thank you. Well done. Well, I went home and thought over the matter, Mr. Holmes, and by evening I was in low spirits again.
You must have imagined this whole affair must be some hoax.
I did, sir. It seemed altogether past belief that anyone could make such a will, or that they would pay such a sum for doing anything so simple as copying out an encyclopedia.
And nevertheless, you determined to have a look at it in the morning?
I did. And to my surprise and delight, everything was as right as possible.
Good morning to you, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Mr. Ross.
Everything is ready for you, as you can see. Now, you just start here at the letter A.
Oh, I see, yes.
And I shall drop in from time to time to see how you're getting on.
And did he?
For the first few days, he did. And again at 2 o'clock, when he complimented me on how much I had done and locked the office when I left.
But not later on?
Well, by degrees, he took to coming in less, until one day he did not come in at all. Still, of course, I never dared leave the room, for I was not sure when he might come, and I would not risk the loss of such a billet.
And were you paid as you were promised?
Every Saturday he came in and plonked down 4 golden sovereigns for my week's work.
Extraordinary.
And 8 weeks this has gone on?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I had written about abbots and archery and armour, and hoped with diligence that I might get on to the bees before very long. And then, suddenly, the whole business came to an end.
Huh? In what way?
I went to my work as usual at 10 o'clock this morning. But the door was shut and locked with this little square of cardboard tacked on it.
Let me see. The Red-Headed League is dissolved October the 9th, 1890. Well. What steps did you take when you found this?
Well, I was staggered, sir. I may tell you. And eventually I found the landlord and I asked for Mr. Duncan Ross.
And he didn't know the man?
That's absolutely correct, sir. So I described his red hair and was told that was a Mr. William Morris, a solicitor who had been using the room temporarily. He had moved out yesterday.
And was there no address for his new office?
Yes, there was, near St. Paul's. But when I went there, I found it was a manufactory of artificial kneecaps. Yeah. So, as I'd heard that you were good enough to give advice to poor folk who were in need of it, I came right away to you.
And you did very wisely.
From what you have told me, I think it is possible that graver issues hang from your case than might at first sight appear.
Grave enough. I have lost £4 a week.
Well, I do not see that you have any grievance against this extraordinary deed.
No, on the contrary, you are, as I understand, richer by some £30.
To say nothing of the minute knowledge you've gained on every subject which comes under the letter A.
But I want to find out about them and what their object was in playing this prank on me.
We shall endeavour to clear up these points. But first, one or two questions.
Oh, yes, sir.
This assistant of yours who first called your attention to the advertisement, how long had he been with you?
About a month, then.
And he is still with you?
Oh, yes. I've only just left him.
Well, what's he like, this Vincent Spaulding?
Small, stout built, no hair on his face, though he's not short of 30. He has a white splash of acid upon his forehead.
Does he now? Have you ever observed that his ears are pierced for earrings?
Yes. He told me that a gypsy had done it for him when he was a lad.
Well, Mr. Wilson, I shall be happy to give you an opinion in a day or two. As today is Saturday, I hope that by Monday we may come to a conclusion.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I should be much obliged. Good day to you.
Good day. Well, Watson, what do you make of it?
I make nothing of it. It's a most mysterious business.
As a rule, the most bizarre thing is, the less mysterious it proves to be. But I must be prompt.
Oh? What are you going to do, then?
Do? Well, to smoke.
Oh?
It is quite a three-pipe problem, and I beg you not to speak to me for 50 minutes.
Oh, well. Holmes curled himself up in his chair, with his knees drawn up to his nose, and sat there with his eyes closed. I had come to the conclusion that he had dropped asleep when he suddenly sprang out of his chair with the gesture of a man who had made up his mind.
Could your patience spare you for a little longer, Watson?
My practice is never very absorbing.
Then put on your hat and come along.
Right. We travelled by the Underground as far as Aldersgate, and a short walk took us to Saxe-Coburg Square, the starting point of the singular story we had listened to that morning. 3 gilt balls and a board with Jabez Wilson in white letters announced the place where our client carried on his business. Holmes walked up and down the street, looking at all the houses before returning to the pawnbroker's. Here, he thumped vigorously on the pavement with his stick before going up to the door.
Step inside, gentlemen.
Thank you, but we only wish to ask you how you would go from here to the Strand.
Third right, fourth left.
Thank you.
Smart fellow, that. I have known something of him before.
Evidently, Mr. Wilson's assistant counts for a good deal in this mystery. You inquired the way merely in order that you might see him?
No, not him.
Oh, what then?
The knees of his trousers.
Oh? And what did you see?
What I expected to see.
And, why did you beat the pavement?
My dear doctor, this is a time for observation, not for talk. We are spies in an enemy's country. Now we know something of Saxe-Coburg Square. Let us explore the paths which lie behind it.
The road in which we found ourselves as we turned round the corner was one of the main arteries which conveyed the traffic of the city to the north and west. It was difficult to realize that the line of stately shops, restaurants, banks, and other business premises, with the immense stream of commerce flowing inwards and outwards, abutted on the other side to the faded and stagnant square which we had just quitted.
Now, let me see. I should just like to remember the order of the houses here.
Order of the houses?
Good. Doctor, we've done our work, and so we can be on our way. You will want to go home, no doubt.
Yeah, well, it would be as well.
And I have some business to do, which will take some hours. This affair at Coburg Square is serious.
Oh, what's serious about it?
A considerable crime is in contemplation.
Will you be in time to prevent it?
I believe so. But today being Saturday rather complicates matters. I shall want your help tonight.
At what time?
10. Yes, 10 will be early enough.
Right, I shall be at Baker Street at 10.
Very well. Doctor, there may be some little danger, so kindly put your army revolver into your pocket before you set out.
Right. I trust I am not more dense than my neighbours, but I was always oppressed with a sense of my own stupidity in my dealings with Sherlock Holmes. I had heard what he had heard. I had seen what he had seen. And yet, from his words, it was evident that he saw clearly not only what had happened, but also what was about to happen, while to me the whole business was still confused and grotesque. I tried to puzzle it out, this extraordinary tale of the red-headed copier of the encyclopedia, but I gave it up in despair and set the matter aside until night should give an explanation. When I returned to Baker Street at the appointed time, I found Holmes in animated conversation with two men. One I recognized as Peter Jones, the official police agent. The other was a sad-faced man with a very shiny hat and a particularly respectable frock coat.
Good. Our party is complete. You know Jones, I think, Watson?
Oh, yes.
Let me introduce you to Mr. Merriweather.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We're hunting in couples again, Doctor. Our friend here is a wonderful man for starting a chase.
I hope a wild goose may not prove to be the end of it.
You may place considerable confidence in Mr. Holmes, sir. It is not too much to say that once or twice he's been more nearly correct than the official force.
Well, if you say so, Mr. Jones, it is all right. But this is the first Saturday night in 27 years that I've missed my game of whist.
I think you will find that you will play for a higher stake tonight than you've ever done. And for you, Mr. Merriweather, it will be £30,000.
Oh, good Lord.
And for you, Jones, it will be John Clay.
The murderer?
Murderer, thief, and forger, Doctor. He's a young man, Mr. Merriweather, but he's at the head of his profession. And I'd rather have my bracelets on him than on any criminal in London. Now, I've been on his track for years, and yet never set eyes on him.
I hope I may have the pleasure of introducing you tonight. Oh, but it's past 10, and quite time that we started.
We rattled through an endless labyrinth of gaslit streets with Merriweather and Jones in one hansom and Holmes and I in a second. Not until we emerged into Partington Street did my friends say anything.
We are close there now.
Who is this fellow Merriweather?
Well, a bank director and personally interested in this matter. I thought it as well to have Jones with us also.
Well, he's not a bad fellow.
An absolute imbecile in his profession. But he has one positive virtue.
What's that?
He's as brave as a bulldog and as tenacious as a lobster if he gets his claws upon anyone. Here we are. They're waiting for us.
We had reached the same crowded thoroughfare in which we had found ourselves in the morning. Our cabs were dismissed, and following the guidance of Mr. Merriweather, we went first down a passage to a side door, and once inside, down a set of winding stone stairs, through a series of massive doors, and finally into a huge vault.
You are not very vulnerable from above.
Nor from below. Dear me, this floor sounds quite hollow.
Shush. I must really ask you to be a little more quiet. You've just imperiled the whole success of our expedition.
Well, I was not to know that...
Might I beg that you have the goodness to sit down upon one of these boxes and not to interfere?
Well, really, I'm
The
not...
solemn Mr. Merriweather perched upon a crate, with a very injured expression on his face, while Holmes briefly examined the cracks between the stones with his lens.
We have at least an hour before us, for they can hardly take any steps until the good pawnbroker is safely in bed.
What about the lantern, Mr. Holmes?
We must put a screen over it.
And sit in the dark?
Well, I'm afraid so. Their preparations have gone so far that we cannot risk the presence of the light. These are dangerous men. Watson, if they fire, have no compunction about shooting them down.
Right. But what if they retreat?
Well, they can only go back through the house into Saxe Coburg Square.
And I have an inspector and 2 officers waiting at the front door.
So, we've stopped all the holes. Now, if you conceal yourselves behind that crate, Watson and I will stand behind these.
Right.
I placed my revolver on top of the wooden case behind which we crouched, and Holmes moved the slide across in front of the lantern. We were left in pitch darkness.
You gathered, Watson, that we are in the city branch of one of the principal banks.
Yes, but how did you know this was what they were planning?
The only possible object of that fantastic business with the League and the Encyclopedia
must be to get our not-over-bright pawnbroker out of the way for a number of hours each day. The fact that the man who brought the advertisement to his employer's attention worked for half wages was immediately suspicious.
Yes, he obviously had some strong motive for retaining the situation.
But the pawnbroking business is a small one and of no interest to criminals. So it had to be something to do with the house. Then I remembered this jewel of an assistant had a penchant for photography.
Taking him regularly to the cellar.
Precisely. What else could attract him there but a tunnel? As was proved when the assistant came to the door by those trousers that spoke of hours of burrowing.
And then, walking round the corner, you found the bank branch right behind the pawnbroker's premises.
And the fact that the League office had been closed meant that their tunnel must be complete. So here we are. And now we must be silent and wait.
Yes. What a time it seemed. From comparing notes afterwards, it was but an hour and a quarter, yet it appeared to me that the night must have almost gone and the dawn be breaking above us. And then suddenly my eyes caught the glint of a light. Slowly it lengthened to become a yellow line, and then a gash seemed to open, and a hand appeared. It was withdrawn, and immediately one of the stones was turned over on its side, and a man climbed into the vault.
It's all clear.
A second man began to follow behind the first, and at that moment, Holmes sprang out.
Hey! Back down, Archie!
Sherlock Holmes seized the intruder by the collar as the other dived back down the hole. The light flashed on the barrel of a revolver, but Holmes's stick came down on the man's wrist, and the pistol fell to the floor.
It's no use, Clay. You've no chance at all.
So I see. But I fancy my friend is all right.
Until he finds the three men waiting for him at the door.
Oh, indeed. Well, you seem to have done things completely. I must compliment you.
And are you? Your red-headed idea was new and effective.
Now, if I could trouble you with these derbies, you can come and see your pal sooner than you thought. Come on, get a move on.
Well done, Holmes. Well done.
Up you go.
You may come out now, Mr. Merriweather.
Really, Mr. Holmes, I do not know how the bank can thank you enough. There is no doubt you have detected and defeated one of the most determined attempts at bank robbery that has ever come within my experience.
Yes, well, I have been at some small expense over this matter, which I shall expect the bank to refund.
Oh, of course, of course.
But beyond that, I am amply repaid by hearing the very remarkable narrative of the Red-Headed League.
You reasoned it all out beautifully.
Well, Watson, my life is spent in one long effort to escape from the commonplaces of existence. These little problems help me to do so.
In The Red-Headed League, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Sean Barrett, Jabez Wilson, Stephen Garlick, Vincent Spaulding, Edward Phillips, Duncan Ross and Peter Jones, and John Gabriel, Mr. Merriweather of the City and Suburban Bank. The music was written by Jos Sanglier and played by Jos Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The Red-Headed League was dramatized by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. The Solitary Cyclist by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
The first that Sherlock Holmes and I knew of Miss Violet Smith was when the young and beautiful woman presented herself at Baker Street late one evening to ask for Holmes's assistance and advice.
Please sit down and tell us what is troubling you.
Thank you.
At least it cannot be your health. So ardent a bicyclist must be full of energy.
She glanced down in surprise at her own feet, and I observed the slight roughening of the side of the sole caused by the friction of the edge of the pedal.
Yes, I bicycle a good deal, Mr. Holmes. And that has something to do with my visit to you today.
My friend took the lady's hand and examined it.
You will excuse me, I'm sure. It is my business. I nearly fell into the error of supposing that you were typewriting. Of course, it is obvious it is music. You observe the spatulate finger end, Watson, which is common to both professions.
Oh, yes, yes.
There is a spirituality about the face, however, which the typewriting does not generate. This lady is a musician.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I teach music.
In the country, I presume, from your complexion?
Yes, near Farnham, on the borders of Surrey.
So, Miss Smith, what has happened to you near Farnham on the borders of Surrey?
As so often in our experience, Violet Smith's story began simply. When her father died, she and her mother had been left without a relation in the world, except for one uncle, Rafe Smith, who had gone to Africa 25 years before and had not been heard from since. The two of them were also left very poor. Then one day they heard of an advertisement in the Times inquiring for their whereabouts.
You can imagine how excited we were, Mr. Holmes, for we thought that someone had left us a fortune.
Yeah, but they had not?
No, they had not. When we went to the lawyer, whose name was given in the paper, we met two gentlemen, a Mr. Carruthers and a Mr. Woodley, who were home on a visit from South Africa. They said that my uncle was a friend of theirs. He had died some months before in poverty in Johannesburg, and with his last breath had asked them to hunt up his relations and see that they were in no want.
Your uncle took no notice of you when he was alive, and yet is so careful to look after you when he is dead.
That seemed strange to us, too. But Mr. Carruthers explained that my uncle had just heard of the death of his brother, and so felt responsible for our fate.
When was this interview?
Last December, 4 months ago.
Pray proceed.
Mr. Woodley seemed to me to be a most odious person.
Oh, in what way?
He was forever making eyes at me. A coarse, puffy-faced, red-moustached man with his hair plastered down. I thought he was perfectly hateful.
And Mr. Carruthers?
An older man, and more agreeable. He had polite manners and a pleasant smile. He inquired how we were left, and on finding that we were very poor, he suggested that I should come and teach music to his only daughter, aged 10.
Miss Smith was not too proud to admit that the prospect of some income made her accept this offer, and it was an arrangement that promised well. Carruthers was a widower, but had engaged a housekeeper to look after his establishment, Chiltern Grange, about 6 miles from Farnham. Carruthers was kind and himself musical, so they spent pleasant evenings together, and every weekend she went home to her mother in town. The first flaw in her happiness was the arrival of the odious Woodley.
He came for a visit of a week, but it seemed 3 months to me. He boasted of his wealth and said that if I married him I should have the finest diamonds in London. Finally, when I would have nothing to do with him, he seized me in his arms and swore that he would not let me go until I kissed him.
Dreadful.
Fortunately, Mr. Carruthers came in and tore him from me. At that, Mr. Woodley turned upon his own host, knocking him down and cutting his face open.
That, I imagine, was the end of his visit.
Yes. Mr. Carruthers apologized to me the next day and assured me that I should never be exposed to such an insult again.
Yes, quite right.
Have you seen Woodley since?
I am pleased to say that I have not.
Violet Smith's narrative had been surprising enough up until that point, but there was stranger to come. Every Saturday morning she rode on her bicycle to Farnham Station to catch the train. The loneliest part of the road was where it ran for over a mile between Charlington Heath on the one side and the woods around Charlington Hall on the other. 2 weeks before, she had found that, unusually, she was not alone on that stretch of road.
I chanced to look back over my shoulder, and about 200 yards behind me, I saw a man, also on a bicycle. He seemed to be middle-aged, with a short, dark beard. I looked back before I reached Farnham, but the man was gone, so I thought no more about it. But you can imagine my surprise, Mr. Holmes, when on my return on the Monday, I saw the same man on the same stretch of road. And the incident occurred again, exactly as before, the following Saturday and Monday.
Did he always keep his distance and not attempt to molest you in any way?
Always.
Did you report it to your employer?
Yes, I did. Mr. Carruthers told me that he had ordered a horse and trap, so that before long I should not have to pass over these lonely roads without some companion.
Today is Saturday. And was the man there again as you bicycled to the station?
Exactly as the 2 weeks before.
Have you been able to see his face?
No, he keeps too far from me. But he is certainly someone whom I do not know. The only thing I could see clearly was his dark beard. But I was determined to find out who he was and what he wanted.
So what did you do?
Well, I slowed down my machine, but he slowed down his. Then I stopped altogether. So did he. So I laid a trap for him. I pedalled quickly round a sharp turning, then stopped and waited. But he never appeared.
Oh, extraordinary.
This case certainly presents some features of its own. What did you do then?
I went back and looked round the corner. I could see a mile of road, but he was not on it.
Could he have gone down a side road?
There are none.
How much time elapsed between your turning the corner and your discovery that the road was clear?
Oh, 2 or 3 minutes.
Then he could not have retreated down the road.
Ah, he took a footpath on one side or the other.
It could not have been on the side of the heath, or I should have seen him.
So by the process of exclusion, we arrive at the fact that he made his way towards Charlington Hall.
That is correct.
Anything else?
Nothing, Mr. Holmes. Save that I was so perplexed that I felt I should not be happy until I had seen you and had your advice.
You have had admirers, of course.
Yes.
But none currently?
Only that dreadful man Woodley, if you can call him an admirer.
No one else?
Well, it has seemed to me sometimes that Mr. Carruthers takes a great deal of interest in me. We are thrown rather together. He has never said anything. He is a perfect gentleman. But a girl always knows.
What does he do for a living?
He is a rich man. Oh, well, fairly well-to-do. He goes to the city 2 or 3 times a week. He is deeply interested in South African gold shares.
You will let me know any fresh development, Miss Smith. I am very busy, but I will find time to make some inquiries into your case. In the meantime, take no steps without letting me know.
Holmes sat silently for some time after she had left, considering all he had heard.
It is part of the settled order of nature that such a girl should have followers, Watson, but for choice, not on bicycles on lonely country roads.
Some secretive lover, perhaps?
Beyond all doubt. But there are curious and suggestive details about the case.
That he should appear only at that point.
Exactly. Our first effort must be to find who are the tenants of Charlington Hall. Then again, how about the connection between Carruthers and Woodley, since they appear to be men of such different types? How came they both to be so keen upon looking up Rafe Smith's relations?
And what sort of rich man's household is it that does not keep a horse, but is 6 miles from the town?
Yes, odd, Watson. It is all odd.
So you will go down?
Oh, no, my dear fellow, you will go down.
What?
But this may prove, after all, to be some trifling intrigue, and I cannot break off my other research for the sake of it. On Monday, you will arrive early at Farnham. Conceal yourself near Charlington Heath, observe the facts for yourself, and act as your own judgment advises.
When I reached the Heath early on Monday morning, as Holmes had directed, it was impossible to mistake the scene of the young lady's adventure. The road ran between the open heath on one side and an old yew hedge on the other, surrounding a park. There was a main gateway of lichen-covered stone, but the house itself was invisible from the road. I had not been long in hiding behind a clump of gorse before I saw a cyclist riding down the road from the opposite direction to that in which I had come. He had a black beard. On reaching the end of the Charlington grounds, he sprang from his machine and led it through a gap in the hedge, disappearing from my view. After a quarter of an hour, the young lady appeared on her way from the station. As soon as she passed the Charlington hedge, the man emerged from his hiding place and followed her on his bicycle. She looked back at him and slowed her pace. He slowed also. She stopped. He at once stopped too. Then she suddenly whisked her wheels round and dashed straight at him. He He darted off, however, in desperate flight, so she turned back and cycled on. The man followed her out of my sight, and then returned. He turned in at the hall gates and down the drive. What I regarded as a good morning's work did not seem so to Holmes when I presented my report to him that evening.
My dear Watson, your hiding place was very faulty. You should have been behind the hedge. Then you would have had a close view of this interesting person. As it is, you were some hundreds of yards away, and can tell me even less, Mr. Smith. She thinks she does not know the man. I'm convinced she does. Why otherwise should he be so anxious that she should not get so near him as to see his features? Well, what next?
The local house agent could tell me nothing about Charlington Hall, but referred me to a firm in Pall Mall. Yes, I halted there on my way home and found that the tenant is a respectable elderly gentleman called Williamson.
Our man returns to the hall, and to find out who he is, you come to a London house agent.
Yeah, well, what should I have done then?
Gone to the nearest public house.
Oh.
That is the centre of country gossip. They would have told you every name from the master to the scullery maid. Williamson. It conveys nothing to my mind, except that if he is an elderly man, he is not this active cyclist who sprints away from that athletic lady's pursuit. We have, I fear, gained little from your expedition. Well, my dear Watson, don't look so depressed. We can do little more until next Saturday.
But next morning we had a note from Miss Smith. As well as recounting the very incidents which I had seen, there was an important postscript.
My place here has become difficult, owing to the fact that my employer has proposed marriage to me. He took my refusal very seriously, but very gently. You can understand, however, that the situation is a little strained.
Our young friend seems to be getting into deep waters.
Yes.
I shall be none the worse for a quiet, peaceful day in the country. I'm inclined to run down this afternoon and test one or two theories I've formed.
Holmes's quiet day in the country had a singular termination, for he arrived at Baker Street late in the evening with a cut lip and a discoloured lump on his forehead.
My dear Holmes, whatever has happened?
You are aware, Watson, that I have some proficiency in the sport of boxing. Today, I should have come to a very ignominious grief without it.
But how on earth did that come about?
I found that country pub which I had already recommended to your notice, and with it a garrulous landlord who was happy to give me all I wanted. There is some rumour that the white, not black, bearded Williamson is or has been a clergyman.
Well, a clerical agency ought to be able to help there.
I have already made some inquiries. There was a man of that name in orders whose career has been a singularly dark one.
And could the landlord tell you anything else?
He was informing me about the weekend visitors, especially one Mr. Woodley. Who should walk in but the gentleman himself, who had been drinking his beer in the tap room and had heard the whole conversation.
Well, from what we've been told already, I imagine he didn't take kindly to that.
No, he had a fine flow of language, and his adjectives were very vigorous. He ended a string of abuse by a vicious backhander, which I failed to entirely avoid. Well, the next few minutes were delicious. I emerged as you see me.
And Woodley?
Woodley, well, he went home in a cart. But I must confess that my day on the Surrey border, however enjoyable, has not been much more profitable than your own.
The Thursday brought us another letter from our client.
You will not be surprised, Mr. Holmes, to hear that I am leaving Mr. Carruthers' employment. The cause of my leaving is not merely the strange situation with Mr. Carruthers, but the reappearance of that odious man, Mr. Woodley. He was always hideous, but he looks more awful than ever now, for he appears to have had an accident and is much disfigured. I saw him out of the window talking to Mr. Carruthers, who seemed much excited afterwards. Woodley must be staying in the neighbourhood, for he did not sleep here, and yet I caught another glimpse of him this morning. I would sooner have a savage wild animal loose about the place. So I have resolved to come up to town on Saturday and not to return. Mr. Carruthers has got a trap, and so the dangers of the lonely road, if there were ever dangers, are now over.
So I trust, Watson. So I trust.
But you are doubtful?
Yes. There is some deep intrigue going on round that young woman.
Then it is our duty to see that no one molests her upon that last journey.
Indeed. We must spare time to go down together on Saturday morning.
Yes.
And make sure this curious investigation has no untoward ending.
I confess that I had not up to now taken a very serious view of the case, which had seemed to me rather grotesque and bizarre than dangerous. That a man should lie in wait for and follow a very handsome woman is no unheard of thing. If he had so little audacity that he fled from her approach, he was not a very formidable assailant. The ruffian Woodley was a very different person, but he only molested our client once, and had recently visited the house of Carruthers without intruding upon her presence. Yet that Holmes thought that tragedy might prove to lurk behind these curious events was evident from the severity of his manner, and from the fact that he slipped a revolver into his pocket before we left 221B Baker Street.
It's a glorious morning, Holmes.
Yes, let us hope it remains that way, Watson. Charlington Hall is well hidden by its woods. This rise must be the only place on the road from Farnham that you can see it.
It's rather a grim-looking place, and poorly kept.
All too suitable for its occupants. I say, look. We're down the road, as far as you can see.
Yes, looks like a dog cart.
I had allowed a margin of half an hour. If that is Miss Smith, she must be making for the earlier train. I fear she will be past Charlington before we can possibly meet her. Come on, Watson.
From the instant that we passed over the rise, we could no longer see the vehicle. It came into view again only after we had run hard for several minutes. When it did appear round the curve of the road, it was empty.
Too late, Watson. Fool that I was not to allow for the earlier train. It's abduction, murder, heaven knows what. Let's stop the horse. Ooh! Right now, jump in. Now let's see if we can repair the consequences of my own blunder.
Once round the curve, we should be able to see if Miss Smith is anywhere on the road.
No, she's not been thrown, Watson. She's been taken.
But look. At least there's the man with the bicycle.
But no Miss Smith.
Pull up, or I'll put a bullet in your horse.
A little caution, Watson, when we get down. Excited men with revolvers are unpredictable. You're the man we wanted to see. Where is Miss Smith?
That's what I should be asking you. You are in her dog cart. Where have you taken her?
We met the dog cart on the road. There was no one in it.
We drove back to help the young lady.
Good Lord. Then they've got her.
Who?
That hellhound Woodley and that blackguard parson. Now, come on, man. If you are really her friend, come with me and we'll save her. If I have to leave my carcass in Charlington Wood.
This is where they came through the hedge. Now, who's this?
It was a young fellow of about 17, dressed like an ostler, with a terrible cut on his head, and lying motionless.
That's Peter the groom. He was driving her. The beasts have pulled him down and clubbed him.
Is he alive, Watson?
Yes. The wound looks bad, but the bone seems to be undamaged.
Let him lie. We can't do him any good, but we may save her.
Well, they didn't go to the house. Here are their marks beside the laurels.
They're in the bowling alley. This way, the cowards. Follow me, gentlemen.
We broke suddenly into a glade surrounded by trees. On the far side of it was a group of 3 people. One was our client, drooping and faint, with a handkerchief around her mouth. Opposite her stood a red-moustached young man, being congratulated by an elderly, grey-bearded man, wearing a surplice over his suit. As we appeared, he pocketed his prayer book.
Too late.
They're married.
Come on.
You can take your beard off, Bob. I know you well enough. You and your pals are just in time for me to introduce you to Mrs. Woodley.
Yes, I am Bob Carruthers. And I'll see this woman righted if I have to swing for it. I told you what I'd do, and by the Lord, I'll be as good as my word.
You're too late. She's my wife.
No, she's your widow.
Blood spurted from the front of Woodley's waistcoat, and as he fell, Williamson tried to pull out a revolver of his own, only to find himself looking down the barrel of Holmes's weapon.
Enough. Drop that pistol. Watson, pick it up and hold it to his head. Thank you. You, Carruthers, give me that revolver. We'll have no more violence. Come, hand it over.
Who are you, then?
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Good Lord.
You have heard of me, I see. I will represent the official police until they arrive. When the groom is sufficiently recovered, he can take a message to the superintendent in Farnham. Until then, I must detain you all under my personal custody. Now, let us move into the house.
Once we were inside, examined the injured Woodley and reported back to Holmes.
Well, Watson?
He will live. What? I'll go upstairs and finish him then.
You'll stay where you are.
That girl is not going to be tied to Roaring Jack Woodley for life.
You need not concern yourself about that. There are two very good reasons why she should under no circumstances be his wife. In the first place, we are very safe in questioning Mr. Williamson's right to solemnize a marriage.
I have been ordained.
And also unfrocked.
Once a clergyman, always a clergyman.
I think not. How about the license?
We had a license for the marriage. I have it here in my pocket.
Then you got it by a trick. But in any case, a forced marriage is no marriage, but it is a very serious felony, as you will have the next 10 years or so to reflect. As to you, Carruthers, you would have done better to keep your pistol in your pocket.
I begin to think so, Mr. Holmes. But it drove me mad to think that despite all I had done, that she was in the power of such a brute and bully.
What had you done?
I never let her go once past this house where I knew these rascals were lurking, without following her on my bicycle just to see that she came to no harm.
Wearing a beard so that she shouldn't recognize you.
Oh, she wouldn't have stayed in my employment long if she thought I was following her about the roads.
Oh, why didn't you tell her of the danger?
Because then again, she would have left me. And I loved her too much to think of never seeing her in my house again.
You call that love? I call it selfishness.
What was it that brought matters to a head?
This telegram.
Well, the old man is dead. Rafe Smith, I imagine.
That's right. That's where it all started.
By heaven, if you squeal on us, I'll serve you as you serve Jack Woodley.
Your Reverence need not be excited. The case is clear enough, and there are only a few details to explain. You three knew Rafe Smith in South Africa.
Lie number one. I never saw either of them until 2 months ago. And I have never been to Africa in my life.
Well, His Reverence is our own homegrown article.
Yes. Jack and I knew Rafe Smith. And we knew he wouldn't live long.
And that he wouldn't make a will.
He couldn't read or write.
And Miss Smith was his next of kin and would inherit what he had.
Which was a small fortune.
So the two of you came over to seek her out, with the idea that one of you was to marry her. Why was Woodley chosen?
We played cards for her on the boat. He won.
Huh. You got the young lady into your service, and then Woodley was to do the courting. However, she recognized the brute that he was and would have nothing to do with him. And you complicated matters by falling in love with her.
It strikes me, Williamson, there isn't much that we can tell this gentleman. Woodley and I quarrelled, and he made his own plans, which included this cast padre here. Then he turned up 2 days ago with the telegram and asked if I would stand by the bargain we had made. I said I would not.
So he took matters into his own hands in his own characteristic way. Well, Mr. Carruthers, I think you have done what you could to make amends for your share in an evil plot. But there is my card, sir. And if my evidence can be of help to you in your trial, it shall be at your disposal.
Thank you.
Now, Watson, when do you expect Miss Smith to revive from the sedative you gave her?
Oh, within a quarter of an hour.
Good. And then you had better repair to her side to give her the good news as soon as she awakes.
But that she's not married after all, you mean?
That's that, and the fact that the demise of the uncle she never met has made her one of the richest young ladies in the land, as well as one of the handsomest.
In The Solitary Cyclist by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Felicity Hayes McCoy, Violet Smith, Douglas Fielding, Carruthers, Sean Barrett, Woodley, and Hayden Wood, Williamson. The Solitary Cyclist was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. A Scandal in Bohemia by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
I had seen little of Sherlock Holmes lately. Once I had married, the domestic interests which rise up around the man who finds himself for the first time master of his own establishment were sufficient to absorb all my attention. But one night, it was the 20th of March 1888, I was returning from a journey to a patient when my way led me through Baker Street. As I passed the well-remembered door of 221B, I was seized with a keen desire to see Holmes again, so I rang the bell. In the sitting room, Holmes stood before the fire and looked me over in his singular introspective fashion.
Wedlock suits you, Watson. I think you put on 7.5 pounds since I saw you.
7.
Oh, indeed. I should have thought a little more. And I observe you've been getting very wet lately, and you have a clumsy and careless servant girl.
Really, my dear Holmes, you know, you would certainly have been burned had you lived a few centuries ago. You know, it's true that I had a country walk on Thursday and came home in a dreadful mess, but as I've changed my clothes, I can't imagine how you deduce it. And as to Mary Jane, she's incorrigible, and my wife has given her notice. But there again, I fail to see how you work it out.
Oh, well, it's simplicity itself. On the inside of your left shoe, the leather is scored by 6 almost parallel cuts. Obviously, they've been caused by someone who has very carelessly scraped around the sole in order to remove mud from it. Hence, you see, my double deduction that you had been out in vile weather and that you had a particularly malignant boot-slitting specimen of the London slavey.
Oh, my dear Holmes, at each successive instance of your reasoning, I am baffled until you explain your process. And yet I believe that my eyes are as good as yours.
You see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear.
Holmes threw across to me a sheet of notepaper, which had been lying open on the table.
You may be interested in this. It came by the last post.
Oh. It's undated, and without either signature or address.
Oh, no, read it.
There will call upon you tonight at 7:45 a gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted. This account of you we have from all quarters received. Do not take it amiss if your visitor wears a mask. Very singular.
So what do you make of that, Watson?
Well, it is indeed a mystery. What do you imagine it means?
I have no data. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Yes. Now, what you deduce from the note itself?
Well, the man who wrote it is presumably well-to-do. Such paper could not be bought under £0.5 a packet. It's peculiarly strong and stiff.
Peculiar is the very word. It's not an English paper at all. Hold it up to the light.
I could make no sense of the watermark, which seemed to me just a series of letters. But from them, Holmes quickly identified the provenance of the paper as Bohemia.
And the man who wrote the note is German. Notice the construction of the sentence, this account of you we have from all quarters received. A Frenchman or Russian could not have written that. It is the German who is so uncourteous to his verbs. We shall have all answers shortly, but let us discover first the manner of his arrival. Yes, look. A nice little brougham and a fine pair of horses. Oh, there's money in this case, Watson, if there is nothing else.
Well, I'd better go, Holmes.
Not at all. I may want your help, and so may he. Come in.
You had my note?
Yes, pray take a seat. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Whom have I the honour to address?
You may address me as the Count von Kron. I hope that your friend is a man of honour and discretion whom I may trust with a matter of extreme importance.
If not, I should much prefer to communicate with you alone.
It is both or none.
Then I must begin by binding you both to absolute secrecy.
I promise.
So do I.
You will excuse this mask. The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you. I may confess that the title by which I have just called myself is not my own.
I was aware of it.
The circumstances are of great delicacy. Every precaution has to be taken to avoid scandal. For to speak plainly, the matter implicates the great house of Ormstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia.
I was also aware of that. If you would condescend to state your case, I should be better able to advise your Majesty.
The man sprang from his chair and paced up and down in uncontrollable agitation. Then, with a gesture of desperation, he tore the mask from his face and hurled it to the ground.
You are right. I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?
Why indeed?
But you can understand that I am not accustomed to doing such business in my own person. Yet, as the matter is so delicate, I have come incognito from Prague for the purpose of consulting you.
Then pray consult.
The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of Irene Adler. You may have heard of her.
The name is completely new to me.
Well, let's see if my index has anything to say about it. Yes, there is a little. Born New Jersey, contralto, La Scala, then Warsaw Imperial Opera, retired from operatic stage, living in London. So as I understand, your Majesty became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now desirous of getting those letters back.
Precisely so, but
was
how
there a
did
secret
you...
marriage?
None.
No legal papers or certificates?
None.
Well, then I fail to follow your Majesty. If this young person should produce her letters for blackmailing or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity?
There is the writing.
Forgery?
My private notepaper.
Stolen?
My own seal.
Imitated?
My photograph.
Bought?
We were both in the photograph.
Oh, dear. That is bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion.
I was only Crown Prince then. I was young.
But the photograph must be recovered. It must be bought.
She will not sell.
Stolen then?
5 attempts have been made.
No sign of it?
Absolutely none.
Well, it's a pretty little problem.
But a very serious one to me. I am about to be married.
So I have heard.
A shadow of doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an end.
And Irene Adler?
Threatens to send the photograph to my fiancé's family. And she will do it. She has the face of the most beautiful of women, but a soul of steel. Rather than I should marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go.
You're sure that she has not sent it yet?
She has said she will send it on the day the betrothal is publicly proclaimed. That will be next Monday.
Then we have 3 days. The lady's address?
Bryony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood.
Right. Then I shall drop you a line at your hotel to let you know how we progress.
Pray do so. I shall be all anxiety.
Holmes arranged with me to call on him the following afternoon to discuss the case. So, at 3 o'clock precisely, I was at Baker Street. But the landlady informed me that he had left the house shortly after 8 in the morning and had not yet returned, so I sat down beside the fire to await him. It was close upon 4 when the door opened and a drunken-looking groom, ill-kempt and side-whiskered, with an inflamed face and disreputable clothes, walked into the room.
Afternoon, sir.
What? Who are you bursting in here like this?
I've come to see Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes? What?
Oh, come along, Watson. Surely you recognise me.
What? Holmes!
Accustomed as I was to my friend's amazing powers in the use of disguises, I had to look 3 times before I was certain it was indeed he. Then he vanished into the bedroom, whence he emerged, respectable again, in 5 minutes. He stretched out in front of the fire and laughed heartily.
Well, really, you could never guess how I employed my morning, or what I ended up doing.
I can't imagine. I suppose you've been watching the habits and perhaps the house of Miss Irene Adler.
Quite so. But the sequel was rather unusual. I went in the character of a groom because there is a wonderful freemasonry among horsey men. Be one of them, and you will know all there is to know.
And did it so prove?
Oh, indeed, it did. As much information as they could desire about Miss Adler, to say nothing of half a dozen other people in the neighbourhood in whom I was not the least interested, but whose biographies I was compelled to listen to.
But what of Irene Adler?
She is the daintiest thing under a bonnet on this planet. So say the serpentine muse to a man. Seldom goes out and has only one male visitor, but a good deal of him. He is Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple. See the advantage of a cabman as a confidant?
But a lawyer involved? That sounds ominous.
Depending on the relation between them. Was she his client, his friend, or his mistress? If the former, she had probably transferred the photograph to his safekeeping. If the latter, it was less likely. But on the issue of that question depended whether Briony Lodge or the gentleman's chambers should now be the main object of my attention.
And have you managed to resolve that?
It was resolved for me, Watson. I was still balancing the matter in my mind when a hansom cab drove up to Briony Lodge and a gentleman sprang out.
Wait for me, cabby!
From the description I had received, it was clearly Norton. He was in the house for about half an hour, and then emerged looking even more flurried than before.
Drive like the devil. First to Gross and Hankey's in Regent Street and then to the Church St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes.
Then up draws a landau, and the lady herself shot out of the hall door and into it. I only caught a glimpse of her then, but she is a lovely woman, with a face a man might die for.
The Church of St. Monica, John, and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes.
So you followed?
Oh, certainly. This was too good to lose. I managed to get a cab, and off we went. My cabby drove fast. Indeed, I don't think I ever drove faster, but the others were there before us. I paid and hurried into the church. There was not a soul there save the two I had followed, and a clergyman who was expostulating with them. Evidently, there was some informality about the license, and the clergyman refused to marry them without a witness of some sort. I lounged up the side aisle like any other idler who has dropped into a church, when suddenly the three at the altar faced round to me, and Godfrey Norton came running towards me.
Thank God. You'll do. Come on, quickly.
Well, where to then, sir?
Come along, man, come along. Only 3 minutes or it won't be legal.
So you were brought into their marriage?
Exactly. It was the most preposterous position in which I ever found myself in my life. Mumbling responses which were whispered in my ear and vouching for things which I knew nothing.
This is a very unexpected turn of affairs.
Then outside the church, Miss Adler herself approaches me and...
Thank you so much for your kind help.
She gives me this.
A sovereign?
I intend to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion.
But what then?
It looked as if the pair might take an immediate departure. They separated, however, he driving back to the temple and she to her own house. But it suggests we must act quickly, which will mean a busy evening, and I would like your assistance.
And I should be delighted.
I was sure that I might rely on you.
But what is it that you...
Irene Adler, as I shall continue to call her, goes daily for a drive in the afternoon, from which she returns at 7. We must be at Briony Lodge to meet her.
Yes, and what is to happen then?
You must leave that to me. I have already arranged what is to occur. There is only one point on which I must insist. You must not interfere, come what may.
No, I am to remain neutral?
Totally. There will probably be some small unpleasantness. Do not join in. It will end in my being conveyed into the house. 4 or 5 minutes afterwards, the sitting-room window will open. You are to station yourself close to that window and watch for me. I will ensure I am visible to you.
I understand.
When I raise my hand, so, throw this into the room.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, nothing very formidable. An ordinary plumber's smoke rocket fitted with a cap at either end to make it self-lighting. Then raise the cry of fire.
And what am I to do then?
Simply walk to the end of the street, where I will rejoin you in 10 minutes.
Right. You may rely entirely on me.
Excellent. And now I think it is time that I prepared for the new role I have to play.
Holmes disappeared into his bedroom and returned in a few minutes in the character of an amiable and simple-minded nonconformist clergyman. Now, it was not merely that Holmes changed his costume. His very soul seemed to vary with every fresh part that he assumed. The stage lost a fine actor, even as science lost an acute reasoner when he became a specialist in crime. It was already dusk as we reached Bryony Lodge to wait for the return of its occupant. For a small street in a quiet neighbourhood, it was remarkably animated. There was a group of shabbily dressed men smoking and laughing in one corner, a scissors grinder, 2 guardsmen flirting with a nurse, and several well-dressed young men.
You see, Watson, this marriage rather simplifies matters. The photograph becomes a double-edged weapon now. The chances are that she will be as adverse to its being seen by Mr. Godfrey Norton as our client is to its coming to the eyes of his princess. The question is, where do we find the photograph?
Where indeed?
It's most unlikely that she carries it about with her. It's too large for easy concealment about a woman's dress. And she knows the king is capable of having her waylaid and searched.
Well, perhaps she's given it to someone, her banker or her lawyer.
It is possible, but I'm inclined to think not. She could trust her own guardianship, but she could not tell what indirect or political influence might be brought to bear on a businessman. Besides, remember that she had resolved to use it within a few days. It must be where she can lay her hands upon it.
Well, in her own house, then?
Precisely.
But it's been burgled.
Well, they did not know how to look.
But how will you look?
Oh, I will not.
Oh, what then?
I will get her to show me.
But she will refuse.
She'll not be able to. Now, I hear her carriage. Please carry out my instructions to the letter.
The gleam of the sidelights of a carriage came round the curve of the avenue. As it pulled up, one of the loafing men at the corner came forward to open the door in the hope of earning a copper. But he was elbowed away by another loafer who had rushed up with the same intention. A fierce quarrel broke out, which was supported by everyone else. A blow was struck, and in an instant the lady was the centre of a little knot of flushed and struggling men. Holmes dashed into the crowd to protect the lady, but as he reached her, he gave a cry and fell to the ground with the blood running freely down his face. Those who had been fighting took to their heels. The better-dressed people now approached where Holmes lay, and the lady, who by now had reached her own door, called back to them,
"Is the poor gentleman much hurt?"
"He's dead."
No, but he'll be gone before you can get into hospital.
He's a brave fellow. They'd have had the lady's purse if it hadn't been for him.
He can't lie in the street. May we bring him in, Ma'am?
Surely. Take him into the sitting room. There's a comfortable sofa there. This way.
Holmes was borne into Bryony Lodge as I observed the proceedings from my post by the window. I took the smoke rocket from under my ulster. Then I saw Holmes motion like a man who was in want of air. A maid rushed across and threw open the window. At the same instant, I saw him raise his hand, and I tossed my rocket into the room.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
As thick clouds of smoke curled through the room, and the whole crowd of spectators joined in a general cry of fire, I made my way to the corner of the street as we'd arranged. In about 10 minutes, Holmes was there, and we walked in silence until we were close to the Edgware Road.
You did it very nicely, Doctor. Nothing could have been better.
And do you have the photograph?
I know where it is.
And how did you find out?
She showed me, as I told you that she would.
Do you know, I'm still in the dark. Although it's clear to me that everyone in the street was an accomplice.
Yes, all engaged for the evening.
And moist red paint in your palm, ready to be clapped to your forehead.
It's an old trick.
But why the smoke rocket?
It was all important. When a woman thinks that a house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing she values most. It's a perfectly overpowering impulse, and I have more than once taken advantage of it. A married woman grabs at her baby, an unmarried one for her jewel box.
And you reason that Irene Adler had nothing more precious to her than the photograph.
Exactly.
And did it prove so?
Oh, it did, yes. The photograph is in a recess behind a sliding panel just above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant at the first alarm of fire. When I cried out that it was a false alarm, she replaced the photograph and hurried from the room.
Well, could you not have secured it at that moment?
Unfortunately, the coachman had come in and was watching me narrowly. It seemed safer to wait. But we shall return early in the morning with the king. We will be shown into the sitting room to wait for the lady, and by the time she comes, she may find neither us nor the photograph.
We had reached Baker Street and stopped at the door. As Holmes was searching in his pocket for the key, someone behind us spoke.
Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
There were several people on the pavement at the time, but the greeting appeared to come from a slim youth in an ulster who had hurried by.
I've heard that voice before. I wonder who the deuce that could have been.
I slept at Baker Street that night, and we were engaged upon toast and coffee the next morning, when the King of Bohemia rushed into the room.
You have really got it?
Not yet.
But you have hopes?
I have hopes.
Then come. I am all impatience to be gone.
We must have a cab.
My brougham is waiting.
Well, that will simplify matters. Your Majesty, Irene Adler is married.
Married? When?
Yesterday.
But to whom?
To an English lawyer named Norton.
Huh? But she could not love him.
I am in hopes that she does.
Why in hopes?
Because it would spare your Majesty all fear of future annoyance. If the lady loves her husband, she does not love your Majesty. And if she does not love you, there is no reason why she should interfere with your plans.
It is true. And yet, well, I wish she could have been of my own station. What a queen she would have made.
At Irene Adler's house, any thought of elation was dashed by the elderly housekeeper. She met us with the news that her mistress had left that morning with her husband by the 5:15 train from Charing Cross. She was bound for the continent and had no plans to return. We rushed into the sitting room. Holmes tore back a small sliding shutter by the bell pull and brought out the contents of the recess behind it.
The photograph?
Not exactly.
It is of Irene Adler alone. But there is a letter.
Superscribed Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, to be left till called for. Indeed. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well.
Very well. You took me in completely. Until after the alarm of fire, I had not a suspicion. But then, when I found how I had betrayed myself, I began to think. I had been warned against you months ago. So, since I have been trained as an actress myself, I sent John, my coachman, to watch you, and ran upstairs to change so that I could follow you to your door. That way I made sure that a dear, kind old clergyman was in fact the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes, although it was rather imprudent to wish you good night. I went straight to my husband, and we both thought the best resource when pursued by so formidable an antagonist was flight. So you will find the nest empty when you call. As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace. I love and am loved by a better man than he. I keep it only to safeguard myself from any steps he might take in the future. I leave a photograph which he might care to possess, and I remain, dear Mr. Holmes, very truly yours, Irene Norton.
What a woman! Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was? She would have made an admirable queen. Is it not a pity she was not on my level?
From what I have learned of the lady, she seems indeed to be on a very different level to your Majesty. I am sorry that I have not been able to bring this business to a more successful conclusion.
On the contrary, my dear sir, nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is as safe as if it were in the file. I am immensely indebted to you. Pray, tell me in what way I can reward you.
Your Majesty has something that I should value very highly.
You have but to name it.
The photograph.
Oh. Irene's photograph? Certainly, if you wish it.
Thank you. Then there is no more to be done in the matter. I have the honour to wish you a very good morning.
But, Mr. Holmes...
And that was how a great scandal threatened to affect the kingdom of Bohemia, and how the plans of Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. It is also why, when Holmes speaks of Irene Adler, or refers to her photograph, it is always under the honourable title of The Woman.
In A Scandal in Bohemia by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Hayden Wood, the King, and Heather Bell, Irene Adler. A Scandal in Bohemia was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. The Blue Carbuncle by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
On the second morning after Christmas, I called upon my friend Sherlock Holmes with the intention of wishing him the compliments of the season. He was lounging upon the sofa in a purple dressing gown, but as he was examining a very seedy and disreputable hat, I felt that I might be interrupting him.
Not at all, Watson. Come and sit down.
Oh, thank you.
I'm glad to have a friend with whom I can discuss my results.
Well, I suppose that, homely as it looks, this hat is the clue that will guide you in the solution of some mystery and the punishment of some crime.
No crime. Only one of those whimsical little incidents which will happen when you have 4 million human beings all jostling each other within the space of a few square miles. You know Peterson?
The commissioner?
Yes. It is to him that this trophy belongs.
But it is not his hat?
No, we found it. Its owner is unknown.
Well, then how does it come to be here?
It arrived upon Christmas morning in the company of a good fat goose, which is, I have no doubt, roasting at this moment in front of Peterson's fire.
But how did Peterson come by the hat?
He was returning from some small jollification about 4 o'clock on Christmas morning, when he saw in the gaslight ahead of him a tallish man carrying a goose over his shoulder. As he reached the corner of the street, a row broke out between the stranger and a little knot of roughs. One of them knocked off the man's hat, on which he raised his stick to defend himself and smashed the shop window behind him.
Oh, surely Peterson tried to intervene on the stranger's behalf.
You leave that man alone!
Yes, but the man, shocked at having broken the window and seeing a person in uniform rushing towards him, dropped his goose and ran off.
And the group of roughs?
They also fled at Peterson's approach, so that he was left in possession of the field of battle and also of the spoils of victory.
This battered hat and the goose?
Precisely.
But did he not try to restore them to their owner?
There lies the problem. It is true that a small card attached to the bird's left leg said, "For Mrs. Henry Baker."
And the initials H.B. are here upon the lining of the hat.
But there must be some hundreds of Henry Bakers in London, and not too easy to restore lost property to any one of them.
Yes. Well, what then did Peterson do?
Knowing that even the smallest problems are of interest to me, he brought round both hat and goose to Baker Street.
Oh, but you spoke of the goose being cooked.
We retained it until this morning, when there were signs that despite the frost, it would be well if it were eaten without delay.
Well, has the man not advertised for his lost Christmas dinner?
No.
Then you have no clue as to his identity?
Only as much as we can deduce.
Did you? What, from his hat?
Precisely.
But you're joking. I mean, what can you gather from this old, battered felt?
Well, you know my methods. Here's my lens. See what you can gather yourself as to the individuality of the man who's worn it.
Yes. Well,
I took the tattered object in my hands and turned it over rather ruefully. It seemed to me just a very ordinary black hat, if much the worse for wear. I handed it back to my friend.
Well?
I can see nothing.
On the contrary, Watson, you can see everything. You fail, however, to reason from what you see.
Well, then pray tell me what it is you infer from this hat.
That the man is highly intellectual is, of course, obvious, and also that he was fairly well-to-do within the last 3 years, although he has now fallen upon evil days.
Oh, my dear Holmes.
He has, however, retained some degree of self-respect. He leads a sedentary life, goes out little, is out of training entirely, is middle-aged, and has grizzled hair which he has had cut within the last few days. His wife has ceased to love him, so we surmise that he was bringing the goose home as a peace offering. And it is extremely improbable that he has the gas laid on in his house.
Oh, now, you are certainly joking, Holmes.
Not in the least.
But, no, I have no doubt that I am very stupid, but I must confess I am unable to follow you. For example, now, how do you deduce that the man is intellectual?
Well, it's a question of cubic capacity.
Holmes clapped the hat upon his head. It came right over the forehead and settled upon the bridge of his nose.
You see, a man with so large a brain must have something in it.
In the same matter-of-fact way, Holmes demonstrated point by point how the hat provided the evidence for each of his deductions, even to the gas not being laid on in the house.
One tallow stain, or even two, might come by chance. But when I see no less than 5, there can be little doubt that the individual must be brought into frequent contact with burning tallow.
Oh, such as a guttering candle, you mean?
Perhaps. Anyhow, he never got tallow stains from a gas jet. Are you satisfied?
Well, it is very ingenious. But since, as you said, there has been no crime committed and no harm done...
Save the loss of the goose.
No, yes. I mean, all this seems to be rather a waste of energy.
Mr. Holmes, thank goodness you're here.
Peterson, whatever is it?
The goose, sir, the goose.
What of it? Has it returned to life and flapped off through the kitchen window?
See here, sir. See what my wife found in its crop.
Peterson held out his hand and displayed upon the centre of the palm a brilliantly scintillating blue stone.
By Jove, Peterson, this is treasure trove indeed. I suppose you know what you've got?
A diamond, sir. A precious stone. It cuts glass as though it were putty.
It's more than a precious stone. It's the precious stone.
What? You mean the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle?
Precisely so. I ought to know its size and shape, seeing that I've read the advertisement about it in the Times every day.
Yes.
It is absolutely unique. Huh? And the reward offered of £1,000 is certainly not within a 20th part of the market price.
£1,000? Great Lord of mercy.
Now, if I remember right, it was lost at the Hotel Cosmopolitan.
Yes, I have some account of the matter here.
Holmes rummaged amid his newspapers, glancing over the dates, until at last he smoothed one out and doubled it over when he found the paragraph he wanted.
Here we are. Yeah. Well, see what you make of it, Watson.
I read from the newspaper that a plumber, John Horner, had been brought up upon the charge of abstracting the gem known as the blue carbuncle from the Countess of Morcar's jewel case. The key evidence was that of a hotel attendant, James Ryder, who had shown Horner up to the Countess's dressing room to solder a loose bar of the grate. Ryder had been called away, but when he had returned, he found that Horner had disappeared, that the bureau had been forced open, and that the small morocco casket, in which, as it afterwards transpired, the Countess was accustomed to keep her jewel, was lying empty upon the dressing-table. This state of affairs was confirmed by a second witness, Catherine Cusack, maid to the Countess, who rushed into the room when Ryder first gave the alarm. Horner was arrested the same evening.
The train of events seems clear, does it not?
And with evidence of Horner's previous conviction for theft, it's hardly surprising that the magistrate has referred the matter to the assizes.
Perhaps not. But Horner protested his innocence throughout in the strongest terms. And, of course, they found no trace of the stone in his possession.
And now we know why, Mr. Holmes.
Only in part, Peterson. We know nothing yet of the sequence of events leading from a rifled jewel case at one end to the crop of a goose at the other. So you see, Watson, our little deductions have suddenly assumed a much more important aspect.
Here is the stone. The stone came from the goose, and the goose came from Mr. Henry Baker, the gentleman with the bad hat.
And all the other characteristics with which I've bored you.
No.
So, we must set ourselves very seriously to finding this gentleman and ascertaining what part he has played in this little mystery.
So, you will advertise in the papers?
It's the simplest means at our disposal. If it fails, I shall have recourse to other methods. Peterson, I shall trouble you to take a note down to the advertising agency after I've written it.
What will you say, Mr. Holmes?
Well, let me see. Found at the corner of... where was it exactly?
Gooch Street, sir.
Gooch Street, yes. A goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Baker can have the same by applying at 6:30 this evening at 221B Baker Street.
Ah, but will he see it?
We surely keep an eye on the papers, since to a poor man his loss is a heavy one. And the introduction of his name will help, for everyone who knows him will direct his attention to it.
Which evening papers do you want this placed in, sir?
All of them.
Oh, very well, sir. And the stone?
For the time being, I shall keep the stone.
Right.
And Peterson?
Yes, sir?
Buy a goose on your way back, would you? We must have one to give to this gentleman in place of the one which your family is now devouring.
Right, sir.
It's a remarkable stone, the way it glints and sparkles.
But it is a nucleus and focus of crime. It was found only 20 years ago. In that time, there had been 2 murders, a vitriol throwing, a suicide, and several other robberies.
Good Lord. All because of this?
Yes. Who would think that this pretty 40-grain weight of crystallized charcoal would be a purveyor to the gallows and the prison?
Extraordinary. What will you do with it?
Here, lock it in my strong box. And I'll drop a line to the Countess to say we have it.
Do you think this man Horner is innocent?
I cannot tell.
Well, then, do you imagine that this other one, Henry Baker, had anything to do with the matter?
It is, I think, likely that Mr. Henry Baker had no idea that the bird he was carrying was of considerably more value than if it were made of solid gold. That, however, I shall determine by a very simple test.
If you receive an answer to the advertisement.
Quite so.
And you can do nothing until then?
Nothing.
Ah, well, in that case, I shall come back this evening and hope to see the solution of this tangled business.
I shall be glad to see you. I dine at 7. There is woodcock, I believe.
Oh.
But in view of recent occurrences, perhaps I ought to ask Mrs. Hudson to examine its crop.
I was delayed at a case, and it was a little after 6:30 when I found myself in Baker Street once more. As I approached, I saw a man waiting outside 221B. The door opened as I arrived, and we were shown up together.
Mr. Henry Baker, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Pray take this chair by the fire. It's a cold night.
Oh, thank you.
And Watson, you've come just at the right time.
Oh, God.
Now, Mr. Baker, is this your hat?
Oh, yes, sir. That is undoubtedly my hat.
We have retained these things for some days because we expected to see an advertisement from you. I'm at a loss to know why you didn't advertise.
Well, shillings have not been so plentiful with me as they once were. A gang of roughs assaulted me, and I have no doubt that they carried off both my hat and my bird.
So, you did not care to spend more money in a hopeless attempt at recovering them?
No, sir.
Very naturally. By the way, about the bird. We were compelled to eat it.
To eat it?
Yes. It would have been no use to anyone had we not done so. But I presume that this other goose upon the sideboard will answer your purpose equally well.
Oh, certainly, certainly.
Of course, we still have the feathers, legs, crop, and so on of your own bird, if you so wish.
They might be useful to me as relics of my adventure, but not beyond that. Oh, no, sir, I will confine my attentions to the excellent bird upon the sideboard.
Sherlock Holmes glanced sharply across me, with a slight shrug of his shoulders.
There is your hat, then, and there your bird. By the way, would you just tell me where you got the other one from?
Oh, certainly, sir. A few of us frequent the Alpha Inn near the museum. We pass our time in the museum itself during the day, you understand?
Of course.
This year, our good host instituted a goose club, by which, on consideration of some few pence every week, we were to receive a bird at Christmas. My pence were duly paid, and, well, the rest is familiar to you.
Indeed.
I am much indebted to you, sir.
So much for Mr. Henry Baker.
Well, it's quite certain that he knows nothing whatever about the matter.
Are you hungry, Watson?
What? Hungry? No, not particularly.
Good. Then I suggest we turn our dinner into a supper and follow up this clue while it is still hot.
Yes, by all means.
Ulsters and cravats wrapped about our throats, then, I fancy.
Yes.
It was certainly a bitter night. The breath of the passers-by blew out into smoke like so many pistol shots, and our footfalls rang out crisply and loudly. In a quarter of an hour, we were in the Alpha Inn in Bloomsbury. We ordered 2 glasses of beer from the ruddy-faced landlord, and then Holmes drew him into conversation. Before long, we had learned that Henry Baker's goose was one of 24 the landlord had obtained from a stall in Covent Garden, run by a man named Breckinridge. So we buttoned up our coats again and went back out into the frosty air.
Now for Mr. Breckinridge.
Yes, if he can help.
Well, if he cannot, we will look elsewhere. Remember, Watson, that though we have so homely a thing as a goose at one end of this chain, we have at the other a man who will certainly get 7 years penal servitude, unless we can establish his innocence.
Yes, but it is possible that our inquiry may confirm his guilt.
Yes. But in any case, we have the line of investigation which has been missed by the police, and which a singular chance has placed in our hands.
We passed through a zigzag of slums to Covent Garden Market, where one of the largest stalls bore the name of Breckinridge.
Good evening. Good evening. Sold out of geese, I see.
Let you have 500 tomorrow morning.
That's no good.
Well, there is still some on that stall with a gas flare.
Ah, but I was recommended to you, Mr. Breckinridge.
Who by?
The landlord of the Alpha. Fine birds you sent him too.
Where'd you get them?
Now then, mister, what are you driving at? Let's have it straight now.
I should simply like to know who supplied you with the geese you sold to the Alpha.
Well then, I shan't tell you.
It's a matter of no importance, but I don't know why you should be so warm over such a trifle.
Warm? You'd be as warm, maybe, if you were as pestered as I am. You'd think they were the only geese in the world for all the questions I get asked about them.
We have no connection with any other people who've been making inquiries.
If you won't tell us, the bet is off, that's all.
What bet?
I had a fiver on it that the bird I ate is country bred.
Well then, you've lost your fiver, for it's town bred.
It's nothing of the kind.
I say it is.
You'll never persuade me to believe that.
Will you bet then?
It's merely taking your money, for I know that I'm right. But I'll have a sovereign on it with you, just to teach you not to be obstinate.
Well then, Mr. Cockshaw, I thought I was out of geese. But before I finish, you'll find there is still one left in my shop. Bring me the books, Bill.
The small boy at the back of the stall brought a small, thin volume and a great, greasy-backed one. Taking Holmes through them rather as if he were a child, Breckinridge arrived at an entry showing that the geese at the Alpha had come from a Mrs. Oakshott of 117 Brixton Road. Holmes looked deeply chagrined, threw a sovereign down on the slab, and turned away. A few yards off, he stopped and turned to me, laughing.
When you see a man with whiskers of that cut and a racing paper in his pocket, you can always draw him on by a bet.
Should we go on to this Mrs. Oakshott tonight, or wait until tomorrow?
Well, it is clear there are others beside ourselves interested.
I've had enough of you and your geese.
Someone else at
I
the stall.
really have.
Quickly, let's move back to where we can hear more clearly.
Now, you understand, if you come pestering me anymore with your silly talk, I'll set the dog on you.
I only asked.
You bring Mrs. Oakshott here, and I'll answer her. Did I buy the geese from you?
No, but one of them was mine all the same.
Ask Mrs. Oakshott for it.
She told me to ask you.
Well, you can ask the King of Prussia for all I care. Now, get out of here.
All right, I'm going to keep him off, will ya?
This may save us our visit to the Brixton Road. Let us see what is to be made of this fellow.
Striding through the scattered knots of people who lounged round the stalls, my companion speedily overtook the little man and touched him on the shoulder.
Who are you then? What do you want?
I couldn't help overhearing the questions you put to the salesman just now. I think that I could be of assistance to you.
Well, how could you know anything of the matter? Who are you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. It is my business to know what other people do not. I know, for example, that you are anxious to trace some geese sold by Mrs. Oakshott to Breckinridge, by him to the landlord of the Alpha, and by him to, among others, Mr. Henry Baker.
Oh, sir, you sound indeed the very man to help me.
In that case, cabin! We had better discuss it in a cosy room, rather than this windswept marketplace. But before we go further, pray tell me whom I have the pleasure of assisting.
My name is John Robinson.
No, the real name. It is always awkward doing business with an alias.
Well, then my real name is James Ryder.
Ah, precisely so. The attendant at the Hotel Cosmopolitan. Pray, step into the cab.
Nothing was said during our drive, but the nervous movements of our companion spoke of the tension within him, and it seemed a long half-hour before we were back in front of our sitting-room fire.
Now, Mr. Ryder, you want to know what became of the geese?
Yes, sir.
Or rather, I fancy, of one goose. White with a black bar across the tail.
Sir, can you tell me where it went to?
It came here.
Here?
And a most remarkable bird it proved. It laid an egg after it was dead. A bright little blue egg.
Oh, God.
Holmes unlocked his strongbox and held up the blue carbuncle. Ryder stood, pale and drawn, staring at it, uncertain whether to claim it or disown it.
The game's up, Ryder.
Oh.
Now, hold on, man, or you'll be in the fire. Let's get him into the chair, Watson.
Yes.
It took a glass of brandy to bring any sort of colour back to Ryder's face.
How did you come to hear of the stone?
Oh, it was Catherine Cusack who told me of it.
The Countess's maid.
Yeah.
It seems to me, Ryder, that you have the makings of a very pretty villain in you.
Oh.
You knew that the plumber had been concerned in some such matter before, and that suspicion would rest more readily on him. So you and your confederate Cusack made some small job in the lady's room so that he should be sent for.
Then once the plumber had left, you rifled the jewel case, raised the alarm, and let the unfortunate man be arrested in your place.
For God's sake, have mercy. Think of my parents. It will break their hearts. I never went wrong before, and I never will again. I swear it.
It is all very well to cringe and crawl now, But you let Horner be placed in the dock for a crime of which he knew nothing.
I'll leave the country, sir. Then a charge against him will break down.
Now, tell me how the stone came into the goose, and the goose into the open market.
When Horner had been arrested, it seemed to me that it would be best for me to get away with the stone at once. So I made for my sister's house.
Ah, Mrs. Oakshott is your sister?
Yeah.
But how did you think you would dispose of the stone?
Well, I had a friend who he went to the bad and served his time in Pentonville. One day I chanced to meet him. And as we talked, he happened to tell me how thieves got rid of what they stole.
Ryder was still so pale that we gave him a little more brandy before he continued. Then he explained how the thought of travelling right across London with a stone in his pocket petrified him.
At any moment I might be seized and searched.
But the geese waddling around his feet gave him an idea for concealing the stone. Inside the goose that his sister had promised him for Christmas. So he caught one of the birds and forced the stone down its throat before it ran back amongst the others.
What were you doing with that bird, James?
Well, Maggie, you said you'd give me one for Christmas, and I was feeling which one was fattest.
Oh, we set yours aside for you.
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd rather have the one I was handling just now, and I'll take it now.
Really? Well, no reason why not, I suppose. Which is it you want, then?
That white one, with a barred tail.
Very well. Kill it and take it with you. But the one I had for you was a good £3 heavier.
So you took this bird to your friend?
And found no stone when you cut it open?
My heart turned to water, for I knew some terrible mistake had occurred. I rushed back to my sister's. Maggie! To find not a bird to be seen. Where are all the geese, Maggie?
Gone to the dealers.
Oh, which one?
Breckenridge in Covent Garden.
But was there another bird with a barred tail, the same as the one I chose?
Yeah. There were 2 bar-tail ones. I never could tell them apart.
Oh, no, Maggie, what am I going to do? So, off I ran to Breckenridge. But not one word would he tell me where the geese had gone, however much I asked. You heard him yourselves tonight. My sister thinks I'm going mad. I sometimes think I am myself. And now I'm a branded thief, without having ever touched the wealth for which I sold my character. God help me.
Ryder buried his face in his hands. There was a long silence, broken only by the measured tapping of Sherlock Holmes's fingertips upon the edge of the table. Then my friend rose and threw open the door.
Get out.
What?
Out!
Oh, sir, heaven bless you.
No more words, just...
Out! After all, Watson, I am not retained by the police to supply their deficiencies.
Well, this fellow will not appear against Horner now, so the case must collapse.
My reasoning entirely. I suppose I'm commuting a felony, but it is just possible that I'm saving a soul. Send Ryder to jail now, and you make him a jailbird for life.
And it is the season of forgiveness.
Indeed.
Well, time for supper, then.
Yes. If you will have the goodness to touch the bell, Doctor.
Oh, yes.
We will begin another investigation, in which a bird will also be the chief feature.
In The Blue Carbuncle by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Martin Reed, Henry Baker, Douglas Blackwell, Peterson and Breckenridge, Alex Jennings, James Ryder, and Natasha Pine, Maggie Oakshott. The music was written by Joss Sanglia and played by Joss Sanglia and Elizabeth Fellows. The Blue Carbuncle was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. The Speckled Band by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
last, 221B. Please let him be in. Come on. Oh, I would like to see Mr. Holmes. It is most urgent.
In glancing over my notes of the cases in which I have studied the methods of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I cannot recall any which presented more singular features than that which was associated with the well-known Surrey family of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran. It was early in April in 1883.
Come along, Watson. Wake up.
Holmes was standing, fully dressed, by the side of my bed.
Holmes? Oh, what on earth's the time?
7:15.
Is there a fire, then?
No. A client.
Oh.
A young lady has arrived in a considerable state of excitement who insists on seeing me. Now, when young ladies wander about the metropolis at this hour of the morning and knock sleepy people out of their beds, I presume that it is something very pressing which they have to communicate. Should it prove an interesting case, you would, I am sure, wish to follow it from the outset.
Oh, my dear fellow, I wouldn't miss it for anything.
I rapidly threw on my clothes and was ready in a few minutes to accompany my friend. In the sitting room we found a lady of about 30, who was indeed in a state of agitation.
Good morning, madam. My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my friend and associate, Dr. Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself. Pray draw up to the fire, and I shall order you a cup of hot coffee, for you're shivering.
It is not cold which makes me shiver.
What then?
It is fear, Mr. Holmes. It is terror.
Well, you must not fear. We shall soon set matters aright, I have no doubt. You have come in by train this morning, I see.
You know me, then?
No, but I observed the second half of a return ticket in the palm of your left glove. You must have started early, and yet you had a good drive in a dog cart along heavy roads before you reached the station.
What? You do know me, then?
No, don't be concerned, madam. There's no mystery.
The left arm of your jacket is spattered with mud in no less than 7 places. The marks are perfectly fresh. There is no vehicle save a dog cart which throws up mud in that way, and then only when you sit on the left-hand side of the driver.
You are perfectly correct. I started from home before 6 and came in by the first train from Leatherhead to Waterloo. Sir, I can stand this strain no longer. I shall go mad if it continues. Do you think you could throw a little light through the darkness around me?
I shall do whatever I can.
I must say that at present it is out of my power to reward you for your services, but in a month or 2 I shall be married, with the control of my own income, and then you shall not find me ungrateful.
My profession is my reward. But you are at liberty to defray whatever expenses I may be put to at the time which suits you best. Now, will you lay before us everything that may help us in forming an opinion on this matter?
Alas, the very horror of my situation lies in the fact that my fears are so vague, and my suspicions depend so entirely upon small points.
Attention, madam.
My name is Helen Stoner, and I am living with my stepfather, who is the last survivor of one of the oldest families in England, the Roylotts of Stoke Moran.
No, the name is familiar to me, yes.
The family was once very rich, but successive generations squandered the fortune. Only the house and grounds remain, and they are crushed under a heavy mortgage.
Not an uncommon tale, I'm afraid.
My stepfather obtained an advance from a relative and took a medical degree. He went to Calcutta, where he established a large practice. It was when he was in India that he married my mother, who was the widow of Major General Stoner.
Yeah, I thought the name seemed familiar.
But he has not stayed in India.
Oh, he could not, Mr. Holmes. Violence of temper has been hereditary in men of the Roylott family, and in my stepfather's case it has been intensified by his long residence in the tropics. In a fit of anger, he beat his native butler to death. He only narrowly escaped a capital sentence. After a long term of imprisonment, he returned to England.
I hope not to practice again.
He tried. But after my mother died, he had no need. She had a considerable sum of money, which she bequeathed to Dr. Roylott, but only while my twin sister Julia and I resided with him. You might think that would be enough to calm his temper.
But it is not.
He has become the terror of the village. 2 of a series of disgraceful brawls ended in the police court. And last week he hurled the local blacksmith over a parapet into a stream.
A man of strength as well as anger.
He befriends gypsies and lets them camp on the estate. And he even indulges his passion for Indian animals by having at this moment a cheetah and a baboon which wander freely over the grounds.
Extraordinary.
You can imagine poor Julia and I had no great pleasure in our lives. She was 30 at the time of her death, and yet her hair had begun to whiten even as mine has.
Ah, so she is dead.
I'm so sorry.
It is of that I wish to speak to you. 2 years ago, on a visit to an aunt, she met a major of Marines to whom she became engaged. My stepfather offered no objection to the marriage, but within a fortnight of the day that had been fixed for her wedding, the terrible event occurred which deprived me of my only companion.
Pray be precise as to details.
It is easy for me to be so, for every event is seared into my memory. Only one wing of the manor is inhabited, and the bedrooms there are on the ground floor. Of these, the first is Dr. Roylott's, the second my sister's, and the third my own. There is no communication between them, but they all open out into the same corridor. The windows of the rooms open onto the lawn. Do I make myself plain?
Perfectly, yes, indeed.
That fatal night, Julia could not sleep, so she left her room and came to mine. We chatted until 11 o'clock. As she rose to leave, she asked me if I had heard anyone whistle in the dead of the night.
And had you?
No, but she had, for several nights past, a low, clear whistle at about 3 in the morning.
And did she know where it came from?
Either from the next room or the lawn. She wasn't sure. Then, saying it was of no consequence, she left. And a few moments later, I heard her key turn in the lock.
Indeed. Was it your custom always to lock yourself in at night?
Always.
And why?
I mentioned to you that the doctor kept a cheetah and a baboon. We had no feeling of security unless our doors were locked.
No, that's quite right.
Oh, quite so. Pray proceed.
It was a wild night, and I could not sleep. The wind was howling, and the rain beating against the windows. Suddenly, amidst all the hubbub of the gale, there burst forth the wild scream of a terrified woman. It was my sister's voice.
Julia, what is it?
As I rushed into the corridor to go to her room, I heard a low whistle, such as my sister had described, and a few moments later a clanging sound as if a mass of metal had fallen.
This whistle and metallic sound, or could you swear to it?
It is my strong impression that I heard it, and yet among the crash of the gale I may possibly have been deceived. My sister's door was open, and she appeared at the opening, her face blanched with terror, her hands groping for help. As I ran to her,
Julia!
Her knees gave way, and she fell. Her whole body was convulsed, as if she was in dreadful pain. She suddenly shrieked out in a voice I shall never forget.
Oh, my God, Helen! It was the band! The Speckled Band!
Those were the exact words?
Yes. I called for my stepfather, but by the time he came from his room, Julia was unconscious. She never recovered her consciousness.
Was your sister dressed?
No. She was in her nightdress. In her right hand was found the charred stump of a match, and in her left a matchbox.
So she had struck a light and looked about when the alarm took place. That is important.
And what conclusions did the coroner come to?
The room was examined carefully. The door had been locked on the inside, the windows shuttered and barred, even the chimney closed up. It is certain that my sister was quite alone when she met her end. Besides, there were no marks of any violence upon her.
How about poison?
The doctors examined her for it, but without success. It is my belief that she died of pure fear, though what it was which frightened her I cannot imagine.
And this allusion to a Speckled Band?
I don't know. Sometimes I've thought it was merely the wild talk of delirium. Sometimes that it referred to a band of people, perhaps to the gypsies, perhaps to the spotted handkerchief so many of them wear.
Yeah, these are deep waters. Go on.
After 2 lonely years, I am myself to be married in the spring. My stepfather has offered no opposition to the match. But 2 days ago, some repairs were started in the house, so that I had to move into my sister's room and sleep in her bed. Imagine then my terror last night when I suddenly heard the low whistle that had been the herald of her death. I sprang up and lit the lamp, but nothing was to be seen in the room. I was too shaken to go to bed again, so I dressed, and as soon as it was daylight, came to ask your advice.
You have done wisely. But have you told me all?
Yes, all.
Miss Stoner, you have not. You are screening your stepfather.
Holmes pushed back the frill of black lace which fringed our visitor's hand. 5 livid spots, the marks of 4 fingers and a thumb, were printed upon the wrist.
Oh, my goodness. You have been cruelly used.
He is a hard man. He hardly knows his own strength.
This is a very deep business. We have not a moment to lose. If we were to come to Stoke Moran today, would it be possible for us to see over these rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather?
He spoke of coming into London today. It is probable that he will be away all day.
Excellent, excellent. You're not averse to this trip, Watson?
Oh, by no means.
Then we shall both come. You may expect us early in the afternoon. Goodbye.
Oh, my heart is lightened already since I have confided my trouble to you.
And Watson, what do you think of it all?
It seems to me to be a most dark and sinister business.
Dark enough and sinister enough.
A short time afterwards, the case took a new and unexpected turn.
What in the name of the devil?
Our door was suddenly dashed open, and a huge man framed himself in the aperture. So tall was he that his hat actually brushed the crossbar of the doorway, and his breadth seemed to span it from side to side.
Which of you is Holmes?
My name, sir, but you have the advantage of me.
I am Dr. Grimesby Roylott of Stoke Moran.
Indeed. Pray take a seat.
I will do nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter has been here. What has she been saying to you?
It is a little cold for the time of year.
What has she been saying to you?
But I hear the crocuses promise well.
Ha! You put me off, do you? I know you, you scoundrel. I have heard of you before. You are Holmes the meddler, Holmes the busybody, Holmes the Scotland Yard jack-in-office.
Your conversation is most entertaining. When you go out, close the door, for there is a decided draught.
I will go when I have had my say. Don't you dare to meddle with my affairs. I know that Miss Stoner has been here. I am a dangerous man to fall foul of. See here.
Dr. Roylott stepped swiftly forward, seized the poker, and bent it into a curve with his huge hands.
See that you keep yourself out of my grip.
He seems an amiable person. If he had remained, I might have shown him that my grip was not much more feeble than his own.
As he spoke, Holmes picked up the steel poker, and with a sudden effort, straightened it out again.
There. Fancy us having insolence to confound me with the official detective force. I only trust that our little friend will not suffer from her imprudence in allowing this brute to trace her.
Yes.
Now, Watson, breakfast.
And high time. Too much excitement on an empty stomach.
And then I must get some data to help us in this matter. We'll meet again at Waterloo at 1 o'clock. Ah, Watson, you're very punctual.
Yes, I've checked the trains. The next one to Stoke Moran leaves in a few minutes.
Excellent.
Did you find what you wanted?
Oh, yes. I have seen the will of the deceased wife. It is evident that under its terms, if both girls get married, the doctor would have a mere pittance, while even one of them would cripple him to a serious extent. It has proved that Roylott has the very strongest motives for standing in the way of anything of that sort.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you, by the way, remember to slip your revolver into your pocket?
I most certainly did.
Good. Anita's number 2 is an excellent argument with gentlemen who can twist steel pokers into knots. This compartment will do nicely.
Once at Leatherhead, we hired a trap at the station inn. It was a perfect day, with a bright sun and a few fleecy clouds. There was a strange contrast between this promise of spring and the sinister business on which we were engaged. We paid off our fare once Dr. Roylott's house came into view, and continued our way via a footpath across the fields. It was here that we met Miss Stoner.
I have been waiting so eagerly for you. All has turned out splendidly. Dr. Roylott is unlikely to be back from London before evening.
Yes, we have had the pleasure of making his acquaintance already.
Good heavens. But he followed me then.
So it appears.
He is so cunning that I never know when I am safe from him.
Well, he may find there is someone more cunning on his track. Now, we must make the best use of our time.
The building had 2 curving wings, like the claws of a crab. One of these, and the central portion, were in poor repair, but the right-hand wing was comparatively modern, and it was against this that some scaffolding had been erected.
There does not seem to be any very pressing need for repairs at the end wall.
No.
Well, there were none. I believe it was an excuse to move me from my room.
Indeed. Well, that is suggestive. Now, would you have the kindness to go into your present room and bar the shutters?
Miss Stoner did so, and Holmes endeavoured in every way to force the shutter open, but without success.
Yeah, well, certainly no one could pass these shutters if they were bolted. Well, we shall see if the inside throws any light upon the matter.
Holmes ignored the first bedroom, and we passed at once to the second, that in which Miss Stoner was now sleeping, and in which her sister had met her fate. Holmes's eyes travelled round and up and down, taking in every detail.
Where does that bell rope communicate with?
It goes to the housekeeper's room.
It looks newer than the other things.
Yes, it was only put there a couple of years ago.
Indeed.
Holmes took the bell rope in his hand and gave it a brisk tug.
Oh, this is very interesting. It is a dummy.
So it is. Fastened to a hook just above where the little opening of the ventilator is.
There are some singular points about this room. For example, what a fool a builder must be to open a ventilator to another room, when with the same trouble he might have communicated with the open air.
That is also quite modern.
Or done about the same time as the bell rope?
Yes, there were several little changes carried out then.
Oh, they were of a very singular character. Dummy bell ropes and ventilators that do not ventilate. With your permission, Miss Stoner, we shall now carry our researches into Dr. Roylott's chamber.
Once again, Holmes walked slowly round and examined everything with the keenest interest.
What is in this safe?
My stepfather's business papers.
Oh, you have seen inside, then?
Some years ago.
There isn't a cat in it, for example.
What a strange idea.
Oh, well, look at the saucer of milk.
We don't keep a cat.
No, just a cheetah and a baboon.
Yes, of course. A cheetah is just a big cat. And yet a saucer of milk does not go very far in satisfying its wants, I dare say.
Then a small dog lash hung on one corner of the bed caught Holmes's eye. The lash was curled upon itself and tied so as to make a loop.
What do you make of it, Watson?
Well, it's a common enough lash, but I don't know why it should be so tied.
That is not quite so common, is it? When a clever man turns his brain to crime, it is the worst of all.
I had never seen my friend's face so grim, or his brow so dark.
It is essential, Miss Stoner, that you should absolutely follow my advice in every respect. Your life may depend upon your compliance.
I am in your hands.
Both my friend and I must spend the night in your room.
What?
Well, let me explain. Your windows will be visible from the village inn over there.
Certainly.
You must confine yourself to your room on pretence of a headache when your stepfather returns. And then when you hear him retire for the night, open the shutters of your window, put your lamp there as a signal to us, and then withdraw into your old room. The rest you will leave in our hands.
I believe, Mr. Holmes, that you have already made up your mind.
Yes, perhaps I have. Now, Miss Stoner, we must leave you. For if Dr. Roylott saw us, our journey would be in vain. Be brave, for if you will do what I have told you, we shall soon drive away the dangers that threaten you.
We had no difficulty in gauging a room at the inn. We sat in the gathering darkness, watching for the signal.
You know, Watson, I really have some scruples about taking you tonight. There is a distinct element of danger.
Can I be of assistance?
Your presence might be invaluable.
Then I shall certainly come.
It is very kind of you.
You speak of danger. You have evidently seen more in these rooms than was visible to me.
No, but I fancy I may have deduced a little more. For example, did you observe anything peculiar about Miss Stoner's bed?
No.
It was clamped to the floor. She could not move it. It must always be in the same relative position to the ventilator and the rope, for so we may call it, since it was clearly never meant for a bell pull.
Holmes, I begin to see what you mean. We are only just in time to prevent a subtle and horrible crime.
When a doctor does go wrong, he is the first of criminals.
About 9 o'clock, all was dark in the direction of the manor house. 2 hours passed slowly away, and then, just at the stroke of 11, a single bright light shone out.
That's our signal. Come on.
There was a chill wind on our faces as we moved towards the house, the one yellow light twinkling in front of us to guide us on our sombre errand. We reached the house without incident, when suddenly, out from a clump of laurel bushes, there darted what seemed to be a hideous and distorted child.
My God, did you see that? It is a nice household. That is the baboon. Let us get inside before we encounter the cheetah. Shoes off, Watson.
Once inside, we had to sit without a light, for Roylott would have seen it through the ventilator.
Watson. Watson, do not go to sleep. Your very life may depend on it. Have your pistol ready, too, in case we should need it.
Do you know in every detail how Julia Stoner died?
To say every would be an exaggeration, but certainly enough. At first I was misled by the idea of the gypsies, until it became clear to me that whatever danger threatened an occupant of the room could not come either from the window or the door. Well, then the evidence began to accumulate. The bell rope leading down to the bed, the ventilator that was so small, the bed clamped to the floor, the doctor's interest in creatures from India, the possibility of a quick-acting poison that only someone with knowledge of the East could detect. It all led to one conclusion. Now, we must remain silent. The least sound might be fatal to our plans.
How shall I forget that dreadful vigil? We waited in absolute darkness, and I could not hear a sound, not even the drawing of a breath, and yet I knew my companion sat open-eyed within a few feet of me. Far away, the deep tones of the parish clock struck every quarter of an hour. It was after 3 before we heard another sound. The instant we heard it, Holmes sprang up, struck a match, and lashed furiously with his cane at the bell pull.
You see it, Watson! You see it!
I saw nothing, but I heard a fresh noise.
The whistle Miss Stoner spoke of.
That's how he called it back.
My God, what on earth's happened?
Well, that means that it is all over. Bring your pistol, and we shall enter Dr. Roylott's room.
It was a singular sight that met our eyes by the light of a lantern. Dr. Grimesby Roylott sat in the chair, his chin cocked upwards, and his eyes fixed in a dreadful, rigid stare at a corner of the ceiling. Around his brow he had a peculiar yellow band with brownish speckles, which seemed to be bound tightly round his head.
You see? The Speckled Band.
I took a step forward. In an instant, his strange headgear began to move, and there reared itself from among his hair the squat, diamond-shaped head and puffed neck of a loathsome serpent.
A swamp adder. The deadliest snake in India.
Roylott is dead.
Yes, within 10 seconds of being bitten, just as Julius Stoner was.
But there was an inquest.
It would be a sharp-eyed coroner who could distinguish the 2 little punctures where poison fangs had done their work. Let us put that dog lash to its intended purpose around this creature's neck. And it can go back in the safe where it lives.
Ah, the metallic sound she heard.
Precisely. Now we can remove Miss Stoner to some place of shelter and let the county police know what has happened.
Your attack must have caused the snake to come back through the ventilator and turn on its master.
Some of the blows of my cane certainly struck home and must have roused its temper so that it flew upon the first person that it saw. So I am no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimesby Roylott's death. But I cannot say that it is likely to weigh heavily upon my conscience.
In The Speckled Band by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Heather Bell, Helen Stoner, and Sean Barrett, Dr. Grimesby Roylott. The Speckled Band was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. Black Peter by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
I have never known my friend Sherlock Holmes to be in better form, both mental and physical, than in the year 1895. His increasing fame had brought with it an immense practice, although I should be guilty of an indiscretion if I were even to hint at the identity of some of the illustrious clients who crossed our humble threshold in Baker Street. In that memorable year, a curious and incongruous succession of cases had engaged Holmes's attention. They ranged from his investigation of the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, an inquiry which was carried out at the express desire of His Holiness the Pope, down to his arrest of Wilson, the notorious canary trainer, which removed a plague spot from the East End of London. And no record of his doings would be complete which did not include some account of the very obscure circumstances which surrounded the death of Captain Peter Carey. During the first week of July, my friend had been absent so often and so long from our lodgings that I knew he had something on hand. The fact that several rough-looking men called during that time and inquired for Captain Basil made me understand that Holmes was working somewhere under one of the numerous disguises and names with which he concealed his own formidable identity. The first positive sign he gave me of the direction which his investigation was taking was an extraordinary one. He had gone out before breakfast, and I had sat down to mine, when he strode into the room with a huge barb-headed spear tucked like an umbrella under his arm.
Ah, good morning, Watson.
What? Good gracious, Holmes. You don't mean to say that you've been walking about London with that thing?
No, I drove to the butcher's and back.
The butcher's?
And I returned with an excellent appetite.
There can be no question of the value of exercise before breakfast. But I'm prepared to bet that you will not guess the form that my exercise has taken.
I will not attempt it.
Pass the coffee, would you?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could have looked into Allardyce's back shop, you could have seen a dead pig swung from a hook in the ceiling, and a gentleman in his shirt sleeves furiously stabbing at it with this weapon.
Oh. And you were that energetic person?
Yes, I was. And I've satisfied myself that by no exertion of my strength can I transfix the pig with a single blow. Perhaps you would care to try.
Oh, not for worlds. But why were you doing this?
Because it seemed to me to have an indirect bearing upon the mystery of Woodman's Lee.
Before Holmes could explain further, we were interrupted by Stanley Hopkins, an alert young police inspector for whose future Holmes had high hopes.
I got your wire last night, Hopkins, and I've been expecting you. Come and join us.
Oh, no, thank you, sir. I breakfasted before I came round.
Hopkins' brow was clouded, and he sat down with an air of deep dejection.
I spent the night in town, for I came up yesterday to report.
And what had you to report?
Failure, sir. Absolute failure.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've made no progress.
None.
Dear me. I must have a look at the matter.
I wish to heavens that you would, Mr. Holmes, for I'm at my wit's end.
Well, it happens that I've already read all the available evidence, including the report of the inquest, with some care.
Oh.
By the way, what do you make of that tobacco pouch found on the scene of the crime?
It was the man's own pouch, sir. His initials were inside it, and it was of sealskin, and he was an old sealer.
But he had no pipe?
No, sir, we could find no pipe. And yet he might have kept some tobacco for his friend.
No doubt. I only mentioned it because if I'd been handling the case, I should have been inclined to make that the starting point of my investigation.
Could I ask precisely what...
Of course. My friend Dr. Watson knows nothing of this matter, Hopkins, and I should be none the worse for hearing the sequence of events once more. Just give us a short sketch of the essentials.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Stanley Hopkins drew a slip of paper from his pocket on which he had some notes of the career of the dead man. Captain Peter Carey had been a daring and successful seal and whale fisher. In 1883 he had commanded the steam sealer Sea Unicorn of Dundee, in which he had made one profitable voyage after another. This enabled him to retire the following year, first to travel, and then to buy a small house called Woodman's Lee near Forest Row in Sussex. He had lived there for 6 years, and had died there the previous week.
There were some singular points about the man. In ordinary life he was a strict Puritan, a silent, gloomy fellow. But he was an intermittent drunkard, and when the fit was on him, he was a perfect fiend.
I read that he was known to drive his wife and daughter out of doors in the middle of the night and flog them through the park.
Yes, he was. And he once assaulted the old vicar when he came to remonstrate with the captain. In short, you would go far before you found a more dangerous man than Peter Carey. And I have heard that he bore the same character when he commanded his ship. He was known in the trade as Black Peter.
Well, I should imagine his neighbours were far from pleased to find someone like that in their midst.
I have not heard one single word of sorrow about his terrible end.
So unsociable was the man, Watson, that he had built himself a wooden outhouse a few hundred yards from his house, in which he slept every night.
He called it the cabin, and allowed no other foot to cross the threshold.
Although there was evidence to the contrary at the inquest.
Yes, a stonemason named Slater was walking from Forest Row about 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 days before the murder.
So it was murder.
Oh, very much so. This man, Slater, says the light in the cabin was still lit, and that the shadow of a man's head was clearly visible on the blind.
But not the shadow of Peter Carey?
He swears not. It was that of a bearded man, yes, but the beard was short and bristled forwards in a way very different from the captain. So he says, but he had been 2 hours in the public house. Besides, this refers to the Monday, and the crime was done upon the Wednesday.
Holmes poured more coffee, and this time Hopkins joined us before he continued. It seemed, on the Tuesday, that Peter Carey was in one of his blackest moods, flushed with drink and as savage as a wild beast. Late in the evening, he went down to his own hut. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, his daughter was woken by a fearful yell from that direction, but it was no unusual thing for him to bawl and shout when he was in drink, so no notice was taken. Only when he had not appeared by midday would anyone venture to peep in through the open door. When they did, they saw a sight which sent them flying white-faced into the village. Within an hour, Hopkins was on the spot.
Well, I have fairly steady nerves, but I give you my word that I got a shake when I put my head into that little house. It was droning like a harmonium with flies, and the floor and walls were like a slaughterhouse. And there, facing me, was Carey himself. A steel harpoon had been driven right through his chest, and it had sunk deep into the wood of the wall behind him. He was pinned, like a dead beetle on a card.
What did you do next?
Well, I know your methods, sir, and I applied them. I examined the ground outside and also the floor of the room most carefully.
And did you find footmarks?
No, there were none.
Meaning you saw none?
I assure you, sir, that there were none.
My good Hopkins, I have investigated many crimes, but I have never yet seen one which was committed by a flying creature. It is incredible that this blood-bespattered room contained no trace which could have aided us.
Well, I was a fool not to call you in at the time, Mr. Holmes, but that's past praying for now. But there were several objects in the room that called for special attention. One was the harpoon with which the deed was committed. It had been snatched down from a rack on the wall where two others remained.
That suggests the crime was done in a moment of fury, and the murderer seized the first weapon which came into his way.
And the fact that the crime was committed at 2 a.m, and yet Carey was fully dressed, suggests he had an appointment with the murderer, which is borne out by the bottle of rum and 2 glasses upon the table.
Yes, I think both inferences are permissible. Was there any other spirit but rum in the room?
Yes, there was a tantalus containing brandy and whisky, but they had not been used.
What else was there? Apart from the sealskin tobacco pouch with the initials PC on it.
There was this.
Hopkins drew from his pocket a worn and discoloured notebook. On the first page were written the initials J.H.N. and the date 1883. On many of the subsequent pages was a heading, followed by several sheets of numbers.
What do you make of these?
They appear to be lists of stock exchange securities. The introduction of this document, relating to large amounts of valuable securities, gives us for the first time some indication of a motive. And I would also urge that these initials, J.H.N., could be those of the second person present.
In other words, of the murderer.
I must admit both your points.
Holmes had been examining the cover of the notebook with his magnifying lens.
There's some discoloration here.
Oh, yes, sir. It's a bloodstain. I picked the book off the floor.
Was the stain above or below?
Below.
So the book was dropped after the crime was committed?
I conjecture that it was dropped by the murderer in his hurried flight.
Mm-hmm.
It lay near the door.
I suppose that none of these securities have been found among the property of the dead man?
No, sir.
Have you any reason to suspect robbery?
No, sir. Nothing seemed to have been touched.
It's certainly a very interesting case. I seem to remember there was also a knife.
A sheath knife, sir, still in its sheath. It lay at the feet of the dead man. Mrs. Carey has identified it as being her husband's property.
I suppose I shall have to come out and have a look at it.
Well, thank you, sir. It'll be a weight off my mind.
It would have been an easier task a week ago, but even now my visit may not be entirely fruitless.
Would you like me to come?
I shall be very glad of your company. If you will call a four-wheeler, Hopkins, we shall be ready to start for Forest Row in a quarter of an hour.
Our train journey from London ended at a small wayside station, and from there we drove for some miles through the remains of widespread woods to the scene of the murder. Stanley Hopkins led us first to the house, where he introduced us to a haggard, grey-haired woman, the widow of the murdered man. Her gaunt face and red-rimmed eyes told of the years of ill usage she had received. With her was her daughter, whose eyes blazed defiantly as she told us that she blessed the hand which had struck her father down. It was a terrible household that Black Peter Carey had made for himself. Then we made our way to the simple outhouse in the grounds. Hopkins drew a key from his pocket.
This is it, Mr. Holmes.
And then paused.
Someone's been tampering with this lock.
Someone has also tried to force this window. What? Whoever it was has failed to make his way in. He must have been a very poor burglar.
Oh, I could swear these marks were not here yesterday evening.
Oh, some curious person from the village, perhaps.
Very unlikely. Few of them would dare even to set foot in the grounds. What do you think of it, Mr. Holmes?
I think that fortune is very kind to us.
You mean that the person will come again?
It is very probable. He came expecting to find the door open. He tried to get in with the blade of a very small penknife, but could not manage it. What would he do?
Come again the next night with a more useful tool.
So I should say. It will be our fault if we are not there to receive him. Meanwhile, let us see the inside of the camp.
Yes. The traces of the tragedy had been removed, but otherwise the little room stood as it had done on the night of the crime. It was furnished as a sea cabin, with a bunk at one end, a chest, maps and charts, a picture of the sea unicorn, and a line of logbooks on a shelf. It was only at the last that Holmes stopped during 2 hours of unsuccessful examination.
Has anything been taken from this shelf?
I have moved nothing.
Well, something's been taken. There's less dust in this corner of the shelf than elsewhere.
Oh.
Well, it may have been a book lying on its side. It may have been a box. Well, I can do nothing more.
It was past 11 o'clock in the evening when we formed our little ambuscade, waiting outside so that we should be able to watch our man if he struck a light and see what his object was in this stealthy visit under the cover of darkness. It was a long and melancholy vigil. 2:30 had chimed on the distant village clock before we heard a sharp click from the direction of the gate. Then there was a long silence, and I had begun to fear it was a false alarm when there was the scrape of metal on metal.
At last. He's trying to force the lock.
He's inside. Let's move to where we can see in through the window.
The nocturnal visitor was a frail young man not above 20, who appeared to be shaking with fright in every limb, with his teeth visibly chattering. He took down one of the logbooks from the shelf and began to turn over the pages rapidly until he came to the entry which he sought. Then, with an angry gesture of his clenched hand, he closed the book, replaced it, and put out the light. As he came through the door of the hut, he found Hopkins's hand on his collar.
Who in God's name is that?
Just back inside, my good fellow. All right, that's it. Light the candle again, would you, Doctor?
Of course.
Now, who are you, and what do you want here?
You are detectives, I suppose. You imagine I am connected with the death of Captain Peter Carey. I assure you I am innocent.
We'll see about that. Your name?
John Hopley Nelligan.
J-H-N. Right. And what are you doing here?
Can I speak confidentially?
Certainly not.
Why should I tell you?
Because if you have no answer, it may go badly with you at the trial.
Well, I will tell you. And yet, I hate to think of this old scandal getting a new lease of life.
Scandal?
Did you ever hear of Dawson and Nelligan?
The West Country bankers. They failed for $1 million, ruined half the families of Cornwall, and Nelligan disappeared.
Exactly. Nelligan was my father.
It seemed a long gap between an absconding banker and Black Peter skewered onto the wall with one of his own harpoons, but gradually a link became apparent as we listened to the young man. His father had set sail for Norway just before the warrant was issued for his arrest. He took with him securities which, over time, he intended to realize and thus repay the debts and clear his name. He even left a list of all the securities he had taken. But no word was ever heard from him again.
My mother and I believed his little yacht was at the bottom of the sea, with him and all the securities he had taken with him. Imagine our amazement then when a business friend discovered some time ago that some of the same securities had reappeared on the London market.
So you identified the original seller?
Only with difficulty. It was Captain Peter Carey.
Whom you came to Sussex to question?
I made inquiries about the man first. I found he'd been in command of a whaler which returned from the north at the very time my father was crossing to Norway. Or perhaps the two boats had met at sea. What would become of my father then?
In any case, evidence that these securities came on the market from Carey would prove that your father had not sold them.
But the captain's terrible death had occurred before I could speak to him.
Then why are you still here?
Well, I read in the newspaper a report of his cabin, in which it was stated that his old logbooks were preserved here. Well, if I could find the entry for August 1883, I might at least settle the mystery of my father's fate.
And did you?
The pages that deal with that month have been torn from the book.
Aha. Is that all?
Yes.
You have not been inside this room before tonight?
No.
Then how do you account for this notebook?
Oh, my God, where did you get that? I thought I'd lost it at the hotel.
That's enough. Whatever else you have to say, you must say in court. No. You will accompany me now to the police station.
No, please.
Go along.
No.
Holmes and I travelled back to London the next morning.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it?
Well, I can see that you're not satisfied.
I'd hope for better things from Hopkins. One should always look for a possible alternative. It is the first rule of criminal investigation.
What is the alternative, then?
The line of investigation I am pursuing.
Oh, yes. Several letters were waiting for Holmes at Baker Street and prompted 2 immediate telegrams. One to a shipping agent to send 3 men at 10 the next morning, and the other to Hopkins to join us at 9:30. Sharp at the hour named, Hopkins appeared the next morning, still in high spirits at his success.
You really think that your solution must be correct?
I could not imagine a more complete case. The local hotel records Nelligan arriving on the very day of the crime. So, that night, he went to Woodman's Lee, saw Peter Carey, quarrelled with him, and killed him with a harpoon. Horrified by what he had done, he fled, dropping the notebook. The securities, which had not yet been sold, were presumably still in Carey's possession. So he returned to search for them. Oh, surely that is all simple and obvious.
It seems to me to have only one drawback, Hopkins.
Which is?
It is intrinsically impossible.
What?
Have you tried to drive a harpoon through a body?
Well, no.
Oh, Tatarch, you really must pay attention to these details. My friend Watson can tell you I have tried.
The pig.
What pig?
The blow was delivered with such violence that the head of the weapon sank deep into the wall.
Yes?
Do you imagine that this anemic youth was capable of that? Is he the man who hobnobbed in rum and water with Black Peter in the dead of night? Was his profile seen on the blind 2 nights before? No, Hopkins.
So, it is another and more formidable person whom we seek.
Well, you can't deny Nelligan was present that night, Mr. Holmes. And as to this terrible person of yours, where is he?
I rather fancy that he is on the stair.
Eh?
Watson, you would do well to put your revolver where you can reach it easily.
Right. Mrs. Hudson came in to say there were 3 men inquiring for a Captain Basil.
Show them in one by one, if you please.
The first 2, James Lancaster and Hugh Pattins, were dismissed by Holmes, given half a sovereign, and asked to wait in another room. The third applicant was a man of remarkable appearance. A fierce bulldog face was framed in a tangle of hair and beard, and 2 bold dark eyes gleamed beneath thick tufted eyebrows.
Your name?
Patrick Cairns.
Harpooner?
Yes, sir. 26 voyages.
And ready to start with an exploring ship?
Yes, sir.
Have you your papers?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you're just the man I want. Here's the agreement on the side table.
Where shall I sign?
Well, this will do. Huh?
Cairns was a man of such gigantic strength that even with the handcuffs that Holmes had so deftly fastened upon his wrists, he would have quickly overpowered my friend had Hopkins and I not rushed to the rescue. Only when I pressed the muzzle of my revolver to his temple did he understand that resistance was vain.
I don't know what to say, Mr. Holmes. Even now, I see what you have done, but I don't know how you did it, or what it signifies.
Well. Yes, well, we all learn by experience. Yes. You were so absorbed in young Nelligan that you could not spare a thought to the true murderer of Peter Carey.
See here, mister. You call things by their right names. You say I murdered Black Peter. I say I killed him, but it was him or me. And there's all the difference.
Right, tell us how you came to be there, from the beginning.
Well, it can't do no harm now, I suppose. It was the August of '83. Black Peter was master of the Sea Unicorn and I was spare harpooner. We were on our way home when we picked up a little craft which had been blown off course. There was only 1 man on her and we took him aboard. Him and just 1 tin box. Now he and the skipper had some long talks in the cabin. And then on a second night, He disappeared as if he had never been.
What happened to him?
It was given out that he'd fallen overboard in the heavy weather. But with my own eyes, I saw the skipper tip up his heels and put him over the rail.
What? And so you resolved to blackmail Carey?
Only now, when I was down on my luck. I guessed that he'd done what he'd done for the sake of what was in that tin box. And that if he was retired, he could afford to pay me well now for keeping my mouth shut.
Have another drink.
Come to the point, Peter.
It's Captain Carey to you, and don't you ever forget it.
All right, then, Captain. Now tell me what I'm to get.
Have another drink, I say.
I've had enough, and so have you.
No cockroach of a harpooner tells me when I've had enough.
Don't you? When I was here 2 nights ago, you promised you'd see me right.
Oh, I will. But the price of your silence comes up, Patrick Cairns. It gets paid with this.
Don't you try to use that knife.
What? You complained of me to the vicar, or sent for me wife and daughter to help you?
No, I'll ply my trade on you. God help me.
You'll need more than his help when I'm through with you.
You took the tin box?
Yes. And like a fool, left my Becky pouch upon the table.
With your initials PC on it. Hopkins here, is that?
Yes. And hardly had I got outside the hut when I heard someone else.
Nelligan.
Oh, I've no idea. A young man, pale as ditch water. He went into the hut, gave a cry as if he'd seen a ghost, and legged it as hard as he could.
And the contents of the tin box?
Papers. I couldn't make head nor tail of them. So I had to fall back on my trade. That's why I come to be answering advertisements for harpooners.
A very clear statement.
Well, it's all I know. And if I killed Black Peter, the law should give me thanks, for I saved them the price of a hempen rope.
Unfortunately, Mr. Cairns, the law prefers to do these things without outside assistance, as I find myself on many occasions. I think, Hopkins, you should lose no time in conveying your prisoner to a place of safety.
Sure.
This room is not well adapted for a cell, and Mr. Cairns occupies too large a portion of the carpet.
Yes.
Mr. Holmes, I do not know how to express my gratitude. Even now, I don't know how you attained this result.
Simply by having the good fortune to get the right clue from the beginning. The amazing strength, the skill in the use of the harpoon, the sealskin tobacco pouch, the drinking of rum when whiskey and brandy were to hand.
All pointing towards the seaman.
I was certain it was so.
But how did you find him?
My dear sir, the problem had become a very simple one. If it were a seaman, it could only be one who had sailed with him. So far as I could learn, Carey had sailed in no other ship than the Sea Unicorn. So I wired for the names of the crew in 1883.
And found on that crew list Patrick Cairns. The same initials as on the tobacco pouch.
I reasoned that the man was probably in London, and that he would desire to leave the country for a while.
So you turned yourself into Captain Basil and devised an expedition that would need harpooners.
Amazing. Then I must obtain the release of young Nelligan at once.
I confess I think you owe him some apology.
And the remaining securities in the tin box must be returned to him.
Of course.
I understand now, Mr. Holmes, what I should never have forgotten. That I am the pupil, and you are the master.
Well, you have your man now. And I would be grateful if you would remove him.
Right away. Come along.
If you want me for the trial, you know where you can find me.
In Black Peter by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Sean Barrett, Inspector Stanley Hopkins, Stephen Garlick, John Hopton Nelligan, Edward Phillips, Patrick Cairns, and John Gabriel, the late and unlamented Black Peter himself. The music was written by Jos Sanglier and played by Jos Sanglier and Elizabeth Ferrers. Black Peter was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. The Golden Pince-Nez by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
When I look at the 3 massive manuscript volumes which contain our work for the year 1894, I confess it is very difficult to select just one case out of such a wealth of material. But on the whole, I am of the opinion that nothing unites so many singular points of interest as the episode of Yoxley Old Place. It was a wild, tempestuous night towards the close of November. Sherlock Holmes and I sat together in silence, he deciphering the original inscription on an ancient parchment, I deep in a recent treatise on surgery.
It's as well we had not to turn out tonight, eh, Watson?
Oh, yes, we'd be soaked before we reached the end of Baker Street. Is that document of any interest?
So far as I can make out, it is nothing more exciting than an Abbey's accounts dating from around 1470. Hello. What's that?
Sounded like a cab. And look. Yes, right outside. There's a man getting out. What do you want?
Want? He wants us. And we, my poor Watson, want overcoats, cravats, galoshes, and every aid that man ever invented to fight the weather. Wait a bit, though. There's the cab off again. There's hope yet. He'd have kept it if he'd wanted us to come.
Our late visitor proved to be Stanley Hopkins, a promising detective in whose career Holmes had several times shown a very practical interest.
Come in, my dear Hopkins, and draw up to the fire and warm your toes.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
It must be something important which has brought you out on such a night as this.
It is indeed, Mr. Holmes. Oh, I've had a bustling afternoon, I promise you. Did you see anything of the Yoxley case in the latest editions?
I've seen nothing later than the 15th century today.
Oh, well, it was only a paragraph, and all wrong at that, so you haven't missed anything. Yoxley is in Kent, 7 miles from Chatham. I've just come straight from there.
Which means, I suppose, that you are not quite clear about your case.
Yeah, at first it seemed so simple. But there's no motive, Mr. Holmes. That's what bothers me. Here's a man dead. Well, there's no denying that. But so far as I can see, no reason on earth why anyone should wish him harm.
Let us hear about it.
Some years ago, a country house, Yoxley Old Place, was taken by a Professor Coram. He's an invalid, keeping bed half the time. His household used to consist of the housekeeper, Mrs. Marker, and a maid. Both have been with him since his arrival and seem to be women of excellent character.
You said used to consist?
Yes. The professor engaged a secretary to assist in a learned book he is writing.
In what way?
Writing all morning to the professor's dictation, hunting up references in the evening for the following day's work. From the first, he was a decent, quiet, hard-working fellow, with no weak spot in him at all. And yet, this is the lad who has met his death this morning in the professor's study.
And was this man...
Willoughby Smith.
Yet was he murdered?
All the circumstances point to it.
Is this an isolated house?
If you were to search all England, I don't suppose you could find a household more self-contained or free from outside influences. Whole weeks would pass and not one of them go past the garden gate. At the same time, that gate is 100 yards from the main London to Chatham Road.
So, nothing to prevent anyone from walking in?
In what manner was the body discovered?
The maid was working in an upstairs room shortly before 12 this morning when she heard Willoughby Smith leave his bedroom, which he uses as a sitting room, and descend to the study immediately below her.
Where was the rest of the household?
Well, Professor Coram was still in bed, since he seldom rises when the weather is bad. The housekeeper was busy at the back of the house.
Go on.
The maid didn't hear the study door close, but a minute or so later there was a dreadful cry in the room below. At the same instant there was a heavy thud which shook the whole house. Then all was silence.
Enough to frighten the maid out of her wits.
Yes. But after a moment she recovered her courage and ran downstairs. The study door was shut, so she opened it. Willoughby Smith was stretched upon the floor. At first she could see no injury, but when she tried to raise him, she saw blood pouring from his neck.
The carotid artery?
Exactly.
Any trace of a weapon?
It lay on the carpet. A small sealing wax knife with an ivory handle and a stiff blade. It was part of the fittings of the professor's own desk.
Was Smith already dead?
The mate thought so at first, but he opened his eyes for an instant and said, "The professor, it was she."
Is the woman certain those were the exact words?
She is prepared to swear to it.
He said nothing else?
He fell back dead.
What of the others?
Mrs. Marker ran to the room and then on to tell the professor, who was sitting up in bed, horribly agitated.
Still in his nightclothes?
Yes. But in any case, it is impossible for him to dress without the help of Mortimer, who had not yet arrived.
Who is he?
The gardener, who wheels the bath chair when the professor is up.
Is he of good character?
Excellent. An army pensioner, an old Crimean man.
Oh, yes.
Does the professor have any explanation of the dying man's last words?
None.
How many points of access are there to the study?
3. The door through which the maid came, a corridor straight to the professor's bedroom, and a second corridor leading to the back door.
And thence to the garden path?
Precisely. That had to be how the assassin had entered the house.
And the escape route as well.
It must have been along that line, since the maid blocked the first of the other 2 exits, and the professor's room the second.
So you directed your attention to the garden path?
My examination showed me that I was dealing with a cautious and expert criminal. No footmarks were to be found on the path. There could be no question, however, that someone had passed along the grass border which lines the path, and done so in order to avoid leaving a track.
Footsteps coming or going?
It was impossible to say. There was never any outline.
A large foot or a small?
You could not distinguish.
Oh, really? It has been pouring rain and blowing a hurricane ever since. It would be harder to read now than that parchment. Well, it can't be helped. What did you do after you had made certain that you had made certain of nothing?
It seemed that Holmes's statement was not entirely justified. Hopkins had examined the corridor, which was lined with coconut matting that had taken no impression of any kind. Then he had examined the study and made certain that no robbery had been committed. Finally, he had examined the body and discovered that the wound could not have been self-inflicted.
Unless he fell upon the knife.
We found it some feet away from the body. Then, of course, there are the man's dying words. And finally, there was this, clasped in the dead man's right hand.
From his pocket, Stanley Hopkins drew a golden pince-nez with 2 broken ends of black silk cord dangling from the end of it.
Willoughby Smith had excellent sight. There can be no question that this was snatched from the face or the person of the assassin.
Holmes took the glasses into his hand and examined them with the utmost attention and interest. He held them on his nose, endeavoured to read through them, went to the window and stared up the street with them, and looked at them most minutely in the full light of the lamp.
You are looking for a woman of good address, attired like a lady. She has a remarkably thick nose, with eyes set close upon either side of it. She has a puckered forehead, a peering expression, and probably rounded shoulders.
But
she has had recourse to an optician at least twice during the last few months. As her glasses are of remarkable strength, and opticians are not too numerous, you should have no difficulty in tracing her.
But, Mr. Holmes, how can you possibly say...
Surely my deductions are simplicity itself. That these glasses belong to a woman I infer from their delicacy, and also, of course, from the dying man's words.
As to being a person of refinement and well-dressed, it is because they are handsomely mounted?
In solid gold.
Oh.
Then you will find that the clips are too wide for your nose, showing that that of the lady is very broad at the base.
And her eyes?
My own face is a narrow one, and yet I find I cannot get my eyes into the centre, or near the centre, of these glasses. Therefore the lady's eyes are set very near to the sides of the nose. And these glasses are concave, and of unusual strength. A lady whose vision has been so extremely contracted all her life is sure to have the physical characteristics of such vision, which are seen in the forehead, the eyelids, and the shoulders.
Now, I can follow each of these arguments, but the double visit to the optician...
Well, the clips are lined with tiny bands of cork to soften the pressure on the nose. One is discoloured and slightly worn, the other new. Evidently one has fallen off and been replaced. The older of them has not been there for more than a few months. They exactly correspond. So I gather the lady went back to the same establishment each time.
Well, it's marvellous to think that I had all the evidence in my hand and never knew it. Well, I had intended, however, to go the round of the London opticians.
Of course you did. And meanwhile, have you anything more to tell us?
Nothing, Mr. Holmes. Oh, I think that you know as much as I do now. Probably more. We have had inquiries made as to any stranger, but we have heard of none. And not the ghost of a motive can anyone suggest.
There, I'm not in a position to help you. But I suppose you want us to come out tomorrow.
If it's not asking too much, Mr. Holmes. There's a train from Charing Cross to Chatham at 6.
Then we shall take it, Watson?
6. Oh, yes, certainly.
Then we had best get a few hours' sleep. If you can manage all right on the sofa in front of the fire, Hopkins.
Oh, yeah, that'll do fine.
I'll light my spirit lamp and give you a cup of coffee before we start.
The gale had blown itself out next day, but it was a bitter morning when we set out upon our journey. However, a hurried breakfast at a local inn after our arrival at Chatham put us in better heart for our business at Yoxley Old Place.
This is the garden path of which I spoke, Mr. Holmes. I'll pledge my word there was no mark on it yesterday.
But someone has passed along the grass beside it, as you said. But you say she must have come back this way.
Yes, sir. There is no other.
A very remarkable performance. Well, I think we've exhausted the path. Let us go further. This garden door is usually kept unlocked, I suppose.
So I understand.
Then the visitor had nothing to do but to walk in. The idea of murder was not in her mind, or she would have provided herself with some sort of weapon, instead of having to pick a knife off the writing table. She advanced along this corridor, leaving no traces on the coconut matting. Then she finds herself in the study. How long was she here?
Oh, we have no means of judging.
Not more than a few minutes. I forgot to tell you that Mrs. Marker had been tidying in here about a quarter of an hour before.
Well, that gives us a limit. So what does our lady do? She goes over to the bureau. Hello. Oh, what's this? Just hold a match, Watson, will you?
Yes, right.
Why did you not tell me of this, Hopkins?
I noticed it, Mr. Holmes, but you'll always find scratches round a keyhole.
No, this is recent. See how the brush shines where it's cut. Thank you, Watson. There's the varnish, too, like earth on each side of a furrow.
Oh, the housekeeper must be about. Mrs. Marker?
Yes, sir?
Mrs. Marker.
Yes, sir.
Did you dust this bureau yesterday morning?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you notice this scratch?
No, sir, I did not.
I'm sure you did not, for a duster would have swept away these shreds of varnish. Who has the key of this bureau?
The professor keeps it on his watch chain.
Is it a simple key?
No, sir, it is a Chubb's key.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Marker. You may go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Marker.
Now, we're making a little progress. Our lady enters the room, advances to the bureau, and either opens it or tries to. While she is thus engaged, Willoughby Smith enters the room. In her hurry to withdraw the key, she makes this scratch. He seizes her, and she snatches up the nearest object, which happens to be this knife, and strikes at him in order to make him let go his hold.
The blow is a fatal one, and he falls.
And she escapes, either with or without the object for which she came.
But not through that door, Mr. Holmes. The maid would have seen anyone in the passage.
This passage to the professor's room, does it lead anywhere else?
No, sir.
Then no doubt the lady went out the way she came. Let us go and make the acquaintance of the professor.
But we had hardly begun to walk down the passage before Holmes stopped again.
Hello. This is very important. The Professor's corridor is also lined with coconut matting.
Well, what of that, Mr. Holmes?
Well, don't you see any bearing upon the case? Well, I don't insist upon it. No doubt I'm wrong. And yet it seems to me to be suggestive.
We entered the Professor's room, which was filled to overflowing with books. The Professor himself sat in the bed in the middle of the room, a cigarette in his hand. Indeed, the air was fetid with stale tobacco smoke.
A smoker, Mr. Holmes? Pray take a cigarette.
Thank you.
And you, gentlemen?
Yeah, not just at the moment, thank you.
No, thank you, Professor.
I can recommend them. I have them especially prepared by Ionides of Alexandria. He sends me 1,000 at a time. And I grieve to say that I have to arrange for a fresh supply every fortnight. Bad, sir, I know. But an old man has few pleasures. Tobacco and my work, that is all that is left to me. And now, only tobacco. What a fatal interruption. So estimable a young man. What do you think of the matter, Mr. Holmes?
I've not yet made up my mind.
I shall indeed be indebted to you if you can throw a light where all is so dark to us.
Holmes was pacing up and down on one side of the room. He was smoking with extraordinary rapidity. It was evident that he shared our host's liking for the Alexandrian cigarettes.
Yes, sir. It is a crushing blow. My magnum opus. With my enfeebled health, I do not know whether I shall ever be able to complete it, now that my assistant has been taken from me. Dear me, Mr. Holmes, you are an even quicker smoker than I am myself.
I'm a connoisseur.
Please, have another.
Thank you. I'll not trouble you with any lengthy cross-examination, Professor, but ask simply this. What do you imagine that this poor fellow meant by his last words, the Professor? It was she.
The maid is a stupid country girl.
Oh, well, lawyer.
She has twisted some incoherent mumblings into this meaningless message.
I see.
Do you have no explanation yourself for this mystery?
Possibly a suicide. Young men have their hidden troubles, some affair of the heart, perhaps, which we have never known. It is a more probable supposition than murder.
But the eyeglasses?
Oh, I am only a man of dreams. I cannot explain the practical things of life. But we are aware what strange forms love tokens may take, and be carried when a man puts an end to his own life. By all means, take another cigarette. It is a pleasure to see anyone appreciate them so.
Thank you.
It is possible I speak as a child, but to me it seems that Willoughby Smith met his fate by his own hand.
Oh, I don't think...
Tell me, Professor, what is in the bureau in your study?
Nothing that would help a thief. Here is the key. You can look for yourself.
No. I hardly think it would help me. I should prefer to go quietly down to your garden and turn the whole matter over in my head.
Holmes and I walked up and down the garden path in silence for some time before I ventured to interrupt him. Have you any clues?
It depends upon those cigarettes I smoked. It is possible I'm utterly mistaken. The cigarettes will show me.
My dear Holmes, how on earth...
Well, you may see for yourself. There's the good Mrs. Marker. Let us enjoy 5 minutes of instructive conversation with her.
I may have remarked before that Holmes had, when he liked, a peculiarly ingratiating way with women, and that he very readily established terms of confidence with them. In half the time he had named, he had captured the housekeeper's goodwill and was chatting with her as if he'd known her for years.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, it is as you say, sir. He does smoke something terrible. I've seen that room sometimes. Well, you'd think it was a London fog. But I don't know if his health is better or worse for the smoking.
Ah, but it kills the appetite.
Well, I don't know about that, sir.
I suppose the Professor eats hardly anything.
Well, he is variable, I'll say that for him.
I'll wager he took no breakfast this morning and won't face his lunch after all the cigarettes I saw him consume.
Well, you're out there, sir, as it happens, for he ate a remarkably big breakfast this morning, and he's ordered a good dish of cutlets for his lunch.
Never.
I'm surprised myself, for since I saw poor Mr. Smith lying there on the floor, I can't bear to look at food. But the Professor hasn't let it take his appetite away.
Holmes seemed to be in an unusually lethargic mood. He only became attentive during our own lunch when the maid volunteered the information that Smith had been out for a walk yesterday morning and returned only half an hour before the tragedy. Then, at 2 o'clock, he suddenly sprung up.
We must go and have it out with the Professor.
Beg your pardon, Mr.
Come along, gentlemen.
The empty plate in front of the old man bore evidence to the good appetite with which his housekeeper had credited him. He had been dressed and was seated in an armchair by the fire.
Well, Mr. Holmes, have you solved this mystery yet?
He shoved the tin of cigarettes towards Holmes, who stretched out his hand at the same moment, so that, between them, they tipped the contents onto the floor. For a minute or two, we were all on our knees retrieving stray cigarettes. When we rose again, I observed that Holmes's eyes were shining. Only at a crisis have I seen that battle signal flying.
Yes, I have solved it. This instant.
Mr. Holmes, you compel me to tell you that this is too serious a matter to be treated as a joke.
I have forged and tested every link of my chain, Professor, and I am sure that it is sound. A lady yesterday entered your study to possess herself of certain documents in your bureau. She had a key of her own, for the key you offered me earlier does not have the slight discoloration which the scratch upon the varnish would have produced.
This is most interesting. Surely, having traced this lady so far, you can also say what has become of her.
I will endeavour to do so. Your secretary interrupts her. She stabs him in order to escape. This fatal catastrophe is an unhappy accident which horrifies her. She rushes wildly away from the scene of the tragedy, but she has lost her glasses in the scuffle, and being extremely short-sighted, is nearly helpless without them. She runs down a corridor which, being lined with cocoa-nut matting, she imagines to be that by which she had come. Too late, she understands she has taken the wrong passage, and her retreat is cut off. But she must go on. So it is that she enters your room.
But just a minute, Mr.
Oh,
Holmes.
very fine, Mr. Holmes. But there is one little flaw in your splendid theory. I was myself in my room, and I never left it during the day.
I am aware of that, Professor, for you spoke with her, recognized her, and aided her to escape.
You're mad! Insane! I helped her? Then where is she?
She is behind that bookcase.
Oh.
The old man threw up his arms and fell back in his chair. At that moment, the bookcase at which Holmes had pointed swung round upon a hinge, and a woman emerged into the room.
You are right. I am here.
She had the exact physical characteristics that Holmes had described, and yet, despite all those disadvantages, there was a certain nobility in the woman's bearing which compelled respect.
Madam, it is my duty to
Yes,
arrest you.
I am your prisoner. I killed the young man. But you are right, you who say it was an accident. I did not even know it was a knife I held in my hand when I struck at him.
Madam, I fear that you are far from well.
I have only a little time, but I would have you know the truth. I am this man's wife.
What?
He is not an Englishman. He is a Russian.
Who is he?
His name I will not tell.
God bless you, Anna.
Why do you cling so hard to that wretched life of yours, Sergius? It has done harm to many and good to none, not even to yourself.
You said you are this man's wife?
Yes. He was 50, and I a foolish girl of 20 when we married. We were reformers, revolutionaries. He and I and many more. Then came a time of trouble, and in order to save his own life, my husband betrayed his own wife and companions. For some it meant the gallows. For others, like me, Siberia. And with his reward, he fled to England.
But what were you trying to take from the bureau?
Letters from a good friend who wrote dissuading me from my chosen course as a revolutionary, but who was imprisoned with the rest of us. Letters which would prove his innocence and procure his release if put into the hands of the Russian government. Letters which he kept. So, when my term was over, I vowed to get them. With the help of an agent who was here for a short time as my husband's secretary, before that poor young man I killed.
And he obtained a duplicate key for you?
Yes. And I had succeeded. I had the letters and was locking the bureau when the young man came in. I had seen him already that morning. He had met me in the street and I had asked him where Professor Coram lived. I did not know that he was in his employ.
Exactly. The secretary came back and told his employer. Then in his last breath he tried to send a message that it was she.
She whom he had just discussed.
Yes.
Let me speak. When I found myself in my husband's room, he spoke of giving me up. I showed him that if he gave me to the law, I could give him to those he betrayed. His life would be forfeit. For that reason and no other, he shielded me. He thrust me into that dark hiding place known only to himself, and let me have some of his food. When the police had left this house, so then would I. But in some way, you have read our plans.
It is my profession to do so.
Then take these letters and deliver them to the Russian embassy. That way I can still save Alexis, if not myself.
As she handed Holmes the papers, a small phial fell from her hand.
Watson, quickly. It's poisoned.
Oh, no. Too late. I took it before I left my hiding place. I charge you, sir, to remember the packet.
A simple case, and yet in some ways an instructive one. It hinged from the outset upon the pince-nez.
From the strength of them, the wearer must have been virtually blind without them.
Yet you ask me to accept, Hopkins, that she walked back along a narrow strip of grass without a false step.
So you believed she had remained within the house?
A hypothesis supported by the similarity of the two corridors. They could easily be mistaken for one another.
Yes, but how did you know where she was hiding?
Books were piled everywhere on the floor, but not in front of that bookcase. By smoking enough of those cigarettes, I dropped ash all over the carpet in front of it. Upsetting the cigarette box later obtained me an excellent view of the floor. I could see quite clearly from the traces in the ash that the prisoner had, in our absence at lunchtime, come out from her retreat.
To be the reason for the professor's healthy appetite that Mrs. Marker spoke of.
Oh, precisely. Well, Hopkins, here we are at Charing Cross, and I congratulate you on having brought your case to a successful conclusion.
Oh, but Mr. Holmes...
You'll be going to headquarters, no doubt. I think Watson and I will drive together to the Russian embassy.
In The Golden Pince-Nez by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Sean Barrett, Inspector Stanley Hopkins, Maddie Head, Mrs. Marker, Hugh Dixon, Professor Coram, and Rosalind Ayres, Anna. The music was written by Jos Sanglier and played by Jos Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The Golden Pince-Nez was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. Twisted Lip by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
Upper Swandham Lane is a vile alley lurking behind the high wharves to the east of London Bridge. It was not ordinarily somewhere I should have expected to find a patient, and yet late one summer evening in 1889 I had to make my way there. I was in search of Isa Whitney. An hour before, his wife had burst in on me, distraught that her husband had not been home for 2 days. He, foolish man, was much addicted to opium, which he obtained at a den in the furthest east of the city. But until now he had always returned, twitching and shattered the same day. She knew with certainty where he was, but how could she, a young and timid woman, make her way into such a place and pluck her husband out from among the ruffians who surrounded him? So I undertook the task for her, promising that I would send him home in a cab within 2 hours if he were indeed at the address she had given me. Thus it was that I found myself in Upper Swandham Lane. Beside a gin shop was a steep flight of steps, worn hollow by the ceaseless tread of drunken feet, leading down to a black hole like the mouth of a cave. This was the Bar of Gold opium den. Inside the door I found, at the bottom of those steps, was a long, low room, full of people lying in strange, fantastic poses, and thick and heavy with the brown opium smoke.
There is a bed free over there. I will fetch you up.
No, thank you. I have not come to stay.
What?
There is a friend of mine, Mr. Whitney, here, and I wish to speak with him.
My God, it's Watson.
Oh, Whitney, thank the Lord you're here.
I say, Watson, what o'clock is it?
Nearly 11.
Of what day?
Of Friday, June the 19th.
Good heavens. I thought it was a Wednesday. It is a Wednesday. What do you want to frighten a chap for?
Tell you it is Friday, man. Your wife has been waiting these 2 days for you.
I've only been here a few hours. 3 pipes, 4 pipes. Oh, I forget how many, but I'll go home with you.
Well, I have a cab waiting.
Then I shall go in it. But I must owe something. Find what I owe, Watson. I can do nothing for myself.
As I walked down the narrow passage between the rows of sleepers, holding my breath to keep out the vile, stupefying fumes of the drug, I felt a hand pluck at my coat.
Walk past me.
What?
And then look back.
It was a thin, wrinkled, bent old man with an opium pipe dangling between his fingers. Then he turned so that none could see him but I, and the dull eyes regained their fire, and he smiled.
Good evening.
Holmes.
Shh. As low as you can. I have excellent ears.
What are you doing in this den?
If you would have the great kindness to get rid of your friend, I shall be exceedingly glad to have a talk with you.
Well, I can send him home in the cab I have outside.
Well, you may safely trust him, for he appears too limp to get into any mischief.
Yes, and I must send a note to my wife.
But to say you have thrown in your lot with me. Yes, do that, and then wait outside. I shall be with you in 5 minutes.
Very well. In a few moments I had written my note, paid Whitney's bill, led him out to the cab, and seen him driven off through the darkness. Shortly afterwards, a decrepit figure emerged from the opium den, and I was walking down the street with Sherlock Holmes. After we had turned the corner, he straightened himself out.
I suppose, Watson, that you imagine that I've added opium smoking to the little weaknesses of mine in which you favour me with your medical views.
I was certainly surprised to find you there.
No more so than I to find you. Briefly, Watson, I'm in the midst of a very remarkable inquiry.
And you hope to find a clue in the incoherent rambling of these sots?
I have done so before.
But if you'd been recognized...
My life would not have been worth an hour's purchase. There is a trapdoor at the back of that building which could tell some strange tales of what has passed through it.
What? You don't mean bodies?
I mean very much bodies, Watson. And I fear Neville St. Clair has entered that vile place, never to leave it more.
St. Clair?
But our trap shall be here. Now, you'll come with me, won't you?
Yes, if I can be of use.
Oh, a trusty comrade is always of use, and a chronicler still more so.
My room at the Cedars is a double-bedded one.
The Cedars?
Yes, that's Miss Sinclair's house. Oh. I'm staying there while I conduct the inquiry.
And where is it?
Near Lee, in Kent. We have a 7-mile drive before us. Right. Jump up here. Right. All right, John, we shall not need you.
Right, Isaac.
There's half a crown. Oh, thank you. Look out for me tomorrow, about 11.
Right, Isaac.
Right, Watson?
Yes.
Up. Jimmy!
Holmes drove in silence, lost in thought, while I sat beside him, curious to learn what this new quest might be, yet afraid to break in upon the current of his thoughts. We had driven several miles and were beginning to get to the fringe of the belt of suburban villas, when he turned to me.
You have a grand gift of silence, Watson. It makes you quite invaluable as a companion.
What were you thinking about?
What I should say to the woman who will meet us at the door tonight.
Now, you forget that I know nothing about it.
Ah, yeah. I shall just have time to tell you the facts of the case before we get to Lee. Maybe you can see a spark where all is dark to me.
Well, I will certainly try.
Well, then. In May 1884, there came to Lee a Naval Sinclair, a gentleman who appeared to have plenty of money. He took a large villa and by degrees made friends in the neighbourhood. And in 1887 he married the daughter of a local brewer, by whom he has had 2 children.
What is his occupation?
Well, he has interest in several companies, apparently, and went into town as a rule in the morning, returning by the 5:14 from Cannon Street every night.
What age man is he?
37. He's of temperate habits, a good husband, and an affectionate father.
And still in a sound financial position?
Well, his debts amount to £88 10 shillings, while he has £220 standing to his credit at the bank.
Huh. And this Neville Sinclair is now missing.
Last Monday, he went to town earlier than usual, remarking that he had 2 important commissions to perform, and that he would bring his little boy home a box of bricks. Yes. Now, by the merest chance, his wife received a telegram that same Monday that a parcel she was expecting was waiting for her at the offices of the Aberdeen Shipping Company, located in Fresno Street.
But that runs into Upper Swandham Lane, where I found you tonight.
Exactly. And it is where Mrs. Sinclair found herself at 4:35 last Monday, on her way back to the station, and looking for a cab to take her out of a neighbourhood she did not much like, which is when she saw her husband.
What, in the street?
No. At a window of the den in which you found me tonight.
Good Lord.
His face she describes as terribly agitated, and her quick feminine eye noted that, although he wore some dark coat, he wore neither collar nor necktie. Then he vanished, as if plucked back.
What on earth did she do?
Well, she rushed into the place.
I must see my husband.
You can't come in here.
But I must see him. I'm sure he's in some danger.
Out, before I throw you out.
But
no, get out.
Did she not fetch a policeman?
By rare good fortune, she met in Fresno Street 2 constables with an inspector who accompanied her back.
And what did they find?
In the room where Mr. Sinclair had last been seen, no sign of him.
You see? I told you he's not here.
But I know I saw him.
Well, he doesn't seem to be here now, madam. And who are you?
Just a poor cripple, sir. A beggar I am. This room I'm lucky enough to call home.
And neither of you has seen anyone else in this room this afternoon?
I've seen no one, sir.
I told you he's not here.
Well, madam,
Look at this box.
They're just child's bricks.
So he had been there.
All the results of a search pointed to an abominable crime. The window of the room overlooks water, which dries at low tide. Several drops of blood were found on the windowsill and on the floor.
But no trace of the man?
Of him, no. But all his clothes were found thrust away behind a curtain.
So he must have gone out of the window.
And it was high tide at the time of this tragedy, with the bloodstains giving little promise that he could save himself by swimming.
And what of the people there? This Lasker, for example?
Of the vilest antecedents. But we know from Mrs. Sinclair's story that he was at the foot of the stair within a few seconds of her husband's appearance at the window. He could hardly have been more than an accessory to the crime.
But what about the clothes that were found?
His defence is one of absolute ignorance.
Then what of this sinister cripple?
Well, his name is Hugh Boone, and his hideous face is one which is familiar to every man who goes much to the city. He's a professional beggar, though in order to avoid the police regulations, he pretends to a small trade in matches.
No, but how can begging be a profession?
I've watched the fellow more than once where he sits in Threadneedle Street, and been surprised at the small rain of charity that descends into his greasy leather cap.
Is there something to mark him out, then?
His appearance, certainly. A shock of orange hair, a face disfigured by a horrible scar that has turned up the outer edge of his upper lip, and a pair of very penetrating dark eyes. He's so remarkable that no one can pass him without observing him. And a ready wit, too. This is the last human being whose eyes rested upon Neville St. Clair.
Yes, but a cripple. I mean, what could he have done single-handed against a man in the prime of life?
Oh, no, he is a cripple in the sense that he walks with a limp. But in other respects he appears to be a powerful and well-nurtured man.
But what happened? Was this man Boone arrested?
Eventually. Mrs. St. Clair had fainted at the sight of the blood upon the window and been escorted home. Then Inspector Bradstreet, who had charge of the case, made a careful examination of the premises.
And I imagine he found nothing.
So he turned his attention to Boone and had him searched.
Aha! What's this on your shirt sleeve? Do you deny this is blood?
No, look. I cut my finger. And I was at the window just now. That's why there's some on the sill.
Oh, yes. And this gentleman, Mr. Sinclair, do you still say that you've never seen him?
Never.
Then how is it that his clothes are here?
Well, it's as much a mystery to me as to you, Inspector.
The lady actually saw her husband at this window.
She must be mad, or else she was dreaming.
You're the one who's dreaming if you think I'll accept one word of what you're saying. Take him to the station.
Right, sir. Come along, you.
I tell you,
no, come,
I know nothing about any of this.
And did the ebbing tide reveal some clue?
Yes, although they hardly found upon the mud bank what they'd feared to find.
Not the man's body, then?
No, but his coat. And what do you think they found in his pockets?
Well, I'll be damned. Look at this, Constable.
What's that, sir?
Hundreds of pennies and halfpennies. Every pocket stuffed with it. No wonder the tide hadn't swept it away.
But a human body is a different matter. There is a fierce eddy between the wharf and the house.
But the other clothes were found in the room, and surely the body was not dressed in a coat alone.
No. But suppose this man Boone had thrust Neville St. Clair through the window. It would instantly strike him that he must get rid of the telltale garments.
Yes.
In the act of throwing out the coat, he realizes it will swim and not sink. So he stuffs it with the fruits of his beggary, which is in some secret hoard, and throws it out.
Yes, and he would have done the same with the other clothes had he not heard the police on the stairs.
Well, we will take that as a working hypothesis, for want of a better.
Is Boone still under arrest?
Yes, but there has been nothing against him before, and his life appears to have been a very quiet and innocent one.
So, the questions that have to be solved, and what Neville St. Clair was doing in the opium den, what happened to him, and what Hugh Boone had to do with his disappearance, are still far from a solution.
You know, I confess I cannot recall any case which looked at the first glance so simple, and yet which presented such difficulties. Hey up, go on!
Whilst Holmes had been detailing this singular series of events, we had left behind the last straggling houses of the great town and rattled along with a country hedge upon either side of us until we drove through two scattered villages.
We are on the outskirts of Lee. See that light among the trees? That is the Cedars. And beside that lamp sits a woman whose anxious ears have already, I have little doubt, caught the sound of our horses' feet.
Now, are you sure I won't be intruding?
You may rest assured that she will have nothing but a welcome for my friend and colleague. I hate to meet her, though, Watson, when I have no news of her husband. Whoa there! Whoa!
We pulled up in front of a large villa standing in its own grounds. Leaving a stable boy who ran out in charge of the horse, Holmes and I walked across the drive to the front door. As we approached, the door flew open.
Mrs. St. Clair.
Well, no good news.
None.
No bad?
No.
Oh, thank God for that. Oh, but come in. You must be weary. You've had a long day.
Yeah, this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Dr. Watson.
He has been of most vital use to me in several of my cases, and a lucky chance has made it possible for me to bring him out and associate him with this investigation.
I'm delighted to see you. You will, I am sure, forgive anything which may be wanting in our arrangements just at the moment.
Oh, my dear madam, I am an old campaigner. And if I were not, I can very well see that no apology is needed.
Thank you.
If you would like some supper, there is some laid out.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
She led us through the house into a well-lit dining room.
Now, Mr. Holmes, I should very much like to ask you one or two plain questions, to which I beg that you will give a plain answer.
Certainly, madam.
Do not trouble about my feelings. I am not hysterical, nor do I intend to faint again. I simply wish to hear your real opinion.
Upon what point?
In your heart of hearts, do you think that Neville is alive? Frankly, now.
Well, frankly, then, madam, I do not.
You think that he was murdered?
I don't say that. Perhaps.
And on what day did he meet his death?
Monday.
Then perhaps you will be good enough to explain how it is that I have received this letter from him today.
What? May I see it?
Certainly.
A rough envelope, Gravesend postmark, and today's date.
Oh, well, yesterday's, in fact. It's well after midnight.
Quite correct, Watson. Coarse writing. This is surely not your husband's, madam.
No, but the letter is.
Whoever addressed the envelope had to go and inquire as to the address.
How can you tell that?
Well, you see, the name is in perfect black ink, which has dried itself. The rest is of the greyish colour, which shows that blotting paper has been used.
Oh, yes.
There's been a pause between writing the name and the address. It's only a trifle, but there is nothing so important as trifles. Now, let's see the letter. There's been an enclosure here.
Yes, there was a ring. His signet ring. I have it here.
Oh. And you have no doubt that this is your husband's writing?
None. Neville wrote those words.
Dearest, do not be frightened. All will come well. There is a huge error which may take some little time to rectify. Wait in patience. Neville.
Written in pencil upon the flyleaf of a book, octavo size, no watermark. Posted in Gravesend by a man with a dirty thumb. And the flap has been gummed, unless I'm much mistaken, by a person who'd been, yes, chewing tobacco.
So, the clouds lighten, Holmes.
Yes. Though I should not venture to say that the danger is over.
But he must be alive.
Unless this is a clever forgery to put us off the scent. The ring, after all, proves nothing. It may have been taken from him.
No, it is his very own writing.
Very well. It may, however, have been written on Monday and only posted later.
Well, that's possible.
If so, much may have happened between.
You do not discourage me, Mr. Holmes. I know all is well with him. Oh, there is so keen a sympathy between us that I should know if evil came upon him.
I have seen too much not to know that the impression of a woman may be more valuable than the conclusion of an analytical reasoner.
And this letter is certainly a very strong piece of evidence to corroborate your view.
But if your husband is alive and able to write to you, why should he remain away from you?
I cannot imagine. It is unthinkable.
And on Monday he made no remarks before leaving you?
No.
When you saw him at the window in Upper Swandam Lane, he only, as I understand, gave an inarticulate cry.
Yes.
A cry for help, you thought?
Yes.
But it might have been a cry of surprise, astonishment at seeing him.
It's possible.
And you thought he was pulled back?
He disappeared so suddenly.
Well, he might have leapt back. Your husband, as far as you could see, had his ordinary clothes on?
But without his collar and tie.
Had he ever spoken of Swandam Lane or shown signs of taking opium?
Never.
Thank you, Mrs. Sinclair. We shall now have a little supper and then retire, for we may have a busy day tomorrow.
I was quickly between the sheets in the large and comfortable double-bedded room placed at our disposal, for I was weary after my night of adventure. Sherlock Holmes, however, was a man who, when he had an unsolved problem on his mind, would go for days without a rest. He would turn it over and over in his mind until he had either fathomed it or convinced himself that his data were insufficient. As I dropped off to sleep, I saw him sitting, silent, motionless, an old briar pipe between his lips, and he was still there when I was woken by the summer sun lighting up the room. But of the heap of tobacco I had seen beside him before I fell asleep, there was now no sign.
Awake, Watson?
Yes, just about.
A game for a morning drive?
Oh, certainly.
Well, then dress. No one is stirring yet, but I know where the stable boy sleeps.
It was no wonder no one was stirring. When I glanced at my watch, I saw that it was 25 minutes past 4. I had hardly finished dressing when Holmes returned with news that the boy was preparing the trap.
I think, Watson, that I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross for being as blind as a mole. But I believe I have the key to the affair now.
Oh, really? Where is it?
In the bathroom.
What?
I'm not joking.
No, I don't understand.
Look, I've just been in there, and I've got the solution in this Gladstone bag. Come on.
In town, the earliest risers were just beginning to look sleepily from their windows as we drove through the streets on our way to Bow Street. At the police station, we found Inspector Bradstreet on duty.
Ah, what can I do for you, Mr. Holmes?
I called about that man Boone.
Ah, he's been brought up and remanded for further inquiries.
You have him here?
In the cells.
Is he quiet?
Oh, he gives no trouble. But he's a dirty scoundrel.
Yeah, really dirty?
Yes, it's all we can do to make him wash his hands. And his face is as black as a tinker's.
Yes, I should very much like to see him.
Oh, that's easily done. Oh, you can leave your bag here.
No, I think I'll take it.
He led us along a passage, through a barred door, and down a winding stair to a whitewashed corridor with a line of doors on either side.
The third door on the right. He's asleep, I expect, but we can look through the panel. There you are.
Holmes and I put our eyes to the grating. The prisoner was just as Holmes had described him. The scar that ran from eye to chin and exposed 3 teeth in a perpetual snarl was especially repulsive.
He's a beauty, isn't he?
He certainly needs a wash. I thought he might, and brought the tools with me.
Carrying a sponge in your bag, Mr. Holmes? You're a funny one. But I don't know why not. There'll be some water in the jug.
Watson, you restrain him.
Yes, very well, Holmes.
Now then.
Never in my life have I seen such a sight. Holmes rubbed the sponge vigorously across the beggar's face, and it began to peel away. Away went the horrid scar and the twisted lip, like the bark from a tree.
Right. Let me introduce you to Mr. Neville St. Clair of Lee, in the county of Kent.
Oh, great heaven! It is the missing man. I know him from the photograph.
And pray, what am I charged with?
With making away with Mr. Neville St... No, come. You can't be charged with that. Well, I've been 27 years in the force, but this really takes the cake.
If I am Neville St. Clair, then it is obvious that no crime has been committed and that therefore I am illegally detained.
No crime, but a very great error has been committed. You would have done better to have trusted your wife.
It was not my wife. It was my children. God help me, I would not have them ashamed of their father. What can I do?
If you leave it to the court of law to clear the matter up, of course you can hardly avoid publicity.
Yes.
But on the other hand, if you can convince the police authorities that there is no possible case against you, I do not know that there is any reason that the details should find their way into the papers.
I would have to make notes on anything you might tell us and submit it to the proper authorities.
Of course. But then the case would never go into court at all.
Oh, God bless you. I would have endured imprisonment, even execution, rather than have left my miserable secret as a family blot to my children.
Neville St. Clair removed more of the make-up that had turned him into the hideous Hugh Boone and proceeded to tell us his story. After an excellent education in the north, he had travelled, become an actor, and finally a newspaper reporter in London. It was the combination of these last two that had led to The Man with the Twisted Lip.
My editor wished to have a series of articles on begging in the metropolis. I disguised myself and took up a station for 7 hours in the city. When I returned home in the evening, I found, to my surprise, that I had received no less than 26 shillings and fourpence.
Is that when you decided to become a professional beggar?
No. I wrote my articles and thought little more of it until, some time later, I backed a bill for a friend and had a writ served on me for £25.
So you went back to begging to pay it off, huh?
I asked for a holiday from my employers, and in 10 days I had enough money to pay the debt.
And so you threw up reporting?
Well, it took me a week to earn that way what I could get in a day by smearing my face with a little paint, laying my cap on the ground and sitting still.
But surely someone was in on your secret?
Only the keeper of the opium den in Swandham Lane.
Ah, the Lascar.
A place from whence you could emerge every morning as a squalid beggar, and in the evenings transform yourself into a well-dressed man about town.
He was well paid for his room, so I knew my secret was safe.
But as you grew richer, you grew more ambitious, moved out of town, married, without anyone having a suspicion as to your real occupation.
My dear wife knew I had business in the city. She little knew what.
But last Monday she came close.
I'd finished for the day and was dressing when, to my horror, I saw her. I rushed back into the room, knowing the Lascar would not let her pass, and swiftly threw on my disguise as Hugh Boone.
You knew your normal clothes might betray you, so you sought to dispose of them. Your coat containing your takings went first.
The others would have followed if the inspector here hadn't arrived.
What about the blood?
I cut my finger in my hurry to bundle the heavy coat out into the Thames.
And the note?
Note? What note?
In the few moments before I was arrested, I scrawled a few words and entrusted it, together with my signet ring, to the Lascar.
That note only reached her yesterday.
Good God. What a week she must have spent.
We've been watching this Lascar. He'd have found it difficult to post a letter unobserved.
And now, what happens to Hugh Boone?
If the police are to hush this up, there must be no more of him.
I swear it, by the most solemn oaths which a man can take.
In that case, I think it is probable that no further steps will be taken.
Although if you are found again, all must come out.
Gentlemen, I am most grateful to you.
Well, I am sure, Mr. Holmes, that we are very much indebted to you for having cleared the matter up. I wish I knew how you reach your results.
He reached this one, Inspector, by sitting up all night and consuming an ounce of tobacco.
Ah, really?
Yeah, well, quite so. And now, Watson, if we drive to Baker Street, we shall just be in time for breakfast.
In The Man with the Twisted Lip by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, John Webb, Hugh Boone and Neville St. Clair, Moya Leslie, Mrs. St. Clair, John Newton, Inspector Bradstreet, and Garrard Green, the sinister Lascar in the opium den. The music was written by Jos Sanglier and played by Jos Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The Man with the Twisted Lip was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions.
Well, now on BBC World Service, we present the third of 6 adventures featuring the celebrated detective Sherlock Holmes.
The Copper Beeches by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
It was a cold morning in early spring, and Sherlock Holmes and I sat after breakfast on either side of a cheery fire in our sitting room in Baker Street. A thick yellow fog rolled between the lines of houses, and the opposing windows loomed like dark, shapeless blurs through it. Holmes had been silent all the morning, dipping continuously into a succession of papers, until at last he emerged in a very resigned frame of mind.
Man, or at least criminal man, has lost all enterprise and originality, you know, Watson. The days of the great cases are past, and my own little practice seems to be degenerating into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils. This note I had this morning marks my 0 point, I fancy. Just read it.
Dear Mr. Holmes, I am very anxious to consult you as to whether I should or should not accept a situation which has been offered to me as governess. I shall call at 10:30 tomorrow if I do not inconvenience you. Yours faithfully, Violet Hunter. Oh, do you know the young lady?
Not I.
Well, this may turn out to be of more interest than you think.
Well, let's hope so.
It's 10:30 now.
Yes, and here, unless I am much mistaken, is the person in question.
The young lady who entered the room was plainly but neatly dressed, with a bright, quick face, and the brisk manner of a woman who has had her own way to make in the world.
You will excuse my troubling you, I hope, but I have had a very strange experience, and as I have no parents or relations of any sort from whom I could ask advice, I thought that perhaps you would be kind enough to tell me what I should do.
Pray take a seat, Miss Hunter. Watson. Yes. I shall be happy to do anything that I can to serve you.
Well, I have been a governess for 5 years. But 2 months ago, the family I had been with moved abroad, and I found myself without a situation. Since then, the little money which I had saved has begun to run short, and I have been at my wit's end as to what I should do.
Well, surely there are agencies for governesses?
There are, and I have called about once a week at a well-known one, Westerways, to see whether anything has turned up which might suit me. When I called in last week, I was shown in as usual to the lady who manages the office, Miss Stoper. But I found she was not alone. As I came in, the gentleman with her gave quite a jump in his chair and turned quickly to Miss Stoper.
That will do. I could not ask for anything better. Capital. You are looking for a situation, Miss?
Yes, sir.
As governess?
Yes, sir.
And what salary do you ask?
I had £4 a month in my last place.
Sweating, rank sweating. How could anyone offer so pitiful a sum to a lady with such attractions and accomplishments?
My accomplishments, sir, may be less than you imagine. A little French, a little German, music and drawing. And...
It is all quite beside the question. The point is, have you or have you not the bearing and deportment of a lady? If you have, your salary with me, madam, would commence at £100 a year.
That is an unusually high sum.
Indeed it is, Mr. Holmes. And you may imagine that to me, destitute as I was, such an offer seemed almost too good to be true. The gentleman, however, opened a pocketbook and took out a note.
It is also my custom to advance to my young ladies half their salary beforehand, so that they may meet any little expense of their journey and their wardrobe.
It seemed to me that I had never met so thoughtful a man. Yet there was something unnatural about the whole transaction, which made me wish to know more before I committed myself. So I asked where he lived.
The Copper Beeches, 5 miles on the far side of Winchester. It's the most lovely country, my dear young lady, and the dearest old country house.
And my duties, sir?
One child. One dear little romper, just 6 years old. Oh, you should see him killing cockroaches with a slipper.
And my sole duties are to take charge of a single child?
Oh, no. No, not the soul. Not the soul, my dear young lady. Your duty would be to obey any little commands which my wife might give, provided always that they were such as a lady might with propriety obey. You see no difficulty here?
I should be happy to make myself useful.
Of course. In dress now, for example. If you were asked to wear any dress which we might give you, you would not object to our little whim?
No.
Or to sit here or sit there, that would not be offensive to you?
Not at all.
Or to cut your hair quite short before you come to us,
The request must have been as much of a shock to Miss Hunter as it was to Holmes and me, for her hair was somewhat luxuriant and of a rather unusual tint of chestnut. The first adjective that sprung to my mind to describe it was artistic. It seemed most unlikely that she should consider sacrificing it in such an offhand fashion, and so it proved.
I'm afraid that it is quite impossible.
And I'm afraid that it is quite essential. It's just a little fancy of my wife's, but ladies' fancies, you know, must be consulted. And so, won't you cut your hair?
No, sir. I really could not.
Then that quite settles the matter. It's a pity, because in other respects you would really have done quite nicely. In that case, Miss Stoper, I'd best inspect a few more of your young ladies.
Miss Hunter paused for a moment, but neither of us said anything, because her story was clearly not yet complete.
Well, Mr. Holmes, when I got back to my lodgings, I began to ask myself whether I had not done a very foolish thing. Very few governesses in England are getting 100 a year. Besides, what use was my hair to me? I had almost overcome my pride so far as to inquire from the agency whether the place was still open, when I received this letter from the gentleman himself.
Watson, would you be so good as to read it?
Of course. Dear Miss Hunter,
Dear Miss
I write
Hunter,
to ask you whether...
I write to ask you whether you have reconsidered your decision. My wife and I are willing to give £120 a year so as to recompense you for any little inconvenience which our fads may cause you. My wife is fond of a particular shade of blue and would like you to wear such a dress indoors in the morning. You need not, however, go to the expense of purchasing one, as we have one belonging to my dear daughter Alice, now in Philadelphia, which would, I think, fit you very well. As regards your hair, I am afraid I must remain firm upon this point, and I only hope that the increased salary may recompense you for the loss. Now, do try to come, and I shall meet you with the dog cart at Winchester. Let me know your train. Yours faithfully,
Jeffro Rucastle.
And what do you intend?
My mind is made up that I will accept it. But I thought, before taking the final step, I should like to submit the whole matter to your consideration.
Well, Miss Hunter, if your mind is made up, that settles the question.
But you would not advise me to refuse?
I confess it is not a situation which I should like to see a sister of mine apply for.
But what is the meaning of it all?
I have no data. I cannot tell. Perhaps you have yourself formed some opinion.
Well, there seems to me to be only one possible solution. Mr. Rucastle's wife is a lunatic.
Ah, and since he desires to keep the matter quiet, for fear she should be taken to an asylum, he humours her fancies in every way to prevent an outbreak.
That is a possible solution. But if so, it does not seem to be a nice household for a young lady.
But the money, Mr. Holmes, the money.
Oh, yes, of course, the pay is good. Too good. That is what makes me uneasy.
I thought, if I told you the circumstances, you would understand afterwards, if I wanted your help. I should feel so much stronger if I felt that you were at the back of me.
You may certainly carry that feeling away with you. If you should find yourself in doubt or in danger...
Danger? What danger do you foresee?
It would cease to be a danger if we could define it. But at any time, day or night, a telegram would bring me down to your help.
That is enough. I shall write to Mr. Rucastle at once, sacrifice my poor hair tonight, and start for Winchester tomorrow. Thank you. I shall go down to Hampshire quite easy in my mind now.
Well, at least she seems to be a young lady who is very well able to take care of herself.
And she would need to be. I am much mistaken if we do not hear from her before many days have passed.
A fortnight went by. I frequently found my thoughts turning in Miss Hunter's direction, and wondering what strange side alley of human experience this lonely woman had strayed into. Then, late one night, we received a telegram.
Please be at the Black Swan Hotel at Winchester at midday tomorrow. Do come. I am at my wit's end.
Will you come with me?
Oh, I should wish to.
Then have a look in Bradshaw, would you?
Yes. Just a moment. There's a train at 9:30. Very pleasant, those little farmsteads in among the trees.
Do you know, Watson, it's one of the curses of a mind like mine that I must look at everything with reference to my own special subject. You look at these scattered houses and are impressed by their beauty. I look at them, and the only thought which comes to me is a feeling of their isolation and of the impunity with which crime may be committed there.
Good heavens, why do you associate crime with such attractive places?
The reason is obvious. The pressure of public opinion can do in the town what the law cannot accomplish. There is no lane so vile that the scream of a tortured child or the thud of a drunkard's blow does not beget sympathy and indignation amongst the neighbours.
Yes, I see what you mean. And the whole machinery of justice is so close that a word of complaint can set it going.
Precisely. But look at these lonely houses, and think of the deeds which may go on in such places, and none the wiser.
Yes, so had this lady gone to live in Winchester, you would not have feared for her safety?
Not at all. It is the 5 miles of country that makes the danger.
Yeah, still, she does not seem to be personally threatened if she can come to meet us in Winchester.
Quite so. She has her freedom.
Well, what can be the matter then?
I have devised 7 separate explanations, each of which could cover the facts as we know them. But which is correct can only be determined by the fresh information that awaits us at the Black Swan.
I am so delighted that you have come. Your advice will be invaluable.
Pray tell what has happened to you.
I will do so, and I must be quick, for I have promised Mr. Rucastle to be back before 3. I got his leave to come into town this morning, though he little knew for what purpose.
Let us have everything in its due order.
I may say first that I have met, on the whole, with no actual ill treatment from Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle, but I cannot understand their conduct, and I am not easy in my mind about them.
As Violet Hunter told us more about the Copper Beeches, I began to share her unease. It was, by her account, an unsettling household. Contrary to our first conjecture at Baker Street, Mrs. Rucastle was not mad. But she was her husband's second wife, and much younger than him, apparently devoted to her husband and child, but yet nursing some secret sorrow. The child alone was sufficiently disturbing.
I have never met so utterly spoilt and so ill-natured a little creature. Giving pain to any creature weaker than himself seems to be his one idea of amusement. And he shows quite remarkable talent in planning the capture of mice, little birds and insects. But I would rather not talk about the creature, Mr. Holmes, and indeed he has little to do with my story.
I'm glad of all details, whether they seem to you to be relevant or not.
I shall try not to miss anything of importance.
Miss Hunter went on to tell us that the household at the Copper Beeches was not much improved by the only 2 servants. Toller was rough and uncouth, and seemed to spend much of his time drunk, and his wife was a tall, strong woman with a sour face, as silent as Mrs. Rucastle, and much less amiable. On the 3rd day, Miss Hunter was asked to put on the particular blue dress that had been referred to previously.
It bore unmistakable signs of having been worn before, but it could not have been a better fit if I had been measured for it. Both Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle expressed a delight at the look of it.
Miss Hunter's narrative then took a new, bizarre turn. Once in the drawing-room, wearing the dress, she was asked to sit in a chair that had been placed close to the central window with its back turned towards it. Then Mr. Rucastle walked up and down, telling a series of funny stories.
I laughed until I was quite weary, but Mrs. Rucastle evidently has no sense of humour.
What makes you say that?
Well, she sat throughout with her hands in her lap, and never so much as smiled, but had just a sad, anxious look upon her face.
Indeed.
What happened next?
Well, after an hour or so, Mr. Rucastle suddenly remarked that it was time to commence the duties of the day, and that I might therefore go and change my dress.
Was this an isolated incident?
No. 2 days later, this same performance was gone through under exactly similar circumstances. You can easily imagine, Mr. Holmes, how curious I became as to what the meaning of this could possibly be. They were always very careful to turn my face away from the window, so that I became consumed with the desire to see what was going on behind my back.
Violet Hunter had seemed a resourceful young lady from the first moment of our acquaintance, so it was entirely true to her character that she had soon devised a means to help her. A small piece of a broken hand mirror, concealed in her handkerchief.
On the third occasion, in the midst of my laughter, I put my handkerchief up to my eyes, and using the mirror, perceived a small bearded man in a grey suit, standing in the Southampton Road and looking in my direction. But Mrs. Rucastle saw my movement, and immediately stood up and drew her husband's attention to the man.
No friend of yours, Miss Hunter?
No. I know no one in these parts.
Dear me, how very impertinent. Oh, kindly turn round and motion him to go away.
But surely it would be better to take no notice.
Oh, no, we should have him loitering here always. Kindly turn round and motion him to go away.
Your narrative is a most interesting one. Has this sequence of events reoccurred?
No. Since that time, I have not sat again in the window, nor have I worn the blue dress, nor seen the man in the road.
But that was by no means the end of Miss Hunter's singular experiences at the Copper Beeches.
On the very first day that I was there, Mr. Rucastle took me to a small outhouse.
Look in here. Is he not a beauty?
Oh.
No, don't be frightened. It's only Carlo, my mastiff. Well, I call him mine, but really old Toller's the only man who can do anything with him. He's let loose every night, and God help the trespasser whom he lays his fangs on. For goodness sake, don't you on any pretext set your foot over the threshold at night, for it is as much as your life is worth.
It was no idle warning, as Miss Hunter discovered a few nights later, when she chanced to look out of her bedroom window. There was the dog, as large as a calf, with hanging jowl, black muzzle, and huge projecting bones. It sent a chill to her heart to think that such a sentinel was patrolling the grounds. And still she had more with which to surprise us.
When I was unpacking my linen, I was naturally annoyed to find the bottom drawer of the chest of drawers in my room locked. But I discovered that one of my keys would open it.
And was anything inside?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. My coil of hair.
The hair you had cut off as a condition of your employment?
Yes. At least, so it seemed. It was the same tint and the same thickness, yet I knew it to be impossible. I had placed the hair I had cut off in London in a great coil at the bottom of my trunk.
And was it still there?
Yes. I had 2 identical tresses of hair.
Extraordinary.
What did you do after this discovery?
I returned the strange hair to the drawer and said nothing of the matter to the Rucastles.
A sound precaution. Yet there is something else which disturbs you, Miss Hunter.
More, I think, than anything.
Tell us of it.
There was one wing of the house which appeared not to be inhabited at all. A door which faced that which led into the quarters of the Tollers opened into this suite, but was invariably locked. One day, however, I met Mr. Rucastle coming out through this door, his keys in his hand and an angry look on his face, which made him a very different person to the round, jovial man to whom I was accustomed. He locked the door and hurried past me without a word or a look.
Did he at any time offer an explanation for his behavior?
Later that day, when I was walking with my charge in the grounds.
You must not think me rude if I passed you without a word, my dear young lady.
No.
I was preoccupied with business matters.
I assured him that I was not offended, but added that I could see from the outside that one of the rooms in the unoccupied wing had the shutters up.
Photography is one of my hobbies. I've made my dark room up there. But, dear me, what an observant young lady we've come upon. Who would have believed it? Who would ever have believed it?
What was his manner when he said that?
He spoke in a jesting tone, but in his eyes I read suspicion and annoyance, but no jest.
Go on.
As was to be expected of someone of Miss Hunter's strength of character, From the moment she understood there was something in those rooms that she was not to know, she was all on fire to go over them. And only the day before, the chance had come. Toller had been too drunk to remember to remove the key from the access door after a visit of his to the rooms. The family was downstairs, so she took her opportunity and went in.
There was a passage in front of me, with 3 doors leading off it. 2 of them were open and led to empty rooms, but the 3rd was closed and barred and padlocked.
It corresponded with the shuttered room you had seen from outside?
Yes, it did. But I could see by the glimmer from beneath the door that the room was not in darkness. Evidently, there was a skylight which let in light from above. Then, as I stood wondering what secret lay beyond the door, I heard steps within the room. And I saw a shadow pass backwards and forwards against the little slit of light that shone out from under the door. Terror rose up in me at the sight, and I turned and ran back down the passage and through the door and straight into the arms of Mr. Rucastle.
So it was you, then. I thought it must be when I saw the door open.
Oh, I'm so frightened.
And what has frightened you, my dear young lady?
I was foolish enough to go into the empty wing. And it is so dreadfully lonely and eerie in there.
Only that?
Oh, of course.
Why do you think I lock this door?
I'm sure that I do not know.
It is to keep people out who have no business there.
Well, I'm sure that if I had known,
Well, you know now. And if ever you put your foot over that threshold again, I'll throw you to the mastiff.
Now I have told you all my adventures, Mr. Holmes, and I should be very glad if you could tell me what it all means, and above all, what I should do.
Holmes and I had listened spellbound to this extraordinary story. My friend now rose and paced up and down the room, his hands in his pockets, and an expression of the most profound gravity on his face.
Is Toller still drunk?
Yes. I heard his wife tell Mrs. Rucastle that she could do nothing with him.
That is well. What of the Rucastles?
They are due to go out tonight.
Is there a cellar with a good strong lock?
Yes, the wine cellar.
Good. You seem to me to have acted all through this matter like a brave and sensible girl, Miss Hunter. Do you think you could perform one more feat?
I will try. What is it?
Watson and I shall be at the Copper Beeches at 7, by which time the Rucastles will be gone. With Toller incapable, that leaves only his wife. If you could find a way to turn the key upon her in the cellar, you would facilitate matters immensely.
I will do it.
Excellent.
Do you know what it all means, then, Holmes?
Well, there's only one feasible explanation. Miss Hunter has been brought there to personate someone. The real person is imprisoned in the chamber, and I have no doubt she is Miss Alice Rucastle, said to be in America.
Oh.
You, Miss Hunter, must closely resemble her, but her hair had been cut off, very possibly in some illness, so yours had to go too.
Yes, but who is the man Miss Hunter saw?
Undoubtedly some friend of the daughter. By dressing you up as her and making you to all appearances happy, he was to be convinced that Miss Rucastle no longer desired his attentions. The dog is let loose at night to prevent him from communicating with her.
Mr. Holmes, we must not lose an instant in bringing help to this poor creature.
We must be circumspect, for we are dealing with a very cunning man. We can do nothing until 7. At that hour, we shall be with you.
We were as good as our word, and Miss Hunter as good as hers, for a loud thudding noise came from where she had locked up Mrs. Toller.
Let me out! Let me out!
The 3 of us made our way to the passage with the barred door, but no sound came from inside.
I trust we're not too late. Now, Watson, put your shoulder to this door with me. Here.
It gave at once before our united strength, but we found the room empty and the skylight open.
Rucastle has guessed Miss Hunter's intention and come back and carried his victim off through the skylight.
What is this? You see, I told you, Mrs. Toller.
Yes, sir.
Your being locked in the cellar was all part of a plot.
You villain! Where's your daughter?
It is for me to ask you that. Spies and thieves, I've caught you right at the scene of your crime. I'll serve you. Just mark my words.
Oh, Miss Hunter, if only you'd let me know what you were planning, I could have told you your pains
years were wasted.
Why? What do you know about this?
I was Miss Alice's only friend in this house when her father remarried, so it's only right that I was the one to help her escape with a young man.
A second marriage often creates problems for the child of the first, but not to warrant her being locked up.
That was the money.
Aha. She had rights of her own, did she?
I believe so.
And a husband would have removed Mr. Rucastle's access to that money.
He worried her to sign a paper so that whether she married or not, he could use it. Worried her so much that she got brain fever and was for 6 weeks at death's door.
Was that when her hair was cut off?
Yes, that's right.
So Mr. Rucastle devised this system of imprisonment and brought Miss Hunter down from London in order to get rid of the disagreeable persistence of Alice's young man.
And I'm glad it's done him no good. He'll never find Miss Alice now.
Not news to which you will take very kindly.
Oh, my God! He's loosed the dog.
I have my revolver.
We may well need it.
It's him who'll need it.
What?
It's not been fed for 2 days.
Downstairs, quickly.
Holmes and I rushed outside to be met by an appalling sight. The huge mastiff, with his teeth buried in Rucastle's throat. I blew the brute's brains out, and it was the saving of Rucastle that I did so. A few seconds more, and he would not have survived for even the broken existence that was to be his lot thereafter. Thus was resolved the mystery of the sinister house known as the Copper Beeches. As for the plucky Miss Hunter, Holmes manifested no further interest in her once she had ceased to be the centre of one of his problems. Or so I thought. But many months later, I found on the sitting-room table an advertisement that Holmes had cut from a newspaper. It was for a private school in the Midlands, and the name of the headmistress was Violet Hunter.
She certainly was a quite exceptional young woman. Don't you agree, Watson?
In The Copper Beeches by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Roger Hammond, Jethro Rucastle, Felicity Hayes McCoy, Violet Hunter, and Heather Bell, Mrs. Toller. The Copper Beeches was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. The Engineer's Thumb by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
Of all the problems which have been submitted to my friend Sherlock Holmes for solution, there were only 2 which I was the means of introducing to his notice. One, that of Colonel Warburton's madness, may have afforded a finer field for an acute and original observer, but the other was so strange in its inception and so dramatic in its details that it is the more worthy of being placed on record. It was in the summer of 1889, not long after my marriage, that the events occurred. I had returned to civil practice and happened to live at no very great distance from Partington station. As a result of that, and of curing an official of a painful and lingering disease, I had a few patients referred to me by the railway company. It was one of those who awaited me in my consulting room one morning, a little before 7 o'clock.
I'm sorry to awaken you so early, Doctor.
The man was quietly dressed in a suit of tweed. Round one of his hands he had a handkerchief wrapped, which was mottled all over with bloodstains. He was young, not more than 25, with a strong masculine face, but he was exceedingly pale.
I've had a very serious accident during the night. I came in by train this morning, and on inquiring at Paddington where I might find a doctor, a worthy fellow very kindly escorted me here.
The maid had left his card upon the side table. Mr. Victor Hatherley, hydraulic engineer, 16A Victoria Street, was inscribed upon it.
And I regret I've kept you waiting, especially after a night journey, which is itself a monotonous occupation.
Oh, my night could not be called monotonous.
Here. Drink some of this brandy.
I fear I've been making a fool of myself.
No, not at all.
Now, perhaps you had best attend to my thumb.
When he unwound the handkerchief and held out his hand, even my hardened nerves shuddered to look at it. There were 4 protruding fingers and a horrible red spongy surface where the thumb should have been. Heavens! This is a terrible injury. It must have bled considerably.
Yes. I fainted when it was done. I must have been senseless for a long time. When I came to, it was still bleeding. So I tied one end of my handkerchief very tightly round the wrist and braced it up with a twig.
Oh, excellent. You have the makings of a surgeon.
It is a question of hydraulics, you see, and so came within my own province.
This has been done by a very heavy and sharp instrument.
A thing like a cleaver.
An accident, I presume.
By no means.
What? A murderous attack?
Very murderous indeed.
I sponged the wound, cleaned it, dressed it, and finally covered it over with bandages.
Oh, that's capital. Between your brandy and your doctoring, I feel a new man. I was very weak, but then I've had a good deal to go through.
Oh, perhaps you had better not speak of the matter. It is evidently trying to your nerves.
No, not now. Anyway, I shall have to tell my tale to the police. But if it were not for the convincing evidence of this wound of mine, I should be very surprised indeed if they believed my statement. For it is an extraordinary one, and I have not much in the way of proof with which to back it up.
Well, if it's anything in the nature of a problem to be solved, I would strongly recommend your seeing my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes before the official police.
I've heard of that fellow. Could you give me an introduction to him?
I'll do better. I'll take you round to him myself.
I should be immensely obliged to you.
Holmes was, as I expected, lounging about in his sitting room in his dressing gown, smoking his before-breakfast pipe. He ordered fresh rashers and eggs, and we all sat down to a hearty meal. When it was concluded, he settled our new acquaintance upon the sofa.
It is easy to see that your experience has been a common one, Mr. Hatherley.
Indeed.
Pray lie down there and tell us what you can, but stop when you are tired.
Thank you, but I've felt another man since the doctor bandaged me, and I think your breakfast has completed the cure.
Holmes sat in his big armchair, with the weary, heavy-lidded expression which I knew veiled his keen and eager nature, and I sat opposite him.
By profession, I'm a hydraulic engineer. 2 years ago, having served my apprenticeship and having come into a fair sum of money through my poor father's death, I determined to start in business for myself. It was an exceptionally dreary experience. During 2 years, I've had 3 consultations and 1 small job, and my gross takings amount to £27, 10 shillings. And then, yesterday, a tall, thin, bright-eyed, confident gentleman came into my office. His card gave his name as Colonel Lysander Stark.
Mr. Hatherley?
Good morning, Colonel.
You have been recommended to me as being a man who is not only capable in his profession, but also discreet and able to keep a secret.
May I ask who it was who gave me so good a character?
It is of no matter. But I have it from the same source that you are an orphan and a bachelor and reside alone in London.
That is quite correct, but you will excuse me if I say I cannot see how all that bears upon my professional qualifications.
You will find that all I say is really to the point. I have a commission for you, but absolute secrecy is essential. Absolute secrecy, you understand? And we may expect more from a man who is alone than from one who lives in the bosom of his family.
If I promise to keep a secret, you may absolutely depend upon my doing so.
You do promise, then?
Yes, I do.
Absolute and complete silence before, during, and after?
I have already given you my word.
Then we can talk.
I beg that you will state your business, sir. My time is of value.
How would 50 guineas for a night's walk suit you?
Most admirably.
I say a night's walk, but an hour's would be nearer the mark. I simply want your opinion about a hydraulic stamping machine which has got out of gear. If you show us what is wrong, we shall soon set it right.
An unusual commission, when the work appears to be light and the pay munificent.
Precisely so, Mr. Holmes. And I must add that something akin to fear had begun to rise within me at the strange manner of this man.
But you still resolved to go?
I could not but think of the 50 guineas, and of how very useful they would be to me.
Where were you to go?
To Eyford in Berkshire, a little place near the borders of Oxfordshire. But the Colonel stipulated I should travel down from Paddington on the last train.
That would bring you into Eyford at about 11:15, and I shall come down in a carriage to meet you.
There is a drive there?
Oh, yes. Our little place is quite out in the country. It is a good 7 miles from Eyford station.
Then we can hardly get there before midnight.
So?
I suppose there's no chance of a train back, so I should be compelled to stop the night.
Oh, yes. We could easily give you a shakedown.
That is very awkward. Could I not come down at some more convenient hour?
We have judged it best that you should come late. It is to recompense you for any inconvenience that we are paying you, a young and unknown man, a fee which would buy an opinion from the very heads of your profession. Still, of course, if you would like to draw out of this business, there is plenty of time to do so.
But the fee was too enticing to refuse.
I'm afraid it was, Mr. Holmes.
And of course he knew it would be. But did you not wish to understand more clearly what it was you were to do?
I did, and asked precisely that question. It seemed the Colonel had discovered a deposit of fuller's earth on his land. It was a comparatively small one, which he was working in order to provide the money to buy the land of his neighbours, under which lie much larger deposits.
And do they know of this valuable product under their land?
No. That, he said, was why secrecy was so important in the matter. Once it became known that hydraulic engineers were coming to the house, the facts would come out and all chance of purchasing the land would be lost.
But it's not entirely clear to me what use could be made of a hydraulic press in excavating fuller's earth, which, as I understand, is dug out like gravel from a pit.
Quite. But he said they had their own process which compressed the earth into bricks so as to be able to remove them without revealing what they were.
Did you think that a sufficient explanation?
I could not believe so, but on the other hand, the fee was at least tenfold what I should have asked had I set a price upon my own services.
And so you set out at the appointed time?
I did. I reached the little dim-lit station of Eyford after 11 o'clock. I was the only passenger who got out there, and there was no one on the platform save a single sleepy porter. As I passed out through the wicket gate, however, I found my acquaintance of the morning waiting in the shadow upon the other side.
The carriage is here, Mr. Hatherley.
Thank you.
Quickly.
Yes, of course. He hurried me into it, drew up the windows on either side, tapped on the woodwork, and away we went as hard as the horse could go.
One horse?
Yes, only one.
Did you observe the colour?
Yes, I saw it from the sidelights as I stepped in. It was a chestnut.
Tired-looking or fresh?
Oh, fresh and glossy.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Pray continue your most interesting statement.
We drove for at least an hour. Colonel Starkett said that it was only 7 miles, but I should think it must have been nearer 12.
On good roads or bad?
Not very good. We lurched and jolted terribly.
Could you not see where you were being driven?
I tried to look out of the windows, but they were made of frosted glass, and I could make out nothing save an occasional blur of a passing light.
The young engineer related how the bumping of the road was finally exchanged for the crisp smoothness of a gravel drive. And then his narrative took a more sinister turn. When they stopped, Colonel Stark sprang out and hurried Hatherley straight into the house, so that he failed to catch even a fleeting glimpse of the front of it. Once inside, the door slammed heavily behind them. Then the darkness of the hall was lit by an oil lamp held by a pretty young woman who appeared from a passage.
She spoke a few words in a foreign tongue to the Colonel, as if asking a question. When my companion answered, she gave such a start that the lamp nearly fell from her hand. He took the lamp from her, pushed her away, and walked back towards me.
Really?
Perhaps you will have the kindness to wait in this room for a few minutes.
Certainly.
I shall not keep you waiting an instant.
Could you see enough to examine your surroundings?
The Colonel had left the lamp. It was a plainly furnished room, with a round table in the centre on which several books were scattered. I have no skill in languages, but I could see they were in German.
Were there no windows?
One, but it was shuttered and barred.
Oh, and no sounds at all?
None. Everything was deadly still. It was quite certain from that absolute stillness that we were in the country.
The next surprise for Hatherley was when the door swung quietly open again and the woman was standing in the aperture. He could see that she was sick with fear, and her frightened eyes kept glancing back into the gloom behind her.
I would go. I should not stay here. There's no good for you to do.
But, madam, I have not yet done what I came for. I cannot possibly leave until I have seen the machine.
It is not worth your while to wait. You can pass through the door. No one hinders. Oh, for the love of heaven, do not hesitate. Get away before it is too late.
But is there some danger, madam?
Too late. They are coming back. They must not find me here.
Colonel Stark was now accompanied by a short, thick-set, bearded man who remained silent. Indeed, I never heard him speak at all.
This is Mr. Ferguson, my secretary and manager.
How do you do?
By the way, I was under the impression that I left this door shut just now. I fear you have felt the draught.
On the contrary, I found the room to be a little close, so I opened the door.
I see. Let us proceed to business, then. Mr. Ferguson and I will take you to see the machine.
I had better get my hat.
There is no need. It is in the house.
What? You dig full as earth in the house?
No. This is only where we compress it. But never mind that. All we wish you to do is to examine the machine and to let us know what is wrong with it.
Did you indeed stay within the house?
Yes. We walked through a labyrinth of corridors and passages, the Colonel in front of me holding the oil lamp, the silent Ferguson behind me.
And could you make out anything of the house while you walked?
It was old and ill-kept. No carpets, no sign of any furniture, plaster peeling off the walls and damp breaking through.
A very singular country home. Go on.
We stopped at last before a low door, which the Colonel unlocked. Within was a small, square room. 3 of us could hardly get in at one time, so Ferguson remained outside.
We are now actually inside the hydraulic press. It would be a particularly unpleasant thing for us if anyone were to turn it on.
So the ceiling of this small chamber is the end of the descending piston?
Correct. It comes down with the force of many tons upon this metal floor. Unfortunately, while the machine walks readily enough, it has lost some of its force. We wish you to show us how we can set it right.
It was clear from Hatherley's narrative that, unsettled as he had been by the woman's warning, his professional instincts took over at this moment. Before long, he had located the loss of pressure in this giant press to a leaking seal in a driving rod, and pointed out to his companions how they should proceed to rectify the fault. Then he made a mistake. Wanting to satisfy his curiosity about the machine, he examined it more closely and stooped to pick up a crust of metallic deposit from the metal floor. When he turned round, he found himself face to face with the Colonel.
What are you doing?
I was admiring your full as earth. I think I should be better able to advise you as to your machine if I knew the exact purpose for which it is used.
Very well. You shall know all about the machine.
Colonel? Colonel? Colonel! Open this door! Colonel!
The only reply which the poor engineer received was the sudden clank of levers and the swish of air from the leak he had found in the driving rod. The Colonel had set the engine to work. By the light of the oil lamp, Hatherley could see that the black ceiling was coming down upon him, slowly, jerkily, but, as none knew better than he, with a force that must, within a minute, grind him to a shapeless pulp. Beat upon the door as he might, it offered no escape. But although floor and ceiling were made of metal, the walls of the chamber were made of wood. He was already unable to stand upright when he saw a thin line of yellow light opening up between 2 boards in one of the walls. He put all his weight against this weakness and forced a gap large enough to squeeze through, as behind him the 2 slabs of the metal press clanged together and crushed the lamp as they would have crushed him.
Come. They will be here in a moment.
Oh, madam, I should have heeded your warning.
Do not waste so precious time, but come. They will see that you are not there. Follow me.
Look in that room, Ferguson!
Oh, quickly, they are not far behind.
In here. But... You must jump.
But it must be 30
Oh,
feet.
it is your only chance. It will kill you.
Ah! There he is!
Oh, no, Fritz. You said never again.
You are mad, Elisa. Let go of me.
This one will be silent.
He has seen too much. Let me pass,
no,
I
Fritz,
say.
no, Fritz, please.
Now, we will put a stop to this.
Oh, jump, for God's sake. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh.
With what did he attack you?
It looked like a butcher's cleaver. Another fraction of a second, and I would have dropped clear before he reached the window.
But were you not hurt in the fall?
No, just shaken. So I picked myself up and rushed off among the bushes as fast as I could.
Yes, but the wound on your hand...
Only when I reached the bushes and suddenly felt sick and dizzy did I realise fully what had happened.
Remarkable.
I endeavoured to tie my handkerchief round the wound, but there came a sudden buzzing in my ears, and I fell in a dead faint among the rose bushes.
How long did you remain unconscious?
It must have been some hours. Morning was breaking when I came to, and then imagine my astonishment when I could see neither house nor garden when I looked around.
Oh, then where on earth were you?
I'd been lying in a hedge beside the high road, and the nearest building proved to be the very station at which I had arrived the previous night.
And so you made your way back to London?
I made inquiries at the station first, of the same porter I'd seen the night before, but the name of Colonel Lysander Stark meant nothing to him, nor had he observed a carriage the night before. So, now, Mr. Holmes, I put the case into your hands and shall do exactly what you advise.
Watson, will you hand me down the commonplace book on the shelf above your head?
Yes, of course. This one?
No, the one next to it.
Yes.
Thank you. There's an advertisement here that will interest you, Mr. Hatherley. It appeared in all the papers about a year ago. Yes, here, listen to this. Lost on the 9th instant. Mr. Jeremiah Hayling, aged 26, a hydraulic engineer. Left his lodgings at 10 o'clock at night and has not been heard of since. Was dressed in, etc., etc. You see, I fancy that represents the last time that the Colonel needed to have his machine overhauled.
Good heavens. And was that what the girl meant by again?
Undoubtedly. Well, it's quite clear that the Colonel is a cool and desperate man who is absolutely determined that nothing should stand in the way of his little game. Well, every moment now is precious, so if you feel equal to it, we shall go down to Scotland Yard at once.
Some 3 hours or so afterwards, we were all in the train together, bound for the little Berkshire village. There were Sherlock Holmes, the hydraulic engineer, Inspector Bradstreet of Scotland Yard, and myself. Bradstreet had spread an ordnance map of the county upon the seat, and was busy with his compasses drawing a circle with Iford as its centre.
There you are. This circle is drawn at a radius of 10 miles from the village. The place we want must be somewhere near that line. You said 10 miles, I think, sir.
At least 10. It was an hour's good drive.
And you think they brought you back all that way when you were unconscious?
They must have done so. I have a confused memory of having been lifted and conveyed somewhere.
And what I cannot understand is why they should have spared you when they found you lying fainting in the garden. Unless the villain was softened by the woman's entreaties, after all.
I hardly think that likely. I never saw a more inexorable face in my life.
Well, we shall soon clear all that up. So, I have drawn my circle. Now I only wish I knew at what point upon it the folk we're in search of are to be found.
I think I could lay my finger on it.
Oh, really now, Mr. Holmes? You've formed your opinion already? Come now, we shall see who agrees with you. I say it is to the south, for the country is more deserted there.
And I am for west. There are several quiet little villages there.
And I am for north, because there are no hills there, and our friend says that he did not notice the carriage go up any.
A pretty diversity of opinion. Who do you give your vote to, Mr. Holmes?
You are all wrong.
But we can't all be, unless it's east.
Oh, well, this is my point. Excuse me. We shall find them here, in the centre of the circle.
But the 12-mile drive.
6 out and 6 back. Nothing simpler. You said yourself that the horse was fresh and glossy. Well, how could it be if it had gone 12 miles over heavy roads?
It's a likely enough ruse. Well, we'll see. At least there's no doubt as to the nature of this gang.
None at all. They are coiners on a large scale.
So this machine was being used to form the amalgam for coins?
Yes, to take the place of silver. We've known for some time that a clever gang was at work. They've been turning out half-crowns by the thousand. We've even traced them as far as Berkshire. We could get no further. But now, thanks to this lucky chance, I think we've got 'em.
As we rolled into Eyford Station, we saw a gigantic column of smoke which streamed up from behind a small clump of trees and hung like an immense ostrich feather over the landscape.
What's that on fire, station master?
The house, sir.
Yeah. When did it break out?
I hear that it was during the night, sir, but it's got worse and the whole place is in a blaze.
Whose house is it?
Dr. Beecher's.
Is Dr. Beecher a German, tall and very thin?
No, sir. Dr. Beecher's an Englishman. But he has a gentleman staying with him who I understand is a foreigner. And he looks as if a little good Berkshire beef would do him no harm.
The station master had hardly finished his speech before we were all hastening in the direction of the fire. As the road topped a low hill, there in front of us was a great whitewashed building. It was spouting fire at every chink and window, while in the garden in front, 3 fire engines were striving to keep the flames under.
That's it! There's the gravel drive and there are the rose bushes. And look, that's the window I jumped from.
Well, at least you've had your revenge on them. There can be no question that the oil lamp set fire to the wooden walls when it was crushed in the press.
Keep your eyes open in this crowd, Mr. Hatherley, for your friends of last night.
I very much fear they're 100 miles off by now.
And Holmes's fears came to be realized. For from that day to this, no word has ever been heard either of the beautiful woman, the sinister German, or the silent Englishman. How our hydraulic engineer had been conveyed from the garden to the spot where he recovered his senses might also have remained a mystery, were it not for the soft soil, which told a very plain tale to Holmes when he examined it.
You see here, Mr. Hatherley, you were carried out by 2 persons, one of whom has unusually large feet, and the other remarkably small ones.
A lady, Elisa.
This man Ferguson, or Dr. Beecher, or whatever his name is, must be the other one.
It is most probable. Being less bold or less murderous than his companion, he assisted the woman to bear you out of the way of danger.
Well, I'm grateful to her for that. But otherwise this has been a pretty business for me. I've lost my thumb and I've lost a 50-guinea fee, and what have I gained?
Experience.
But what good would that...
Indirectly, it may be of value, you know.
Yes. You have only to put it into words to gain the reputation of being excellent company for the remainder of your existence.
In The Engineer's Thumb by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, John Webb, Victor Hatherley, John Newton, Inspector Bradstreet, Moya Leslie, Elise, and Garrard Green, the ruthless coiner, Colonel Stark. The music was written by Jos Sanglier and played by Jos Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The Engineer's Thumb was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions.
Well, now it's 17:16 GMT, and here on BBC World Service we present the last of 6 adventures featuring the celebrated detective Sherlock Holmes.
The Sussex Vampire by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
last post of the day had brought Holmes a letter which, after he had read it carefully, he tossed over to me.
For a mixture of the practical and the wildly fanciful, Watson, I think that is surely the limit. What do you make of it?
Sir, our client, Mr. Robert Ferguson, has made some inquiry from us concerning vampires. As our firm specializes entirely upon the assessment of machinery, the matter hardly comes within our purview. We have therefore recommended Mr. Ferguson to lay the matter before you. We have not forgotten your successful action in the case of Matilda Briggs. We are, sir, faithfully yours, Morrison, and Dodd.
Who was Matilda Briggs, Holmes? Not a young woman, Watson, but a ship. Associated with the giant rat of Sumatra, a story for which the world is not yet prepared. But what do we know about vampires? Does it come within our purview either?
Shall I get down your index?
Oh, please do. Anything is better than stagnation. But really we seem to have been switched on to a Grimm's fairy tale.
Holmes quickly found the reference in the great book I had taken down for him. But after a short, intent perusal, he threw it down with a snarl of disappointment.
Rubbish, Watson, rubbish. What have we to do with walking corpses who can only be held in their grave by stakes driven through their hearts?
But surely the vampire is not necessarily a dead man. I mean, I've read, for example, of the old sucking the blood of the young in order to retain their youth.
Yes, it mentions that legend in one of the references. But are we to give serious attention to such things? The mortal world is big enough for this agency. No ghosts need apply. I fear we cannot take Mr. Robert Ferguson very seriously.
Perhaps that other note is from him.
If it is, let us hope it throws more light on what is worrying him.
Holmes began to read the second letter that had lain upon the table with a smile of amusement on his face. But it gradually faded away into an expression of intense interest and concentration. When he had finished, he sat for some little time lost in thought.
Cheeseman's Lamberley. Do you know where Lamberley is, Watson?
Yes, it's in Sussex, south of Horsham.
Not very far, then. I rather fancy we shall know a good deal about Cheeseman's Lamberley before we're through.
So the letter is from Ferguson?
It is, and he claims acquaintance with you.
With me?
It's in the postscript. Well, see for yourself.
I believe your friend Watson played rugby for Blackheath when I was three-quarter for Richmond. It is the only personal introduction which I can give. Well, yes, of course I remember him. Yes, Big Bob Ferguson, the finest three-quarter Richmond ever had. Always a good-natured chap.
I never get your limits, Watson. They're unexplored possibilities about you. Now you had better read it from the beginning.
Dear Mr. Holmes,
I have been recommended to you by my lawyers in a very delicate matter concerning a friend for whom I am acting. This gentleman married some 5 years ago a Peruvian lady. The lady was very beautiful, but the fact of her foreign birth and of her alien religion had sometimes seemed to place a barrier between husband and wife. But up until now, this had never been serious, and the lady was as loving a wife as a man could have. Now for the reason for my writing.
At this point, the letter became more disturbing, as it related the way the lady had begun to show some curious traits, quite alien to her ordinarily sweet and gentle disposition. Twice she was caught in the act of assaulting the gentleman's son from his first marriage, now a boy of 15. But this was a small matter compared with her conduct to her own child, a boy of just under 1 year of age.
About a month ago, the child had been left by its nurse for a few minutes. A loud cry of pain from the baby called her back. She found the lady leaning over the baby and apparently biting his neck. There was a small wound in the neck from which a stream of blood had escaped. The lady implored the nurse not to call the husband and gave her £5 for the price of her silence.
I find it extraordinary, Holmes, that the nurse, money or not, was willing to keep this secret.
You will see that she revealed it. Finish the letter first, Watson.
From that time, the nurse kept a closer guard upon the baby. Day and night she watched over the child, and day and night it seemed to her the silent, watchful mother lay in wait as a wolf waits for a lamb. Eventually, her nerve gave way, and she told the husband. But even as she was doing so, a sudden cry of pain was heard. As the gentleman rushed into the nursery, he saw his wife rise from beside the cot.
My God, woman.
There was blood upon the child's exposed neck and upon the sheet. And when his wife's face was turned to the light, he saw blood all round her lips. So the matter stands. With the lady confined to her room and the husband half demented, there has been no explanation. Will you see me? Will you use your great powers in aiding a distracted man? Yours faithfully, Robert
Ferguson. Well, of course you will, Holmes.
Yes, I shall wire immediately to this sporting acquaintance of yours. Will examine your case with pleasure.
Your case?
We mustn't let him think this agency is a home for the weak-minded. Of course, it is his case. Let us send him that wire and let the matter rest until tomorrow.
At 10 o'clock the next morning, Ferguson came into our room. There is surely nothing in life more painful than to meet the wreck of a fine athlete whom one has known in his prime. His great frame had fallen in, his flaxen hair was scanty, and his shoulders were bowed. But I fear that I aroused corresponding emotions in him.
Hello, Watson. You don't look quite the man you did when I threw you over the ropes into the crowd at the old deer park.
Well, you've changed a bit, too.
I dare say. But it's this last day or two that has aged me. I see by your telegram, Mr. Holmes, that it is no use my pretending to be anyone's deputy.
It is always simpler to deal direct.
Oh, of course. But you can imagine how difficult it is when you are speaking of the woman who you're bound to protect and help. How am I to go to the police with such a story?
Yes, out of the question.
Yet the children must be protected. Is it madness, Mr. Holmes? Have you any similar case in your experience? Oh, for God's sake, give me some advice, for I'm at my wit's end.
Very naturally, but I can assure you that I'm very far from being at my wit's end, and I am confident we shall find some solution. First of all, tell me what steps you've taken. Is your wife still near the children?
No. We had a dreadful scene. She is a most loving woman, Mr. Holmes. If ever a woman loved a man heart and soul, she loves me. But she would not even speak in answer to my reproaches. She rushed to her room and locked herself in, and since then she's refused to see me.
But is she taking nothing to eat?
She has a maid, Dolores, who was with her before her marriage. She takes her food to her.
Ah, yes.
Then the child is in no immediate danger.
Mrs. Mason, the nurse, has sworn that she will not leave him day or night. I am more uneasy about poor Jack, for as I told you in my note, he has twice been assaulted by her.
But never wounded?
No, but she struck him savagely. It is the more terrible as he is a poor, inoffensive cripple.
Oh, some affliction he was born with?
No, a fall in childhood and a twisted spine. But a loving heart within.
Did you know your wife well at the time of your marriage?
I had only known her for a few weeks.
How long had this maid Dolores been with her?
Some years.
Then your wife's character would really be better known by the maid than by you.
Yes, you may say so.
I fancy that I may be of more use at Lambury than here. It is eminently a case for personal investigation. If, as you say, the lady remains in her room, our presence could not annoy or inconvenience her.
Oh, it is what I hoped, Mr. Holmes. There is an excellent train from Victoria at 2, if you could come.
Of course we will come. There is a lull at present. I can give you my undivided energies. Watson, of course, comes with us.
Oh, most certainly.
But before we start, there are one or two more points upon which I wish to be very sure. This unhappy lady, as I understand it, has appeared to assault both the children.
That is so.
But the assaults take different form.
Jack was beaten once with a stick and once very savagely with her hands.
Did she give no explanation why she struck him?
None. Save that she hated him. Again and again she said so.
Well, that is not unknown among stepmothers. But did the boy give you no explanation?
No. He declared there was no reason.
Were he and your wife good friends at other times?
No. There was never any love between them.
Yet you suggested he was an affectionate child.
Never in the world could there be so devoted a son. My life is his life.
No doubt you and the boy were great comrades before this second marriage.
Very much so.
Yeah, and the boy, having so affectionate a nature, was no doubt devoted to the memory of his mother.
Very.
He would certainly seem to be a most interesting lad. One other point. Were the strange attacks upon the baby and the assaults upon your son at the same period?
In the first case, it was so. In the second case, it was only Jack who suffered.
Well, that certainly complicates matters.
I don't follow you, Mr. Holmes.
Possibly not. One forms provisional theories and waits for time or fuller knowledge to explode them. A bad habit, Mr. Ferguson, but human nature is weak. I fear that your old friend here has presented an exaggerated view of my scientific methods.
But does anything I've said make any sense to you?
I will only say at the present stage that your problem does not appear to me to be insoluble, and that you may expect to find us at Victoria at 2 o'clock.
Once we had reached Lamberley, we left our bags at the inn and drove through the long, winding lane that led to the isolated and ancient farmhouse in which Ferguson dwelt. It was a dull, foggy November day, and darkness was approaching by the time we finally arrived.
In here, gentlemen, and warm yourselves.
It was a large central room into which Ferguson led us, with a splendid log fire blazing in a huge old-fashioned fireplace. The place was a most singular mixture of dates and places. The half-panelled walls may well have belonged to the original yeoman farmer of the 17th century, yet they were ornamented below with modern watercolours and above with a fine collection of South American utensils and weapons, which had been brought, no doubt, by the Peruvian lady upstairs. Holmes, with that quick curiosity which sprang from his eager mind, examined them with some care.
And what's this?
A spaniel that had lain in a basket in the corner of the room came slowly towards its master, walking with difficulty.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
The dog. What's wrong with it?
That's what puzzled the vet. A sort of paralysis. Spinal meningitis, he thought. But it is passing.
Did it come on suddenly?
In a single night.
How long ago?
May have been 4 months ago.
Very remarkable. Very suggestive.
What do you see in it, Mr. Holmes?
A confirmation of what I'd already thought.
For God's sake, what do you think, Mr. Holmes? It may be a mere intellectual puzzle to you, but it is life and death to me. My wife a would-be murderer, my child in constant danger. Don't play with me, Mr. Holmes. It is too terribly serious.
I fear there is pain for you, Mr. Ferguson, whatever the solution may be. I would spare you all I can. I cannot say more for the instant, but before I leave this house, I hope I may have something definite.
Please God, you may. If you will excuse me, gentlemen, I will go up to my wife's room and see if there's been any change.
Ferguson was away some minutes, during which Holmes resumed his examination of the curiosities upon the wall. When our host returned, it was clear from his face that his wife was still refusing to see him. With him was a tall, slim, brown-faced girl.
The tea is ready, Dolores. See that your mistress has everything she can wish.
She very ill. She no ask for food. She need a doctor. She very ill. I frightened stay alone with her without doctor.
I would be glad to be of use.
Would your mistress see Dr. Watson?
I take him. I know I leave. She need a doctor.
Then I'll come with you at once.
I'm indebted to you, Watson.
I followed the girl up the staircase and along a corridor. At the end was a massive iron-clamped door. It struck me that if Ferguson tried to force his way to his wife, he would find it no easy matter. The girl unlocked the door and fastened it again once we were inside.
Who are you?
I am a doctor, madam. Please, do not be concerned.
She like this 1 day, 2 days. I'm afraid she die.
I took Mrs. Ferguson's pulse and temperature. Both were high. And yet my impression was that the condition was rather that of mental and nervous excitement than of any actual seizure.
Where is my husband?
He is below and wishes to see you.
I will not see him. I will not. Oh, the fiend. What shall I do with that devil?
Now, can I help in any way?
No, no one can help. It is finished. Do what I will, all is destroyed.
Madre mia.
Madam, your husband loves you dearly. He is deeply grieved by these events.
He loves me, yes. But do I not love him? Will I not even sacrifice myself rather than break his dear heart? That is how I love him. And yet, how could he think of me so? How could he speak of me so?
He is full of grief, but he cannot understand.
No, he cannot understand. But he should trust.
Now, will you not see him?
No, no. I cannot forget those terrible words nor the look upon his face. Go now. You can do nothing for me. Tell him only one thing. I want my child. Oh. I have the right to my child. That is the only message I can send him.
I returned to the room downstairs where Ferguson and Holmes still sat by the fire. Ferguson listened moodily to my account of the interview.
How can I send her the child? How do I know what strange impulse may come upon her? No, the child is safe with Mrs. Mason, and there he must remain.
When tea appeared shortly afterwards, a pale-faced and fair-haired youth with excitable light blue eyes came into the room.
Daddy!
Hello, Jackie.
I didn't know you were home yet. I should have been here to meet you. I'm so glad to see you.
I came early because my friends Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson have been persuaded to come down and spend an evening with us.
Is that Mr. Holmes, the detective?
Yes.
Certainly is.
And what about your other child, Mr. Ferguson? Might we make the acquaintance of the baby?
By all means. Jack, ask Mrs. Mason to bring the baby down.
Yes, Daddy.
The boy went off with a curious, shambling gait which told my eyes that he was suffering from a weak spine. He returned with a tall, gaunt woman, bearing in her arms a very beautiful child, a wonderful mixture of the Saxon and the Latin. Ferguson was obviously devoted to it.
How can anyone have the heart to hurt him?
I chanced at this moment to glance at Holmes and saw a most singular intentness in his expression. His eyes were fixed upon something at the other side of the room. Following his gaze, I could only guess that he was looking out through the window, even though a shutter had half closed outside and was obstructing such view as there was. Then he smiled, and his eyes came back to the baby, and he examined the small puckered mark on its neck with care. Finally, he shook one of the dimpled fists.
And goodbye, little man. You've made a strange start in life. Mrs. Mason, a word with you in private.
He took her aside and spoke earnestly to her for a few minutes. Then he let her withdraw with the child, saying as she left that he hoped her anxiety would soon be put at rest.
What is Mrs. Mason like?
A heart of gold, and devoted to the child.
And do you like her, Jack?
No, I don't like her at all.
Jack has very strong likes and dislikes. Luckily, I'm one of his likes. But run along now, Jackie. We have to talk.
All right, Daddy.
Now, Mr. Holmes, I begin to feel I've brought you on a fool's errand. For what can you possibly do, save give me your sympathy? It must be an exceedingly delicate and complex affair from your point of view.
Yeah, well, it is certainly delicate, but I've not been struck up to now with its complexity. It has been a case for intellectual deduction. But as the original deduction is confirmed point by point by quite a number of independent incidents, we can say confidently that we have reached our goal. I had, in fact, reached it before we left Baker Street, and the rest has merely been observation and confirmation.
For heaven's sake, Mr. Holmes, if you can see the truth in this matter, do not keep me in suspense.
You shall have your explanation, but will you permit me to handle the matter in my own way?
If you wish.
Is the lady capable of seeing us, Watson?
Well, she is ill, but she's quite rational.
Very good, sir. It is only in her presence that we can clear the matter up. Let us go up to her.
Oh, but she will not see me.
Oh, yes, she will. It just needs a few words on a piece of paper. There.
Now, you at least have the entree, Watson. Will you have the goodness to give the lady this note?
Of course. I ascended again and knocked at the door, which was opened cautiously by Dolores. She took the note, and a few moments later I heard a cry in which joy and surprise seemed to be blended. Then the door was opened again.
She will see them. She will listen.
Excellent. Holmes, Ferguson, you can come up.
As we entered the room, Ferguson took a step or two towards his wife, who had raised herself in the bed.
My dear.
But she held out her hand to repulse him, and he sat in an armchair. Holmes seated himself beside him, after bowing to the lady, who looked at him with wide-eyed amazement.
I think we can dispense with Dolores.
I want to remain. Yes, I would rather she stayed.
Very well, madam, if you wish. Now, Mr. Ferguson, my methods are to be short and direct. The swiftest surgery is the least painful. Let me first say what will ease your mind. Your wife is a very good, a very loving, and a very ill-used woman.
There, you see?
Prove that, Mr. Holmes, and I'm your debtor forever.
I will do so. But in so doing, I must wound you deeply in another direction.
I care nothing so long as you clear my wife. Everything on earth is insignificant compared to that.
Yeah, let me tell you, then, the train of reasoning which passed through my mind in Baker Street. The idea of a vampire was, of course, absurd. Such things do not happen in criminal practice in England. And yet your observation was precise. You had seen the lady with the blood upon her lips.
I did.
Did it not occur to you that a bleeding wound may be sucked for some other purpose than to draw the blood from it? Was there not a queen in English history who sucked such a wound to draw poison from it?
Poison?
A South American household? My instinct felt the presence of those weapons upon the wall before my eyes ever saw them. If the child were pricked with one of those arrows with a head dipped in curare or some other devilish drug, it would mean death if the venom were not sucked out.
So that was your interest in the dog. If one were to use such a poison, would one not try it first in order to see it had not lost its power?
Yeah, I did not foresee the dog, but at least I understood him, and he fitted into my reconstruction.
Yes.
Now do you understand, Ferguson? Your wife feared such an attack. She saw it made and saved the child's life. And yet she shrank from telling you the truth, for she feared lest it break your heart.
Holmes paused. The expression on Ferguson's face showed that he did, indeed, now understand.
Jackie.
I watched him as you held the baby just now. His face was clearly reflected in the window where the shutter formed a background. I saw such jealousy, such cruel hatred, as I've seldom seen before.
My Jackie?
You have to face it, Mr. Ferguson. His very soul is consumed with hatred for that splendid child.
Good God, it is incredible.
Have I spoken the truth, madam?
How could I tell you, Bob? I felt the blow it would be to you. It was better it should come from some other lips than mine. When this gentleman, who seems to have the powers of magic, wrote that he knew all, I was glad.
I think a year at sea would be my prescription for Master Jackie. Only one thing is still clouded, madam. We can quite understand your attacks on Jack. There are limits to a mother's patience. But how did you dare to leave the child these last 2 days?
I had told Mrs. Mason. She knew.
Ah, yes. It was as I thought.
My dear, can you ever forgive this terrible wrong I've done you? I could just see no other meaning in it at all. I wanted to believe there had to be some explanation, but what I'd seen so
This, I fancy, is the time for our exit, Watson.
Yes, of course.
Now, if you take one elbow of the two faithful Dolores, right, I will take the other. I think we can leave them to settle the rest between
What are you doing?
themselves.
No, please, no, I want to stay. Please, I want to stay.
I have only one further note of this case. It is the letter which Holmes wrote to Morrison and Dodd. It ran thus.
Baker Street, November the 21st. Sirs, referring to your letter of the 19th concerning vampires, I beg to state that I've looked into the matter of your client, Mr. Robert Ferguson, and that the matter has been brought to a satisfactory conclusion. With thanks for your recommendation, I am, sirs, faithfully yours, Sherlock Holmes.
In The Sussex Vampire by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Martin Reed, Robert Ferguson, Natasha Pine, Mrs. Ferguson, and Susan Sheridan, Jack and Dolores. The music was written by Joss Sanglier and played by Joss Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The Sussex Vampire was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions.
And that was the last programme in the series of Sherlock Holmes adventures.
Boscombe Old Place by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
It's glue, Watson. It's unquestionably glue.
Sherlock Holmes had been bending for a long time over a microscope. Now he had straightened up and looked round at me in triumph.
Well, look through the eyepiece for yourself. Those hairs are threads from a tweed coat.
Yeah?
The irregular grey masses, they're dust. Those brown blobs in the centre are glue.
Oh? Huh? Well, I'm prepared to take your word for it. Does anything depend on it?
You may remember in the St Pancras case that a cap was found beside the dead policeman. The accused man denies it's his, but he is a picture frame maker who habitually handles glue.
Is it one of your cases?
No. Merivale of the Yard asked me to look into it. Since I ran down that coiner by the zinc and copper filings in the seam of his cuff, they may have begun to realise the importance of the microscope.
Didn't you say earlier that you had a client calling?
Yes. Oh, he's overdue. By the way, Watson, do you know something of racing?
Well, I ought to. I pay for it with about half my wound pension.
Well, then I'll make you my guide to the turf. Does the name Sir Robert Norwood recall anything to you?
I should say so. He lives at Boscombe Old Place, which I know because my summer quarters were near there once. And he nearly came within your province on one occasion.
Oh, how was that?
It was when he horsewhipped a moneylender on Newmarket Heath. He nearly killed the man.
Ah, well, he sounds interesting. Does he often indulge in that way?
Well, he has the name of being a dangerous man. He's about the most daredevil rider in England, second in the Grand National a few years back. So, he should have been a buck in the days of the Regency. Well, he's always had an eye for fair ladies, and for an argument. And by all accounts, he's so deep in debt that he may never get out of it again.
A capital sketch, Watson. I seem to know the man already. Now, can you give me some idea of Boscombe Old Place?
Well, only that it's in the centre of Boscombe Park and that the famous Boscombe stud and training quarters are to be found there.
And the head trainer is John Mason.
What?
Well, you need not look surprised at my knowledge, since I have a letter here from him.
Oh.
But go on, I seem to have struck a rich vein.
Well, there are the Boscombe Spaniels, the most exclusive breed in England. They're the special pride of the lady of Boscombe Old Place.
Norberton's wife?
No. Sir Robert has never married. And just as well, I think, considering his prospects. No, he lives with his widowed sister, Lady Beatrice Polder.
You mean that she lives with him?
No, the place belonged to her late husband. Norberton has no claim at all. It's only a life interest and reverts to her husband's brother. Now, meanwhile, she draws the rents every year.
And I suppose Brother Robert then spends the said rents?
That's about the size of it. He must lead her a most uneasy life, although it's said she's devoted to him. But, what is amiss at Boscombe?
I think I hear at last the person who can tell us.
The man who was shown in had the firm, austere expression only seen upon those who have to control horses or boys. Mr. John Mason had many of both under his sway, and he looked equal to the task.
You had my note, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, but it explained nothing.
It was too delicate a thing to put the details on paper.
Well, we are at your disposal.
First of all, I think Sir Robert has gone mad.
Well, this is Baker Street, Mr. Mason, not Harley Street. But why do you say so?
When a man does one strange thing, sir, or two, there may be a meaning to it. But when everything he does is strange, you begin to wonder. I believe the Derby has turned his brain.
You are running a horse?
Boscombe Prince, the best in England.
Oh?
But I'll be plain with you, for I know it won't go beyond this room. Sir Robert has got to win this Derby. Everything he could raise or borrow is on the horse, and at fine odds. You can get 40s now, but it was nearer 100.
But how is that if the horse is so good?
The public don't know how good he is. Sir Robert has the Prince's half-brother out for runs. Oh. You can't tell them apart until you see them gallop. But if the Prince fails him, Sir Robert is done.
It seems a rather desperate gamble, but where does the madness come in?
You only have to look at him. Down at the stables at all hours, his eyes wild. Then there is his conduct to Lady Beatrice.
Ah, what is that?
They have always been the best of friends, and she loved the horses as much as he did. Every day at the same hour she would drive down to see them. But that's all over now.
Why?
She seems to have lost all interest. For a week now she has driven past the stables with never so much as a good morning.
You think there has been a quarrel?
And a savage one at that. Why else would he give away her favourite spaniel to old Barnes, what keeps the Green Dragon?
That certainly does seem odd.
Of course, with her weak heart and dropsy, Lady Beatrice couldn't get about with Sir Robert, but he spent 2 hours with her most evenings. But now, he never goes near her. And she's brooding. And drinking like a fish.
Did she drink before?
A glass, perhaps. But now, according to the butler, it is often a bottle. And then, what is Master doing down at the old church crypt at night? And who's the man he meets there?
You get more and more interesting, Mr. Mason. Go on.
It was the butler saw him go. So next night I was up, and sure enough, he was off again.
And you followed him?
Yes, although I was shy of getting too near. Sir Robert is a terrible man with his fists if he gets started. But I marked him down all right. It was the haunted crypt he was making for.
Haunted?
Well, sir, there is an old ruined chapel in the park, and under it a crypt that has a bad name among us. It's a dark, damp, lonely place by day, but there are few who have the nerve to go near it at night. But Master never feared anything in his life.
You say there was another man there? Well, surely you have only to question him.
He's not one of ours.
Can you be sure?
I saw him clearly in the moonlight, Mr. Holmes.
Hey, you! What do you think you're up to?
A mean dog who was away into the darkness as hard as he could lick it when he heard me. But no one I know.
Who keeps Lady Beatrice company?
Her maid, Carrie Evans. She's been with her these 5 years.
And devoted, no doubt.
She's devoted enough, but I won't say to whom.
From Dr. Watson's description of Sir Robert, it is not difficult to imagine that women are not safe from it. Don't you think the quarrel between brother and sister may lie there?
The scandal has been pretty clear for a long time.
But perhaps not to Lady Beatrice.
Well, let us suppose she suddenly finds it out. She wants to be rid of the girl. Her brother will not permit it, and the invalid has no means of enforcing her will. The hated maid is still tied to her. She refuses to speak. She takes to drink. Sir Robert, in his anger, takes her pet spaniel away from her. Does not all this hang together?
It might do, as far as it goes.
Exactly. As far as it goes. How would all that bear upon the visits by night to the old crypt? We can't fit that into our plot.
No, sir. And there's something more to fit in. Why should Sir Robert want to dig up a dead body?
What?
I only found it yesterday, after I had written to you. Sir Robert had gone to London, so I went down to the crypt. It was all in order, sir, except that in one corner was a bit of a human body.
Good Lord. Have you informed the police?
I hardly think it would interest them, sir. It may have been 1,000 years old, but it wasn't there before, that I'll swear.
Well, what did you do?
I just left it there.
That was wise. Has Sir Robert returned yet?
We expect him back today.
When did he give away his sister's dog?
A week ago. The creature was howling outside the old well house, and Sir Robert was in one of his tantrums that morning. I thought at first he would have killed it, but he called over one of the jockeys.
Take this wretched dog to Bounds at the Green Dragon. I don't wish to see it ever again.
I'm not yet clear, Mr. Mason, what you want me to do in this matter. Can't you make it more definite?
Perhaps this will make it more definite, Mr. Holmes.
Our visitor took a paper from his pocket, unwrapped it carefully, and exposed a charred fragment of bone.
Where did you get this?
There is a central heating furnace in the cellar under Lady Beatrice's room. It's been off for some time, but Sir Robert complained of cold and had it on again. One of my lads runs it, and came to me with this, which he found when raking out the cinders. He didn't like the look of it.
Nor do I. Watson.
Oh, well, there's no doubt it's the upper condyle of a human femur.
Exactly. When does this lad attend to the furnace?
He makes it up every evening and then leaves it.
Then anyone could visit it during the night. Can you enter it from outside?
There is one door from outside, and another which leads up by a stair to the passage in which Lady Beatrice's room is situated.
These are deep waters, Mr. Mason. Deep and rather dirty. Yet Sir Robert was not at home last night, so whoever was burning bones, it was not he. Is there good fishing in your part of Berkshire?
The trainer showed very clearly upon his face that he was convinced that yet another lunatic had come into his harassed life.
Well, sir, I've heard there are trout in the mill stream and pike in the whole lake.
That's good enough. Watson and I are famous fishermen. Are we not, Watson?
What? Well, if you say so, Holmes.
You may address us in future at the Green Dragon. We will arrive there tonight. Direct a note there if you need to talk to us, and I do not doubt I can find you if I want to. When we've gone a little further into the matter, I will let you have a considered opinion.
Thus it was that a bright May evening found Holmes and I armed with a formidable litter of rods, reels and baskets on our way to Boscombe. On reaching our destination, a short drive took us to an old-fashioned tavern, where a sporting host, Josiah Barnes, entered eagerly into our plans for the extirpation of the fish in the neighbourhood.
What about the whole lake and the chance of a pike?
Oh, that wouldn't do, sir. You might chance to find yourself in the lake before you were through.
Oh, well, how's that then?
It's Sir Robert, sir. Terrible jealous of touts. If you two strangers were as near his training quarters as that, he'd be after you as sure as fate.
We hear he has a horse entered for the Derby.
Yes, and a good colt too. Oh, he carries all our money for the race, and all Sir Robert's into the bargain. Oh, by the way, you aren't on the turf yourselves, are you?
Oh, no, indeed, no. Just two weary Londoners who need some good Berkshire air.
Well, you're in the right place for that. There's a deal of it lying about.
By the way, that was the most beautiful spaniel I saw in the hall.
Oh, that's the real Boscombe breed. There ain't a better in England.
What, if you don't mind me asking, would a prize dog like that cost?
Oh, more than I could pay, sir. It was Sir Robert himself who gave me this one. That's why I have to keep him on the lead. He'd be off to the hall in a jiffy otherwise. Now, mind what I told you. Keep clear of the park.
Well, Watson?
Well, friendly enough chap.
Yes. And we are getting some cards in our hand. But we still need to find a time to enter the sacred domain without fear of bodily assault from Sir Robert.
Is that to look for something specific?
There are just one or two points on which I should like reassurance.
You have a theory, then?
Only that something happened a week or so ago which has cut deep into the life of the Boscombe household.
Oh, but what is that something?
Well, we can only guess at it from its effects.
They seem to be of a curiously mixed nature.
But that should surely help us. It is only the colourless, uneventful case which is hopeless. Consider our data. The brother no longer visits the sister. He gives away her dog. Her dog, Watson. Does that suggest nothing to you?
Nothing but the brother's spite.
Well, it might be so. Or, well, there is an alternative. Now, review the situation from the time of the quarrel, if there were a quarrel.
The lady keeps her room.
And alters her habits, refuses to stop at the stables, and apparently takes to drink. That covers the case, does it not?
Save for the business in the crypt.
But that is another line of thought. There are two, and I beg you not to tangle them. Line A, which concerns Lady Beatrice, has a vaguely sinister flavour, don't you think?
I can make nothing of it, sir.
Well, now let us take up line B, which concerns Sir Robert. He is mad keen upon winning the Derby, but may at any moment be sold up, and his racing stables seized by his creditors.
Yes.
He is a daring and desperate man. He derives his income from his sister. His sister's maid is his willing too. So far, we seem to be on fairly safe ground, do we not?
But the crypt...
Ah, yes, the crypt. Well, let us suppose, Watson, and it is merely a scandalous hypothesis put forward for argument's sake, that Sir Robert has done away with his sister.
Oh, no, my dear Holmes, it's out of the question. Sir Robert is a man of honourable stock.
You do occasionally find a carrion crow among the eagles. Let us for a moment argue that supposition. What would he do?
Fly the country.
But that would avail him nothing until he had realised his fortune.
Ah, and that could not be done until Shoscombe Prince has won his race.
So he must stand his ground.
But there would be a body.
He must dispose of it and find a substitute to impersonate her.
I suppose, with the maid as his confidant, that would not be impossible.
The woman's body might be conveyed to the crypt, as it is so seldom visited, and then secretly destroyed in the furnace.
Yes, well, it's all possible, but only if you grant the original monstrous supposition.
There's a small experiment we may try tomorrow. Meanwhile, if we are to keep up our characters, I suggest we have our host in for a glass of his own wine and hold some high converse upon eels and dace. In the process, we may chance upon some useful local gossip.
Yes.
In the morning, Holmes discovered we had come without our spoon bait for Jack, which absolved us from fishing for the day. About 11 o'clock, we started for a walk, and he obtained leave to take the black spaniel with us. After about 20 minutes, we had come to 2 high park gates, with heraldic griffins towering above them.
This is the place. Now, about midday, Mr. Barnes informs me, the old lady takes a drive, and the carriage must slow down as the gates are opened. When it comes through, and before it gathers speed, I want you to stop the coachman with some question.
What will you be doing?
Oh, never mind me. We shall be behind this holly bush. Come.
It was not a long vigil. We soon saw the big open yellow barouche coming down the long avenue with 2 splendid high-stepping horses in the shafts. Holmes crouched behind his bush with the dog. I stood unconcernedly swinging a cane in the roadway. A keeper ran out, and the gates were opened. The carriage had slowed to a walk, and I was able to get a good look at the occupants. A highly coloured young woman with flaxen hair and impudent eyes sat on the left. At her right was an elderly person with rounded back and a huddle of shawls about her face and shoulders. As the horses reached the high road, I held up my hand with an authoritative gesture.
I say, just a moment. Whoa! Can you tell me if Sir Robert is at Shoscombe at present? What's it to do with you? Oh, dear boy.
With a joyous cry, the spaniel Holmes had released dashed forward to the carriage and sprang upon the step. Then, in a moment, its eager greeting changed to furious rage, and it snapped at the black skirt above it.
Drive on! Drive on! Get up there! Go on.
Watson, hold the dog. While I get the lead on.
Right.
Well, good dog. That's done it. He thought it was his mistress, and he found it was a stranger. Dogs don't make mistakes.
Oh, it was a man's voice.
Exactly. We've added another card to our hand, Watson, but it needs careful playing all the same.
My companion had no further plans for the day, so we did actually use our fishing tackle in the mill stream, and had a dish of trout for our supper as a result. But in the evening, we took the same road as in the morning. A tall figure was waiting for us at the gates. John Mason, the trainer.
Good evening, gentlemen. I got your note, Mr. Holmes. Sir Robert has not returned yet, but he's expected later tonight.
How far is this crypt from the house?
A good quarter of a mile.
Then I think we can disregard him altogether.
I can't afford to do that, Mr. Holmes. The moment he arrives, he'll want to see me to get the latest news of Shoscombe Prince.
I see. Well, in that case, we must work without you, Mr. Mason. You can show us the crypt and then leave us.
It was pitch dark and without a moon. Mason led us across the park until a dark mass loomed up in front of us.
This is the chapel. The entrance is on the far side.
Once inside, we picked our way across heaps of loose masonry to the corner of the building, where a steep stair led down into the crypt.
A match, Mr. Mason, if you will, while I light my lantern.
Sir.
Thank you.
It was a melancholy place, dismal and evil-smelling, with ancient crumbling walls and piles of coffins, some of lead and some of stone, extending upon one side right up to the arched roof. The light from Holmes's lantern was reflected back from the coffin plates, many of them adorned with the griffin and coronet of this old family, which carried its honours even to the gate of death.
You spoke of some bones, Mr. Mason.
Sir.
Could you show them to us before you go?
They're here, in this corner. But, oh, they're gone. What? Gone?
As I expected. I fancy the ashes of them might even now be found in the oven from which your lad extracted the remains of that bone.
But why in the world would anyone want to burn the bones of someone who's been dead hundreds of years?
That is what we're here to find out. It may mean a long search, and we need not detain you. I fancy we shall get our solution before morning.
When Mason had left us, Holmes set to work making a very careful examination of the graves. They ranged from a very ancient one, which appeared to be Saxon, through a long line of Norman Hugos and Odos, until we reached the Sir William and Sir Dennis Falder of the 18th century. It was an hour or more before Holmes came to a leaden coffin standing on end.
Now, this looks more likely.
With his lens, he examined the edges of the heavy lid eagerly. Then he drew from his pocket a short jemmy, which he thrust into a chink, levering back the whole front. But as we started to move the lid, we had an unforeseen interruption.
There's someone in the chapel, and coming towards the crypt, so it seems.
An instant later, the man we had heard was framed in the Gothic doorway. He was a terrible figure, huge in stature and fierce in manner. A large stable lantern, which he held in one hand, shone upwards upon a strong face and angry eyes. In the other hand was a heavy stick.
Who the devil are you? Or what are you doing on my property? Do you hear me? Who are you? What are you doing here?
I also have a question to ask you, Sir Robert. Who is this? And what is it doing here?
Holmes turned and tore open the coffin lid behind him. In the glare of the lantern, I saw a body swathed in a sheet from head to foot, with dreadful, witch-like features. The dim, glazed eyes staring from a discoloured and grumbling face.
How came you to know of this? And what business is it of yours?
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, I see.
And my business is that of every other good citizen, to uphold the law. It seems to me you have much to answer for.
Well, Mr. Holmes, appearances are against me, I'll admit. But I could act no otherwise.
I should be happy to think so. But I fear your explanations must be for the police.
Well, if they must, they must. Come up to the house and you can judge for yourself how the matter stands.
When we were installed in the gun-room of the old house, Sir Robert left us, returning shortly afterwards with two companions. One was the florid young woman we had seen in the carriage. The other was a small, rat-faced man.
These are Mr. and Mrs. Norwood.
The couple both began to talk at once, but were quickly silenced by a fierce glance from Sir Robert.
Mrs. Norwood, under her maiden name of Evans, had for some years been my sister's maid.
She can therefore substantiate what you say.
That is correct. Now, you have clearly gone pretty deeply into my affairs, Mr. Holmes, or I should not have found you where I did.
I know that the success of your horse in the Derby is your only salvation.
That is correct.
Also that your sister, Lady Beatrice, had only a life interest in the estate. If she were to die, your creditors could be expected to descend on you.
Like a flock of vultures, particularly as the chief amongst them is a man I was once compelled to horsewhip on Newmarket Heath. Well, Mr. Holmes, my sister did die just a week ago.
And you told no one?
How could I? I faced absolute ruin. But if I could stave things off for 3 weeks, all be well.
So you arranged for this man Norwood to personate your sister?
It was not difficult to arrange. But the body could not remain where it was.
So you carried it first to the old well house? But your sister's pet spaniel kept watch at the door?
It is beyond me how you know that, but... Yes, I got rid of the dog, and Norwood and I carried the body to the crypt.
Sir Robert, your conduct seems to me inexcusable.
Yes, I agree.
There was no indignity or irreverence. It seemed to me that it would be no unworthy resting place if we put her for a time in one of the coffins of her husband's ancestors, lying in what, after all, is still consecrated ground.
But to do that, you had to dispose of some remains.
Yes, Norwood came down to burn them each night in the central furnace.
Well, Sir Robert, this matter must be referred to the police. I have brought the facts to light, and there I will leave it. It's nearly midnight, and high time we made our way back to the Green Dragon. Don't you agree, Watson?
Yes.
I learned later that the police and coroner had taken a lenient view of the incident. Beyond a mild censure for the delay in registering the lady's decease, Sir Robert got away unscathed. As Shoscombe Prince has indeed won the Derby, Sir Robert will also be able to re-establish himself in a fair position in life. And, one or two others have benefited as well.
Of course I'd be delighted to have you buy me dinner at Simpson's, Watson. But what are we celebrating?
Well, I discovered that they were still offering odds of 40 to 1 on Shoscombe Prince, and so I naturally...
Oh, my dear Watson, you have an infinite capacity to surprise me. Well, I'll just go and get my coat.
In Shoscombe Old Place, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Sean Barrett, John Mason, Jack May, Sir Robert Norberton, and Peter Tuddenham, Josiah Barnes. The music was written by Jos Sanglier and played by Jos Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. Shoscombe Old Place was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. The Devil's Foot by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
It was in the spring of 1897 that Sherlock Holmes's iron constitution showed some symptoms of giving way in the face of constant hard work of a most exacting kind. If he did not lay aside all his cases and surrender himself to complete rest, an absolute breakdown might not be avoided. The state of his health was not a matter in which he himself took the faintest interest, since his mental detachment was absolute. But he was induced at last to give himself a complete change of scene and air. Thus it was that the early spring found us in a small cottage near Poldhu Bay, at the further extremity of Cornwall.
You have chosen a very singular spot for us, Watson. Sinister, I might say.
Oh, now how can you describe this marvellous view over Mounts Bay as sinister?
The view from on top of the cliffs is one thing, but what of its aspect from seaward?
Why, as a seaman, I will appreciate it all the more as a place for rest and protection from a storm.
Well, that is when the wind is from the north. From the southwest, it will be a tale of dragging anchors on a lee shore and a last battle among the rocks.
On the land side, our surroundings were lonely, rolling moors. They were just as suited to the grim humour of my patient, and he spent much of his time in long walks and solitary meditations. It was during one of these that a way to occupy his time occurred to him.
It seems to me, Watson, that the ancient Cornish language has much in common with the Chaldean. Well, it could be that it is derived from the Phoenicians, who traded the tin in these parts. I'll send for some philological books from London.
But no sooner was he settling down to develop this thesis than, to my sorrow and his unfeigned delight, we were plunged into a problem more intense and infinitely more mysterious than any of those which had driven us to Cornwall.
Mr. Holmes!
Our first intimation that something was wrong came as we were about to set out on one of our walks.
Don't shut the door yet, Watson. It looks as if our morning excursion upon the moors is to be interrupted. We have visitors.
Oh, yes, the vicar. And Mr. Tregennis.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, the most extraordinary and tragic affair has occurred during the night. Oh, we can only regard it as a special providence that you should chance to be here.
You'd better come in, gentlemen. Tell us about it.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Roundhay, the vicar, was normally most affable, but this morning was much disturbed. Mortimer Tregennis, who supplemented the clergyman's scant resources by taking rooms in his house, was a sad-faced, introspective man, but even his dark eyes were bright,
and his hands twitched nervously.
Shall I speak or you?
Perhaps if I say a few words first, Mr. Holmes. You can judge if we should hasten at once to the scene of this mysterious affair.
Now, I should point out, Mr. Roundhay, that Mr. Holmes is here to rest.
The fates are against you, Doctor. Well, let them tell us what has happened.
Briefly then, Mr. Tregennis spent last evening in the company of his two brothers, Owen and George, and his sister Brenda.
Where was this?
At their house at Tredannock Water.
Yes. He left them shortly after 10 o'clock in excellent health and spirits.
Yes.
This morning he walked in that direction before breakfast.
Why at such an hour?
I have always been an early riser.
Quite. He was overtaken by the carriage of Dr. Richards, who explained that he'd just been sent for on a most urgent call to Tredannock Water.
So you naturally went with him?
Yes.
When they arrived, Mr. Holmes, his two brothers and his sister were seated round the table exactly as he had left them. Cards still spread in front of them, and the candles burnt down in their sockets. But the sister lay back, stone dead in her chair, while the two brothers sat on each side of her. They were laughing, shouting, and singing with their senses stricken clean out of their minds. And all three of them, dead or alive, retained on their faces an expression of the utmost horror.
Extraordinary. Was there no one else in the house?
Only Mrs. Porter, the old cook and housekeeper, who declared she had slept deeply and heard no sound during the night.
Has anything been stolen or disarranged?
Nothing. There is the situation in a nutshell, Mr. Holmes, and if you can help us clear it up, you will have done a great work.
I will look into the matter. Now, on the face of it, it would appear a case of a very exceptional nature. Have you been there yourself, Mr. Roundhay?
No. Mr. Tregennis brought back the account to the vicarage, and I at once hurried over with him to consult you.
How far is it to the house where this singular tragedy occurred?
About a mile inland.
And then we shall walk over together. But before we start, I must ask you a few questions, Mr. Tregennis.
Ask what you like, Mr. Holmes. It's a bad thing to speak of, but I will answer you the truth.
You left your sister and brother playing cards, seated at the table.
Yes.
Who let you out?
Mrs. Porter had gone to bed, so I let myself out.
Were the windows of the rooms open or shut when you left?
Shut.
And this morning?
Still shut. And no reason to think that any stranger had been to the house. Yet there they sat, driven clean mad with terror, and Brenda lying dead of fright. I'll never get the sight of that room out of my mind as long as I live.
I take it you have no theory yourself which can in any way account for these remarkable facts.
It's devilish, Mr. Holmes, devilish. It is not of this world.
I fear that if the matter is beyond humanity, it is certainly beyond me. Yet we must exhaust all natural explanations before we fall back upon such a theory as that.
Holmes let Tregennis recover some of his natural taciturn manner before asking any further questions. He established that Tregennis lived apart from the rest of the family because of some feeling in the past about the division of money when the family tin mine had been sold. But that was all now forgotten and forgiven, and they were the best of friends. So Holmes turned his attention again to the events of the previous night.
Your people were in their usual spirits?
Never better.
No apprehension of coming danger?
Nothing of the kind.
Does anything stand out in your memory as unusual?
There is one thing occurs to me. As we sat at the table, my back was to the window. I saw my brother George look hard once over my shoulder, so I turned round and looked also. It seemed to me for a moment that I saw something moving among the bushes.
Man or animal?
I couldn't say. Just something.
Did your brother see it also?
He told me he had the same feeling.
Did you not investigate?
No. The matter passed as unimportant.
You left them then without any premonition of evil?
None at all.
Then I think perhaps we'd better go to Tredannock Water without further delay.
Our walk there was marked by an incident that left the most sombre impression upon my mind. As we made our way along the lane leading to the house, we had to stand aside to let a carriage pass. As it drove by, I caught a glimpse through the closed window of a horribly contorted, grinning face glaring out at us.
My brothers. They're being taken to the asylum.
We looked with horror after the black carriage lumbering on its way. Then we turned our steps back towards the house. Once there, Holmes walked slowly and thoughtfully outside among the flower pots and along the path before we entered. So absorbed was he that he stumbled over a watering pot, upset its contents, and deluged both our feet and the path.
Gentlemen, I am so sorry.
Oh, don't worry. Was there anything else you wished to see in the garden, Mr. Holmes?
No. Let us go in and talk to the housekeeper.
But she had little to tell us. She had fainted when she first entered the room and saw that dreadful company around the table. When she recovered, she had thrown open the window to let the morning air in and run down the lane to find a farm lad to send for the doctor. Once Holmes had finished questioning the housekeeper, we ascended the stairs and viewed the body now laid upon her bed. Miss Brenda Tregennis had been a very beautiful girl, though now verging on middle age, and her face was still handsome, even in death. From there we descended to the sitting room, where this strange tragedy had occurred. Holmes paced with light, swift steps about the room, reconstructing the scene in his mind.
Is it all as it was when you left?
Except that the chairs have been moved back from the table. Yes, it is.
Are these the ashes of last night's fire?
Yes.
Well, why a fire in this small room on a spring evening?
It was cold and damp when I arrived, so one was lit.
What are you going to do now, Mr. Holmes?
Well, with your permission, gentlemen, Dr. Watson and I will take a walk along the cliffs. And I will turn the facts over in my mind.
Oh.
Well, should anything occur to me, I will certainly communicate with you. Now, Watson, let us get a firm grip on what we do know. Well, very little, it seems to me. True. But if we calmly define our position, we may be ready to fit fresh facts into their places when they arise. Now, I take it that neither of us is prepared to admit diabolical intrusions into the affairs of men. No, most certainly not. Very good. There remain 3 persons who have been grievously stricken by some conscious or unconscious human agency. But that's firm ground. Now, when did this occur? Well, if the room was as Mortimer Tregennis left it, it must have been shortly after he left. Then the next step is to check the movements of Mortimer Tregennis. But they seem to be above suspicion. You know my methods. So you were conscious of the somewhat clumsy water-pot expedient by which I obtained a clearer impress of his feet than might otherwise have been possible.
Could you pick out his track on the path from last night?
Yes. He appears to walk swiftly away in the direction of the vicarage. If then he disappeared from the scene, how can we reconstruct the person who so affected the card players? And how was it achieved?
Well, you can surely eliminate Mrs. Potter.
Oh, yes, the housekeeper is harmless. So was it done by someone who crept up to the garden window?
Yes, they saw some movement in the garden.
But anyone who had the design to alarm these people would be compelled to place his face right against the glass before he could be seen. There is a 3-foot flower border outside that window, but no indication of a footmark. Nor have we found any possible motive. You perceive our difficulties.
Yes, only too clearly.
And yet, with a little more material, we may prove that they are not insurmountable.
When we returned to our cottage, we found we had a visitor awaiting us. Neither of us needed to be told who he was. The huge body, the deeply seamed face, the beard, all these were as well known in London as in Africa. And indeed in Cornwall, too, where he lived in seclusion.
Good day, gentlemen.
He could only be Dr. Leon Sterndale, the great lion hunter and explorer.
Well, Mr. Holmes, have you made any advance in reconstructing this strange episode?
Well...
My only claim to being taken into your confidence is that during my many residences here, I've come to know the Tregennis family very well. And their fate has naturally been a great shock to me.
Well, of course.
I may tell you that I had got as far as Plymouth on my way to Africa, became straight back again when the news reached me.
Did you lose your ship through?
I'll take the next.
Oh, that is friendship indeed. Was your baggage aboard?
Some of it, but the main part of the hotel.
I see.
But surely this event could not have found its way into the Plymouth morning papers?
No, sir. I had a telegram.
Might I ask from whom?
You are very inquisitive, Mr. Holmes.
It is my business. Yeah.
Oh, it was Mr. Roundhay, the vicar, who sent the telegram.
Thank you. I may say in answer to your original question that I had not cleared my mind entirely on the subject of this case, but that I had every hope of reaching some conclusion. It would be premature to say more.
Perhaps you would tell me if your suspicions point in any particular direction.
No, I can hardly answer that.
Then I have wasted my time and need not prolong my visit.
The famous doctor strode away in considerable ill humour, and within 5 minutes Holmes had followed him. By the time he returned, a telegram had arrived for him.
It's from the Plymouth Hotel, Watson. I learned the name of it from the vicar. Dr. Stonedale did indeed stay there, and let his luggage go on while he returned.
Well, he's clearly deeply interested.
Yes. There is a thread here which we have not yet grasped, and which might lead us through this tangle.
Little did we realize how strange and sinister would be the new development that opened up an entirely fresh line of investigation. It came just as we were finishing breakfast the following morning.
Oh, we are devil-ridden, Mr. Holmes. My poor parish is devil-ridden. Satan himself is loose in it.
Now, calm down. Explain yourself, ma'am.
Mr. Mortimer Tregennis died during the night. Yes, and with exactly the same symptoms as the rest of his family.
Can you fit us both into your dog cart?
Yes, I can.
Then, Mr. Roundhay, we are entirely at your disposal. Let's hurry, before things get disarranged.
Yes.
The vicar's lodger occupied 2 rooms, a bedroom above a large sitting room. It was in the latter that we found Mortimer Tregennis sitting beside a lamp, flaring and smoking on the centre table. His face was twisted with the same distortion of terror which had marked the features of his dead sister.
He seems to have dressed in a hurry.
His bed has been slept in.
So this must have occurred in the early morning. Was the window open when it was found?
No. The maid found the room unbearably stuffy, so she opened it.
Holmes was for all the world like a dashing foxhound drawing a cover. Out on the lawn, in through the window, round the room, and up to the bedroom, where he opened the window, which seemed to give him fresh cause for excitement. Back in the sitting room, he examined the lamp minutely and scraped off some ashes from it into an envelope. We finally returned to the lawn just as the police put in an appearance.
I'm glad to say that my investigation has not been entirely barren.
Won't you communicate your findings to the inspector?
I cannot remain to discuss it. But I should be exceedingly obliged, Mr. Roundhay, if you will give him my compliments and direct his attention to the bedroom window and the sitting room lamp.
Yes.
Each is suggestive, and together they are almost conclusive.
It may be that the police resented the intrusion of an amateur, but we heard nothing from them. In the meantime, Holmes bought a lamp, which was the duplicate of the one which had burned in the room of Mortimer Tregennis. With it, he conducted an experiment, which I am not likely ever to forget.
There is a single common point of resemblance in the reports which have reached us, Watson.
And what is that?
The atmosphere of the room when first entered. The housekeeper at the Tregennis fainted.
From shock?
Yes. But she still found it necessary to open the window when she'd recovered.
Well, certainly in the case of Mortimer Tregennis, the room was horribly stuffy.
Even though the maid had thrown open the window.
Yes.
And that maid, I found upon inquiry, was so ill that she had gone to her bed.
So, in each case, evidence of a poisonous atmosphere.
In each case also, there is combustion going on in the room.
Yeah, a fire in one, the lamp in the other.
Let us suppose, then, that something was burned in each case, which produced an atmosphere causing strange toxic effects.
Yes.
In the first instance, the fumes would to some extent be carried up the chimney.
And the effect would be less, as they were, since only one of the 3 was killed. Whereas using the lamp in the second case ensured a complete result.
And with this train of reasoning, I looked about in Mortimer Tregennis's room to find some remains of this substance that had been burnt. You saw me remove half of the unburnt powder that I found.
Yes, why only half?
It's not for me, my dear Watson, to stand in the way of the official police force. I leave them all the evidence which I find. Now, Watson, we will light our lamp.
Oh, you propose to test it?
Yes, but we will take the precaution to open our window to avoid the premature decease of two deserving members of society.
But surely, if it's as dangerous as that...
You can seat yourself near the window in that armchair, unless, like a sensible man, you determine to have nothing to do with it.
Well, I suppose I should see it out.
Good. I thought I knew my Watson. My chair I will place opposite yours. The door we will leave ajar. Now, each watches the other and brings the experiment to an end should the symptoms seem alarming.
Holmes then took the envelope containing the powder and poured the powder from it onto the burning lamp.
There. Now, Watson, let us sit down and await developments.
They were not long in coming. I had hardly settled in my chair before I was conscious of a thick, musky odour, subtle and nauseous. At the very first whiff of it, my brain and my imagination were beyond control. A thick, black cloud swirled before my eyes, and within it swirled and swam vague shapes, each the advent of some unspeakable dweller upon the threshold whose very shadow would blast my soul. Freezing horror took possession of me. I tried to scream and was vaguely aware of some hoarse croak which was my own voice, but distant and detached from myself. At the same moment, I had a glimpse of Holmes's face, rigid and drawn with horror, the very look which I had seen upon the features of the dead. It was that vision which gave me an instant of sanity and of strength. I dashed from my chair, threw my arms around Holmes, and together we lurched through the door, and an instant afterwards had thrown ourselves down upon the grass, conscious only of the glorious sunshine which was bursting its way through the hellish cloud of terror that had encircled us. Slowly it rose from our souls like the mist from a landscape, until peace and reason had returned.
My word, Watson, I owe you both my thanks and an apology. It was an unjustifiable experiment even for oneself, and doubly so for a friend. I am really very sorry.
Well, you know that it is my greatest joy and privilege to help you.
Well, it will be superfluous to drive us mad. A candid observer would certainly declare that we were so already for embarking on so wild an experiment. I confess that I never imagined that the effect would be so sudden.
Holmes dashed into the cottage. He reappeared with the burning lamp at full arm's length and threw it into a bank of brambles.
We must give the room a little time to clear.
There's certainly no longer a shadow of doubt how these tragedies were engineered.
But the cause remains as obscure as ever.
Yes, all the evidence pointed in the first tragedy to Mortimer Tregennis.
Yes. There is the background of the family quarrel. We have only his word for the idea of someone moving in the garden. And if he did not throw the substance on the fire at the moment of leaving the room, who did do so?
Then his own death was suicide.
Well, it is on the face of it a not impossible supposition. Fortunately, there is one man in England who knows all about it. And he's a little before his time. Dr. Sterndale, over here. We have been conducting a chemical experiment indoors, which has left the room unfit to receive a visitor.
You sent for me, Mr. Holmes, and I have come. Though I really do not know why I should obey your summons.
Since the matters which we have all to discuss affect you in a very intimate fashion, it is as well that we should talk, where there can be no eavesdropping.
I am at a loss to know, sir, what you would have to speak about that affects me in such a way.
The killing of Mortimer Tregennis.
For a moment I wished that I were armed. Sterndale's fierce face turned red, and he sprang forward with clenched fists towards Holmes. Then, with a violent effort, he stopped.
I have lived so long among savages and beyond the law that I have got into the way of being a law unto myself. You do well not to forget it, Mr. Holmes, for I have no desire to do you an injury.
Nor have I any desire to do you an injury, Dr. Sterndale, for which the clearest proof is that, knowing what I know, I have sent you and not for the police.
Is this bluff on your part?
The bluff is all upon your side. Let me tell you some of the facts upon which my conclusions were based. On your return from Plymouth, you came here to ask me whom I suspected. I refused to answer you. You then went to the vicarage, waited outside for some time, and finally returned to your own cottage.
How do you know that?
I followed you.
I saw no one.
That is what you may expect to see when I follow you. In the morning, you filled your pocket with the red gravel beside your gate and returned to the vicarage. Once there, you used some of the gravel to throw at the window of Tregennis and rouse him. Some of it remains on the sill.
I believe you are the devil himself.
Once he was dressed and in the sitting room, you entered by the window. There was a short interview, then you went back through the window, closed it, and waited until Tregennis was dead. Then you withdrew. Now, Dr. Sterndale, how do you justify such actions?
Our visitor's face had turned ashen grey as he listened. He sat for some time, and then, with an impulsive gesture, threw a photograph on the ground between us.
That is why.
It was a picture of Brenda Tregennis.
For years I have loved her, and she me. But I could not marry her, for I have a wife who has left me, and yet whom, by the deplorable laws of England, I cannot divorce. For years, Brenda and I waited for this.
The vicar was in your confidence. That is why he telegraphed to you and you returned at once.
Scarcely listening, Dr. Sterndale drew a package with a red poison label on it from his pocket and passed it to me.
I understand you are a doctor, sir.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of that preparation?
Yes. Devil's foot root. No, I've never heard of it.
Oh, it is no reflection on your professional knowledge, for it has not yet found its way into the literature of toxicology. It is an ordeal poison used in West Africa by medicine men and kept as a secret among them.
How did it come into the possession of Mortimer Tregennis?
I had met him with all the others after the family quarrel was supposed to be made up. I little realized what a sly, scheming man he was.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sterndale. I was just passing and...
One day, a couple of weeks ago, he came down to my cottage, and I showed him some of my African curiosities.
Including this poison?
Yes. He plied me with questions about it.
And you say it works within minutes?
Within seconds, in most cases. I have heard of instances when a native... I little dreamed he had a personal reason for asking. How he took it, I cannot say, for I never left the room. But as soon as I heard what had happened, I knew Mortimer Tregennis was the murderer, driving his family insane, so that he'd become the sole guardian of the family property.
He must have been insane himself.
My soul cried out for revenge. I said just now I had come to be a law unto myself, so I made him share the fate he'd inflicted on others. There is my story, Mr. Holmes. I am in your hands.
What were your plans?
To bury myself in South Africa. My work there is but half finished.
Dr. Sterndale, go and do the other half. I, at least, am not prepared to prevent you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sterndale bowed gravely and walked slowly away.
This is not a case in which we are called upon to interfere.
Well, your investigation has been independent. Your action can be also.
Precisely. You know, Watson, I have never loved. But if I did, and the woman I loved had met such an end, I might even act as our lawless lion hunter has done. Who knows? Who knows?
In The Devil's Foot by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Peter Tottenham, the Reverend Roundhay, Sean Barrett, Mortimer Tregennis, and Jack May, Dr. Leon Sterndale. The music was written by Joss Sanglier and played by Joss Sanglier and Elizabeth Fellows. The Devil's Foot was dramatized by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions. Michael Bartlett.
The Bruce Partington Plans by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Grant Eustace, with Roy Marsden as Sherlock Holmes and John Moffatt as Dr. Watson.
I'll tell you, Albert, the beer down the Eagle ain't a patch of gold. Look at that. I'm not seeing things, am I? That is a dead body there beside the line, isn't it?
In the third week of November, in the year 1895, a dense fog settled upon London. From the Monday to the Thursday, I doubt whether it was ever possible from our windows in Baker Street to see the opposite houses. By the fourth day, my friend Sherlock Holmes could endure this drab existence no longer. He paced restlessly about our sitting room, chafing against inaction.
The London criminal is certainly a dull fellow. Look out of this window, Watson. The thief or the murderer could roam the city on such a day as the tiger does the jungle, unseen until he pounces, and then evident only to his victim. Is there nothing in the paper?
Well, there have been numerous petty thefts.
Oh, the great and sombre stage is set for something more worthy than that. It is fortunate for this community that I am not a criminal.
It is indeed. It was the arrival of a telegram that broke the monotony.
Well, what next? Brother Mycroft is coming round.
Well, why not?
Why not? It is as if you met a tramcar coming down a country lane. Mycroft has his rails and he runs on them. Once, and only once, he's been here. What upheaval can possibly have derailed him?
Does he not explain?
Scarcely. Read for yourself.
Sherlock, must see you over Cadogan West. Coming at once, Mycroft.
Cadogan West? No, I've heard the name.
Oh, it recalls nothing to my mind. By the way, do you know what Mycroft is?
You told me that he had some small office under the British government.
Yes, well, that's correct. But it would also be right, in a sense, to say that occasionally he is the British government.
Oh, my dear Holmes.
I thought it might surprise you. Mycroft remains a subordinate, has no ambitions, will receive neither honour nor title, but remains the most indispensable man in the country.
But how?
By being a clearing-house of facts. The conclusions of every department are passed to him, and he is the central exchange, which makes out the balance. In that great brain of his, everything is pigeonholed and can be handed out in an instant. So what I wonder is Cadogan West to Mycroft?
I've read it, I know.
Here. Yes, here it is. Cadogan West was the young man found dead on the Underground on Tuesday morning.
A death which has caused my brother to alter his habits can be no ordinary one. What can he have to do with it? The case was featureless, as I remember it.
There's been an inquest, and a good many fresh facts have come out.
Well, then, let's have them.
Arthur Cadogan West was 27, unmarried, and a clerk at Woolwich Arsenal.
Government employ. Behold the link with Brother Mycroft.
Yes. He left Woolwich suddenly on Monday night. Was last seen by his fiancée, Miss Violet Westbury, whom he left abruptly in the fog about 7:30 that evening. There was no quarrel between them, and she can give no motive for his action.
It begins to get more interesting.
The next thing heard of him was when his dead body was discovered by a plate layer just outside Aldgate Station.
In what condition?
The head was badly crushed, an injury which might well have been caused by a fall from the train. The body could only have come on the line in that way. Had it been carried down, it must have passed the station barriers.
The case is definite enough. The man, dead or alive, either fell or was precipitated from a train. So much is clear.
Yeah, the trains which traverse the lines of rail beside which the body was found run from west to east on the Metropolitan line. It can be stated for certain this young man was travelling in this direction at some late hour of the night, but at what point he entered the train it is impossible to state.
His ticket would show that.
But there was no ticket in his pocket.
Oh, dear me, Watson, this is really very singular. In my experience, it is not possible to reach the platform of a metropolitan train without exhibiting one's ticket. Was there any sign of robbery?
No, apparently not. There's a list here of his possessions. Purse, chequebook, theatre tickets, packet of technical papers.
Well, there we have it at last, Watson. The chain to Brother Mycroft is complete.
It was only a moment later that the tall and portly form of Mycroft Holmes was ushered into the room. His was a most unwieldy frame, but above it there perched a head so masterful in its brow, so alert in its eyes, and so subtle in its expression, that after the first glance one forgot the gross body and remembered only the dominant mind. At his heels came our old friend Lestrade of Scotland Yard.
Morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning.
A most annoying business, Sherlock. In the present state of Siam, it is most awkward that I should be away from the office. But it is a real crisis. Have you read up the case?
We have just done so. What were the technical papers?
There's the point. The papers which this wretched youth had in his pocket were the plans of the Bruce Partington submarine. Surely you've heard of it.
Only as a name.
Its importance can hardly be exaggerated. You may take it from me that naval warfare becomes impossible within the radius of a Bruce Partington's operation. The plans were kept in an elaborate safe in a confidential office adjoining the arsenal, with burglar-proof doors and windows. Under no conceivable circumstances were the plans to be taken from the office. And yet here we find them, in the pockets of a dead clerk in the heart of London.
And apparently killed in an accident.
But you have recovered the papers?
No, Sherlock, we have not. 10 were taken from Woolwich. There were 7 in the pockets of Cadogan West. The 3 most essential have gone. You must drop everything, Sherlock. And never mind your usual petty puzzles of the police court.
Why do you not salvage yourself, Mycroft? You can see as far as I.
Possibly, Sherlock. But to run here and there, to cross-question railway guards, lie on my face with a lens to my eye, that is not my métier.
Well, the problem certainly presents some points of interest, and I shall be pleased to look into it.
The line the conversation then took was to establish who had access to the papers. Only 2 people had a key to the safe. One was the official guardian of the papers, Sir James Walter. The other was the senior clerk. Both had witnesses to say they had been nowhere near the confidential office after the papers had been locked away for the night. The only conclusion was that Cadogan West had used false keys to obtain the papers. Inspector Lestrade stated it, in his usual unvarnished way.
It seems to me perfectly clear. He took the papers to sell them. He saw the agent. They could not agree as to price. He started home again, but the agent went with him. In the train, the agent murdered him. took the more essential papers and threw his body from the carriage.
Why had he no ticket?
Ah, the ticket would have shown which station was nearest the agent's house. Therefore he took it from the murdered man's pocket.
Good, Lestrade, very good. Your theory holds together. But if it is true, then the case is at an end. The traitor is dead, and the plans are presumably already on the continent.
No, Sherlock. All my instincts are against this explanation. If Cadogan West had made an appointment with a foreign agent, he would have kept his evening clear. Instead, he took 2 tickets for the theatre, escorted his fiancée halfway there, and then suddenly disappeared.
A blind.
A very singular one.
Well, we shall see. Come, Watson.
Yes.
And Lestrade, could you favour us with your company for an hour or two? I shall let you have a report before evening, Mycroft.
An hour later, Holmes, Lestrade and I stood upon the underground railway at the point where it emerges from the tunnel before Aldgate Station.
This is where the young man's body was discovered.
Have the carriages been examined for any sign of violence?
Yes, and there are no such signs. Why, whatever is the matter, Mr. Holmes?
The points.
What of it? What do you mean?
Points and a curve.
What is it, Mr. Holmes? Have you some clue?
An indication, no more. But the case certainly grows in interest. I do not see any indication of bleeding on the line.
There were hardly any.
But there was a considerable wound.
The bone was crushed, but there was no great external injury.
And yet one would have expected some bleeding.
Yes.
Would it be possible for me to inspect the trains from which he might have fallen?
Fear not, Mr. Holmes. They've been broken up and the carriages redistributed.
Well, then we have done all we can here.
We parted from Lestrade and made our way to London Bridge. There, Holmes dispatched a telegram to Mycroft, asking him to send to Baker Street details of any international agents known to be in London. Then we took a train to Woolwich.
We suddenly owe Brother Mycroft a debt for having introduced us to what promises to be a really very remarkable case. I'm dull indeed not to have understood its possibilities.
Even now they are dark to me.
Well, the end is dark to me also, but I've hold of one idea which may lead us far. The man met his death elsewhere, and his body was on the roof of a carriage.
On the roof?
Remarkable, is it not? But consider the facts. Is it a coincidence that the body is found at the very place where the train sways as it comes round the point, where an object on the roof might be expected to fall off? And the question of the blood. There will be no bleeding on the line if the body has bled elsewhere.
And the ticket, too.
Exactly. It would explain the absence of a ticket. Everything fits together.
Our first call, once we'd arrived at Woolwich, was to the fine villa of Sir James Walter. But we were not prepared for the news that awaited us when we were ushered into the drawing-room to meet Colonel Valentine Walter.
I am afraid, gentlemen, I have to tell you that my brother is dead.
Oh, I am sorry to hear it. Please accept our condolences.
Yes, indeed.
It was this horrible scandal. My brother was a man of very sensitive honour. It broke his heart.
We had hoped that he might have given us some indications which would have helped us.
I assure you that it was all a mystery to him, as it is to you and to all of us.
You cannot throw any new light upon the affair?
I know nothing myself, save what I've read or heard. I have no desire to be discourteous, but you can understand, Mr. Holmes, that I must ask you to hasten this interview to an end.
This is indeed an unexpected development, Watson.
It certainly is.
Was the death natural, I wonder? Or did the poor old fellow kill himself in self-reproach for duty neglected? Now, let us see what we can learn from the Cadogan Wests.
The bereaved mother was too dazed with grief to be of any use to us, but at her side was a white-faced young lady, Miss Violet Westbury, the fiancée of the dead man.
I cannot explain it, Mr. Holmes. Arthur was the most single-minded, chivalrous, patriotic man on earth. He would have cut his right hand off before he would sell a state secret confided to his keeping.
But the facts, Miss Westbury?
I admit I cannot explain them.
Was he in want of any money?
No.
No sign of any mental excitement? Come, Miss Westbury, be absolutely frank with us.
Yes. I had a feeling that there was something on his mind.
For long?
only for the last week or so. Once I pressed him about it. It is too serious for me to speak about, even to you, he said. I could get nothing more.
Go on, Miss Westbury. Even if it seems to tell against him, go on.
I have little more to tell. He once said how slack we were about such matters as secrets, that it would be easy for a traitor to get the plans.
Now tell us of last evening.
We were to go to the theatre. The fog was so thick that a cab was useless. We walked, and our way took us close to the office. Suddenly he darted away into the fog.
Without a word?
He gave an exclamation, that was all. Oh, Mr. Holmes, if you could only save his honour. It was so much to him.
It was black enough before against this young man, but our inquiries make it blacker, Watson. His intended marriage gives a motive for wanting money. The idea was in his head since he spoke about it. He nearly made the girl an accomplice in the treason by telling her his plans. It's all very bad.
Oh, but surely Holmes' character goes for something. And then again, why should he leave the girl in the street and dart away to commit a felony?
Yes, there are certainly objections. But it is a formidable case which they have to meet.
Our last call was at the office where the plans were kept. It confirmed what we already knew and told us nothing else. But one more piece of information did come our way at Woolwich Station. The clerk in the ticket office was able to say with confidence that he saw Cadogan West, whom he knew well by sight, upon the Monday night, and that he went to London by the 8:15 to London Bridge. The clerk was struck at the time by his excited and nervous manner. A reference to the timetable showed that the 8:15 was the first train which it was possible for West to take after he had left Violet Westbury about 7:30. As we returned to London, Holmes continued to analyse all that we had so far learned.
Is there a hypothesis that would place Cadogan West in rather a better light? Let us suppose that he'd been approached by a foreign agent. He rejects him, but it preys on his mind. And then on the way to the theatre, he sees the same man, follows him to the office, sees him steal the plans, pursues him.
Yes, but what follows?
Yes, well, then we come into difficulties. Why not seize the villain and raise the alarm? Because he is West's superior. Our scent starts to run cold here, and there's a vast gap between the 8:15 from Woolwich and West's body with 7 papers in his pocket on the roof of a metropolitan train. My instinct now is to work from the other end.
A note awaiting us at Baker Street from Mycroft enabled Holmes to do that. Of the 3 names and addresses of foreign agents that it contained, one in particular caught his attention. He spread out his big map of London and leaned eagerly over it.
Well, things are turning a little in our direction at last. Why, Watson, I do honestly believe that we are going to pull it off after all.
Oh.
I'm going out now. It's only a reconnaissance. I will do nothing serious without my trusted comrade and biographer at my elbow.
I waited for his return, filled with impatience. At last, shortly after 9 o'clock, there arrived a messenger with a note.
Watson, I'm dining at Goldini's restaurant, Gloucester Road, Kensington. Please come at once and join me there. Bring with you a jemmy, a dark lantern, a chisel, and a revolver. S.H.
It was a nice equipment for a citizen to carry through the fog-draped streets. When I reached the garish Italian restaurant, I found my friend sitting at a little round table near the door.
You had something to eat?
Well, I...
Oh, then try one of the proprietor's cigars.
No.
They are less poisonous than one would expect. Have you the tools?
Yes, they are here, in my overcoat.
Oh, excellent. So let me give a short sketch of what I have done and what we're about to do. Now, it must be evident to you, Watson, that this young man's body was placed on the roof of the train.
Well, could it not have been dropped from a bridge?
Oh, I should say it's impossible. If you examine the roofs, you will find that they're slightly rounded, and there is no railing around them.
Well, how could he be placed there?
Well, the underground runs clear of tunnels at some places in the West End. I had a vague memory that as I had travelled, I have occasionally seen windows just above my head. Suppose that a train halted under such a window. there will be no difficulty in laying a body upon the roof.
But it sounds most improbable.
We must fall back upon the old axiom that when all other contingencies fail, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Yes.
Yes, well, here all other contingencies have failed. And I should add, the leading international agent in London lives in a row of houses which abuts the underground.
Oh, that's what you found on your map?
That was it. Hugo Oberstein of 13 Caulfield Gardens became my objective. A very helpful official at Gloucester Road Station walked with me along the track. Not only do the back stair windows of Caulfield Gardens open onto the line, owing to the intersection there, the underground trains are frequently held motionless for some minutes at that very spot.
Splendid, Holmes. You've got it.
Oh, well, only so far, Watson. I have only seen the outside. There is no one to open the door from the inside. So we must make alternative arrangements.
Yes, but could we not get a warrant and legalize it?
No, hardly on the evidence.
What can we hope to do?
We cannot tell what correspondence may be there.
I don't like it, Holmes.
My dear fellow, you shall keep watch in the street. I'll do the criminal part. Well, it's not a time to stick at trifles.
Yes, you're right, Holmes. We are bound to go.
Oh, I knew I could rely upon you. Now, it is nearly half a mile, but there is no hurry. Let us walk. Don't drop the instruments, I beg. Your arrest as a suspicious character will be a most unfortunate complication.
The fog still hung about and screened us. When we reached the house, we soon discovered that the massive front door was bolted as well as locked. The lower door, however, resisted Holmes for only a minute before it flew open, and we were inside. An uncarpeted stair took us up to a window.
Here we are, Watson. This must be the one. Oh, you see how close the trains come? Yeah. Look here. These smears in the soot on the windowsill. This is where they've rested the body.
As Holmes swept his light along the windowsill, it revealed more. There were discolorations on the woodwork that were undoubtedly blood.
And here, on the stair as well. Now, we've only to stay here until a train stops and the demonstration is complete.
We had not long to wait. The very next train roared from the tunnel as before, but slowed in the open and then, with a creaking of brakes, pulled up immediately beneath us. It was not 4 feet from the window ledge to the roof of the carriages.
So far we're justified. What do you think of it, Watson?
A masterpiece.
Oh, no, I cannot agree with you there. Our difficulties are still before us. But perhaps we may find something here which may help us.
It proved a long and nearly fruitless search. But after an hour, we found a small tin cash box with some newspaper cuttings in it.
A record of a series of messages in the advertisement of a newspaper. By the printed paper, the Daily Telegraph agony column, and all signed by Pierrot. Oh, well, perhaps it won't be so difficult after all. There is nothing more to be done here, Watson. I think we might drive round to the offices of the Daily Telegraph and bring a good day's work to a conclusion.
Right. Mycroft Holmes and Inspector Lestrade came round to Baker Street the following morning, and Holmes recounted to them our proceedings of the day before.
Burglary? Oh, no wonder you get results that are beyond us, Mr. Holmes. But one of these days you'll go too far and you'll find yourself and your friend in trouble.
Martyrs on the altar of our country, Watson? But what do you think, Mycroft?
Excellent, Sherlock, admirable. But what use will you make of your knowledge?
Have you seen Pierrot's advertisement today?
What, another one?
Yes, here it is.
Tonight, same hour, same place, most vitally important. Your own safety at stake, Pierrot.
By George, if he answers that, we've got him.
That was my idea when I put it in. I would suggest 8 o'clock tonight at Caulfield Gardens, gentlemen, if that is convenient.
Lestrade and Mycroft met us outside Gloucester Road Station. The lower door of Oberstein's house had been left open the night before, but as Mycroft Holmes absolutely and indignantly declined to climb the railings, it was necessary for me to go in and open the main door. By 9 o'clock, we were all seated in the study, waiting patiently. It was after 11 before Holmes sat up suddenly.
He is coming.
The man came into the house, and as soon as his dark figure passed us, Holmes shut the door and stood with his back to it. Lestrade lit the lamp. There, looking at us in astonishment, was the younger brother of the late Sir James Walter, the head of the submarine department. It was Colonel Valentine Walter.
Well, well.
What is this? I came here to visit Mr. Oberstein.
Everything is known, Colonel Walter.
What?
You took an impress of the keys your brother held. You entered into correspondence with Oberstein, who answered you through the advertisement columns. You were seen and followed here by Cadogan West when you took the papers.
And then you added the crime of murder to that of treason.
I did not. Before God, I swear it was Oberstein.
Tell us, then.
Cadogan West followed me to the door. When Oberstein opened it, West suddenly came out of the fog and confronted us. Oberstein carries a life preserver. West was dead 5 minutes after Oberstein struck him.
As the West was placed on the underground train, after Oberstein had put on his body all but the 3 most important papers you had brought him.
Yes.
It's not too late for you to make reparation.
How?
Where is Oberstein?
I can reach him in Paris.
Well, then sit at this desk and write to my dictation.
It is a matter of history that the message that Holmes invented about an essential detail of the Bruce Partington plans that was missing lured Oberstein back to London. He still had with him the missing papers, which he had put up for auction in Europe. He spent the next 15 years regretting his folly in a British prison. Some weeks afterwards, I learned, incidentally, that Holmes spent a day at Windsor, whence he returned with a remarkably fine emerald tie-pin.
Oh, it's just a present from a certain gracious lady in whose interest I've carried out a small commission.
But I fancy that I could guess at that lady's august name, and that Holmes would take especial care of such a regal tie-pin.
In The Bruce Partington Plans by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Roy Marsden played Sherlock Holmes, John Moffatt, Dr. Watson, Roger Hammond, Mycroft Holmes, Sean Barrett, Colonel Valentine Walter, Steve Hodgson, Inspector Lestrade, and Betsy Blatchley, Violet Westbury. The Bruce Partington Plans was dramatised by Grant Eustace and directed by Michael Bartlett for Daedalus Productions.